And a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, where we are just a few minutes away from the start of day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. And the state of play as we head into the action is that, resuming in their first innings, Hampshire are 164 for 5. They lead Yorkshire by just 43 runs. Your commentary team today is still myself, Kevin James, and still from BBC Radio Leeds, it's Jonathan Doidge, and a little later we've got a real treat. It's the former Hampshire and Zimbabwean all-rounder, Sean Irvine.
I thought you were going to say a little later we had the real treat. It's the Grand National, and as they cross the Melling Road with 2 to jump.
I think it's fair to say that Jonathan Doidge will mention the Grand National at least 100 times between now and 4 o'clock when it goes off.
How are you, Doidge? Stories. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Nice that we've got a selection of milks over on the table this morning, and pastries as well.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Although the belt loop might need to be let out a notch by the end of this visit, I think. They talk about a quick game's a good game, and in the interest of my own health, it might be. But no, it's a beautiful morning again, Kevin. It's a cloudless sky, and we're all set fair for a good day. All we need really is a bit of Yorkshire scenery. I think that's all that's missing from view at the moment.
That's for sure. Sorry, I was just looking at a message as you were talking. I thought you were going to keep going.
Just some rolling hills, the dales, and maybe a bit of surprise view up there near Otley or something like that.
Yeah.
The White Horse of Kilburn in the distance. That'd all be rather lovely.
Wouldn't it be nice actually if something was carved into the hill here?
Yeah.
The trouble is, there's probably too many trees. You'd have to clear some trees, and I'm not sure they'd go down very well.
I heard that there was a chalk carving of Kev James somewhere on the hillside, but because it was such an eyesore that they built a stand in front of it so that people don't have to suffer. Is that right? I mean,
there's a few weeds growing over it as well, probably, yes. As I mentioned, Hampshire resuming 164 for 5, leading Yorkshire by 43. Yorkshire bowled out yesterday for 121. Bit of a collapse after lunch, where they lost their last 5 wickets for just 11 runs. Liam Dawson picking up 3 of those, finished with 3 for 8. Kyle Abbott, the other 2, finished with 3 for 42, and then when Hampshire went into bat, they put on 70 for the first wicket. But Yorkshire really did bowl very well, didn't they, just before tea and the whole of the evening session, and the runs were really hard to come by, Jonathan.
Yeah, they did bowl well, and as we found out subsequent to the day's play, Ben Clifford suffered a bit of a I don't quite know what. I don't think they knew really what. Sounded like something at the side, maybe bottom of his back, something like that. A bit of a tightness, and so just looking on the field now, it doesn't appear that he's out there. Jordan Thompson is going to be fielding backward of square leg. But yeah, I spoke to George Hill, who obviously was sort of pick of the day on the bowling front, or at least I thought. 2 for 25 off 13 overs, and he said we struggled to get anything out of it in the early stages because Hampshire had put the heavy roller on, but once the effect of that had worn off a little, and they'd obviously cashed in with the 70 on the board and batted well, then they felt like there was just a little bit more in it, and he felt that they'd pulled together really well and bowled well.
Yeah, George Hill, I thought, was particularly impressive. Hardly bowled a bad ball. 2 for 25 from 13, and the others just seemed to feed off him. Ben Code, tidy figures as well. Jack White, who we are watching now from the pavilion end to get us underway on day 2. Bowls. Liam Dawson is forward. Nice and tidy start from both. Straight, good length ball from White, and a nice straightforward defensive from Liam Dawson. He's 1 not out. That's his 4th ball of the innings. Came in late last night after the fall of night watchman Brad Wheel. And Toby Albert, who batted stoically last night, facing 80 balls for his 16. I think it was 20 balls before he got off the mark, and he got a loud round of applause when he did so. But he worked hard for his runs. Liam Dawson's pushing forward. Again, it's back to White, who so far has picked up 2 wickets for 36, and he's in his 13th over.
And for all sorts of reasons, Hampshire, want to start the day well, don't they? They've still got 5 wickets to play. They've still got some batting, and the longer they can keep the Yorkshire bowlers out there, bearing in mind there's still a second innings to go through. We don't, as I say, know the extent of the Ben Cliff injury, but so the longer they can keep Yorkshire bowling here, then that's got to be in their favour over the distance of the game.
That's right. Here's White again, right arm over, bowls. Dawson drives, goes to short mid-wicket. Ball mainly coming off the bottom of the bat, but you're right, yes, it's all about length of time at the crease, really, just trying to put a bit of pressure on the Yorkshire bowlers, because as you say, they are one down at the moment. You can get in touch with us several ways. solentcricket@gmail.com for me, and for Jonathan Doidge.
Yeah, at JDZ Events or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com.
We've already got a couple of emails coming in. Ross English, I'll come to that in a moment, as White runs towards us and bowls. Dawson again, he's forward, pushing that up to mid-off. solentcricket@gmail.com. Then Ross says, so good to have county cricket and your commentary back. Today I'm listening to you from Essex against Surrey in Chelmsford, part of my ongoing quest to tick off all main county grounds. This is number 16, just Derby and Canterbury to go. Wouldn't rush to those. Hopefully hopefully nobody from there is listening. Hopefully complete this set this season. Keep up the good work, hoping the Hampshire lower order can get that lead up to 150 plus. Yes, they were talking about that last night, hoping that would probably be top end. Dawson gets a thick outside edge. It's safe. It's gone through the vacant third slip area. It's running down to third, and you'll know from the reaction of the crowd just away to our right that that's gone over the rope. And that is the first runs of the morning, 168 for 5.
I like Canterbury. Derby, since I've been doing this job permanently, as it were, we've never been there. We always get taken to Chesterfield. I've only been to Derby once, and that was 25 years ago. When Harry Gresham, the late great Harry Gresham, was presenting on BBC Radio York, and he kept throwing to me and couldn't pronounce my surname. So I was everybody else but Doidge that day. Yeah.
Oh, right. He was quite a popular man up that way.
He was very popular. He was very good.
He did a stint down here actually for a while. Dawson just works that up to mid-on. That's the end of the first over of the morning. So Hampshire's lead is 47, 168 for 5. I must just read this email out as we're changing overs, if that's all right. And I missed this yesterday. It's from Ed Vokes, solentcricket@gmail.com, and I did actually message him this morning to say I'm really sorry. And he said, I'm quite happy if you read this out this morning, because his father, Mike Vokes, was a regular messenger to Hampshire commentaries, known as Mike from Chandler's Ford, which is a suburb just outside of Southampton, going north, of those of you that don't know the geography down here. And he actually did, amongst the many emails that we got yesterday, he actually informed me, or us, to say that his father sadly passed away in early December, aged 83, and that's a real shame. And I did say we'd mention it, and we have. And yeah, Mike used to enjoy reading out his messages.
Sad to hear. Ben Cody's going to start day 2 from the hotel end in the Southampton sunshine. Right arm over the wicket, bowling here to Toby Albert with 2 slips and a 4th slip come gully in place. First ball is wide of off stump and an easy leave. Bent Nielsen, good morning to you. He says, good morning one and all. I'm sorry to bring up such a controversial and perhaps even traumatising subject this early in the season, but will there be any rounds played with the Kookaburra this year?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, it is actually not something I've dwelt on.
It's something I'd rather not think about, actually, because some of the games can be quite dull with the Kookaburra ball. I'd rather not know.
Yeah. Yeah, here's code. That's a little bit of takeoff as Albert wheels the bat around to take it away from the line of the ball. Dot. Trapsy, Craig Traps, good morning to you. He says, really enjoyed Kev's insight and knowledge yesterday, and wonderful stories of the great Malcolm Marshall. He quite liked Fred as well. Best impression,
that was brilliant commentary.
The best impression is this country's ever produced. Marvellous, magnificent commentary. Here's code in again, past umpire Middlebrook with an angled bat. It's run out to point where Will Luxton is on hand to field, no run. Brian Cherry asking with regard to Ben Cliff. Well, I think I've already probably answered that one by saying at the moment Jordan Thompson's out there, not sure on the extent. And this is one of those stadia around the country where the players are bang opposite us, right at the other end of the ground, so it's not like an easy wander down to try and sift out info. We're up here for a while before the play starts, doing our various morning pieces to radio. Good delivery from Code this time, with a little bit of a way nip. Bairstow steps across George Hill at first slip, for example, to take that. Good morning to Sylvia in Bradford. Looking forward to the day's play after doing the Lister Park run in the UK City of Culture 2025. Bradford, early wickets required. Lister Park, yeah, in the shadow of Manningham Mills. Lister's Mill.
Right.
He's looking nonplussed. Did you ever play at Park Avenue? Here's Code.
I have.
Dropped into the offside, no run.
One of my
Not very far from there then.
Yeah, one of my first ever second team games was at Bradford Park Avenue, in the shadow of the old football ground, which was right next door. Played against Yorkshire. Yeah. That was, I hate to think what year that was. In fact, 1979.
Okay, so Sharpie would have been playing then. Sharpie will be tuned in.
Was he playing it? He might have done, actually. I'd have to look that up.
I'm expecting a message now to say he smashed you all around the park or something like that, as Albert drives straight back at the stumps at the bowler's end to complete the over with, well, it's a maiden to Ben Code first up. 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 39. Did you get Sharpie out?
I probably didn't get anybody out. Let's have a look. I was so young and naive in those days. And let me have a look. So 1979. I'm going to just give me a few minutes and I will sort of have a look at it. Thank you to Neil Prowse, who emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, because he said, just a quick note to say that the in-ground radios are not working. Did you forget to turn it on? I did. So obviously, so that's why you missed the first couple of balls or so. But Neil, thank you very much for reminding me. I do need that from time to time because there is so much to do here. I should have a checklist really, but I do forget the odd job. So thank you very much, Neil. That's a valuable email, one of the more valuable ones I got. Right, here's Jack White. Forward is Dawson. Not quite finding the same movement at Ben Code. Some lovely balls in that first over. It's a great shape. So Toby Albert shaping away. Jack White, more of a bowler that sort of hits the deck. So I'm going to talk and see if I can still try and find that second team game back in 1979. Sean Irvine was laughing when I said 1979 earlier. Can you believe that? That's quite rude.
It is very, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I can't help that. Here comes White, running towards us. Dawson's forward. That goes out towards point, and there's no run. I presume it was a second 11 trophy game, or second 11. I presume it was called that in those days. I don't know. I'm just going to try and I'll go through a big list. I will get there somewhere along the line. But anyway, you haven't mentioned the Grand National for a couple of minutes.
No, well, I can do that if you like. If that buys you some time to look at to look at your stats.
Have you got any tips? Actually, I think we'll get one or two listeners and watchers to send us one or two tips and why you tipped that horse. I think we'll have a bit of fun with that. Yeah. Not just say such and such. Just give us a reason why. There might be somewhere why it's I don't know, a name that probably has some sort of connection. I don't know. That's worked down to fine leg by Dawson, and he moves on to 5, 169. Sorry, he moves on to 6, 169 for 5, and the lead Hampshire have now is 48.
I used to have a friend of the family who, we saw regularly, but you didn't sort of have him on the phone all the time, but always, either Friday night before the Grand National or Saturday morning, the phone would go, what do you fancy today? I'm going to go to the bookies and place a bet. Yeah. And it was like all these years, his only investment on the horses, and it was all down to you as to what he was going to back with.
He's wrapped on the pad there, Toby Albert. Big shout. Ball trickles away behind square on the leg side. Has he got a bat on it? Umpire's not signalling. So there was a little inside edge onto that one. Albert moves on to 16. Sorry, 17 that will be. Hasn't quite changed yet, so that's his first run of the morning. 170 for 5. Of course, we're part of the BBC commentary team. And, of course, in no way do the BBC endorse betting. You must bet responsibly, but we're just having a bit of fun. So, on that note, several ways you can listen and watch BBC Sport website and app.
Is this the Grand National or cricket?
Well, you can probably do that as well. But as regards this game, that's pushed up to mid-off by Dawson, and there is no run. Also, most smart speakers just ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Yorkshire, day 2. That's quite important, say day 2. We're also on the Hampshire Cricket website, where you get the live picture feed, and that of course is going over to the Yorkshire Cricket website as well. Here's White. Forward is Dawson, works that to short mid-wicket, end of the over. 12 minutes played this morning. Hampshire 170 for 5, a value 6. Albert is 17 and Dawson is 6.
Yep, no early breakthrough for the White Rose just yet. Nick Moxon, good morning to you. Morning, Dodgy and Kev, hoping for a quick end to the Hampshire innings, preferably before 12:30, because there's a rather important football match come on Leeds. Yeah, Leeds are at Luton Town today, and obviously have had a challenge or two lately. They can't seem to shake off either Sheffield United or Burnley, and the 3 of them well clear of the rest, but you know, 3's got to go into 2 at some point, and Leeds' record in the playoffs is inauspicious.
Oh, right.
Here's Code bowling from the hotel end. First ball there is blocked by Toby Albert, who's 17 from 88 so far. Ben Code into his 17th over and is yet to strike, but you never ever rule out the next wicket. Sylvia says, hello again. I was watching that wonderful team of the 1960s at Park Avenue that inspired my lifelong love for the game. I'm not sure Kev was around in the 60s.
No.
Sylvia. As Code's in. Albert with another solid defensive block. I mean, as old as he is, I don't think he was around in the 60s.
Well, I was born in the 60s, but I certainly wasn't playing. Well, I might have been playing cricket in the 60s, but I wasn't playing second team cricket. I'm going through a list of second 11 matches in 1979. There's probably a long way of doing it. It's probably a quicker way.
Here's Code coming in again, past umpire Middlebrook. Again, just a little bit of a way nip, but Albert had that one covered and played to leave. FPL Spartans, well, we'll get BBC Verify onto this one, Kev. It says, for info, the Kookaburra Ball will be used for for 4 rounds of matches in June and July.
4 rounds?
No.
I'm going on holiday.
And FPL Spartans fancies Percival Legalois in the Grand National. Won 2 big race handicaps at Leopardstown over fences and hurdles. I think I'm right in saying he's one of those that goes in the JP McManus green and gold hoops, as Albert strokes one to Jordan Thompson at mid-off. Jordan on as a substitute fielder for Ben Cliff, for those who've just joined us more recently. And Keith Bruce says, in answer to an earlier question, I'm afraid the dreaded Kookaburra is to be used in 4 rounds of cricket, thanks to Rob Key and his followers. Yeah, I don't think anybody's keen, apart from the batters. Oh, good delivery from Code this time. Probably the ball of the morning so far. It was a little bit straighter, and still there was some deviation away from the right-hander. Toby Albert played that a little more tentatively. Just to the gloves of Bairstow. No run. The usual smattering of speckies around. I'm just going to take a stride forward and see who's down beneath our feet, 'cause it's not easy from here. We've got this black mesh in front of us. My eyesight's not the best at the best of times. Going in again. That's guided this time to gully, where Finlay Bean does the fielding to complete another Code maiden. 4 of those now from 17 overs. Nobody's scored a run off him yet this morning. 16 minutes into the day's play. No early alarms for the batting side. 170 for 5, a lead of 49. Just the 6 added so far on day 2.
Still looking for this game, and maybe it wasn't 79. Maybe it was. Oh, 78. Someone everyone's got an even bigger smile on his face. So here we are. Kevin Sharp did play. Hang on, my name's not down. No, it's a first. That's not a first team game, surely. No, that's one. As White Bowls and Dawson's playing defensively. No, it's come up as first team, so that's not right. Oh dear, I will get there. I won't mention it again until I actually find it. It's going to take me a little while, obviously. Shirley Jackson has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Thank you very much. Yes, I did forget to switch on the in-ground commentary, and I have now. Thank you for everyone that has mentioned, one or two others as well. Vernon Needham has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com as White Bowls and Dawson works that up to mid-on this time. He says, last night the BBC report described Brad Wheel as a night watcher. Is this correct? Yes, it is, really. There is sort of different terminology now. Hence why sometimes you might hear us say the ball has worked its way down to third, leaving off
I don't use
an
that.
extra name. Yeah, well, that's because of the more prominence of the women's game. So they're batters now. Things like that. White Bowls. Dawson's looking for a single as he prods that out on the offside. No, says Toby Albert.
Okay, we probably did this one when we were doing the women's game at Headingley last year, actually. But Yorkshire president, Jane Powell, herself a former England skipper, sat with us and said, it's third man, it's a fielding position.
Yeah. Yeah, I must admit, I've tended to start to say batter. Well,
batter was a directive. I mean, I don't think third's ever been a directive, has it, from above? But batter was an ECB directive, so you kind of go with that, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. White again, Bowls. Dawson just playing from the crease, pushing that up to mid-off. Score remains on 170 for 5. Yeah, that is fair enough. It's because now left arm wrist spinners are exactly that, whereas they used to be called other things. I've done my BBC impartiality course.
I've not yet. I've been called in for it.
Yes, well, the cricket commentators that haven't, you've got about a month to do it. Fortunately, I did mine about a year ago.
What happens then? We're out on our ear if we don't do it.
Well, probably. That's played back to the bowler by Dawson. Nice and straight here from Jack White this morning. He's into his 15th over, 2 for 42. Hasn't added to his wicket tally overnight.
Is it, after 27 years of BBC broadcast, not a little bit too late for that? You know,
it's never too
late. Is it never too late, Kev?
No, it's never too late.
I expected that reaction. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because you just never know what's around the corner. You never know what's coming up on the horizon. So better to have that in your locker. Here's White, Bowls. Dawson just works that to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'm just going to go off and read about how to be impartial, do some preparation for the course, and let Sean in.
He's not really. He's just going to play some bets for later on. Maiden over for Jack White. 15 overs, 2 for 42, having started the day 12 overs, 2 for 36. Sean Irvine, former Hampshire all-rounder and Zimbabwean all-rounder, who's with us today. Does your day or two every year for us. This is his first one of 2025. Welcome.
No, cheers, Jambo. Nice to be on the mic.
Yeah, nice to have you back. Did a couple of days last year, didn't we? I'm trying to think. There was. Well, we did the 50 over final a couple of years ago, didn't we?
That's right. I think
Hampshire lost to Leicester.
And I think we actually did a Leicester game here. Funny enough.
I think we did 50 over game.
Was it Worcester? Might have been Worcester.
Worcester game here, yeah.
Worcester.
Did a quarter-final T20 here, or one of the... Was it a quarter-final against Worcester? Oh,
yep.
T20 quarter-final here, that's right.
Yep.
Here's that Code again, just angling that ball away. He's been quite impressive this morning, Ben Code. It was interesting point we made just before we came on here, and we might have mentioned it in the first few minutes, but the heavy roller that started to sort of... that deadened the pitch in the first part of Hampshire's innings started to wear off, and the bowlers were finding just a little bit more. And Ben Code didn't seem to do too much in his first spell, but now we're seeing the ball shape we did last night. We're seeing it here again. Quite tricky stuff.
Yeah, he's also utilising the crease as well. He
certainly is. That's a bit straighter this time. It's worked through mid-wicket by Toby Abbott, who'll look for 2. Short boundary side. There's 2 there when the ball makes its way out towards the rope. Didn't quite get all the way. Only a couple of yards short. Albert moves on to 19, 172 for 5.
Yeah, I was just checking up on a couple of the races. A couple of the sort of participants in the Grand National. After, you know, JD being on the mic. And Stump Town, I like that. That's got to be one, surely.
That's got... Well, it's left alone. That's a good delivery and a good leave as well from Toby Albert. Yeah, that's an obvious one for cricket fans, isn't it? Because, funny enough, Steve Wyatt has emailed me, southerncricket@gmail.com. He says, surely the national tip has to be Stumptown, for obvious reasons. Now, he was at the ground yesterday within an hour of having 2 teeth out.
Wow.
Oh dear. Seeing how much the painkillers kick in today before deciding whether to come over later or stay at home watching. And or he's going to maybe watch Pompey at Millwall or listen to Pompey at Millwall. Steve's in Waterlooville. So he's also mentioned Stumptown. He's left alone outside of Stump. So is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah, 10 to 1. I don't know if I'm looking at that, but it's just, I went through the names. I enjoy looking at all the names.
Yeah.
But I think the Irish, from what I'm told from Jonathan, the Irish are going to do well again, potentially.
They usually do, don't they?
Yeah.
From my limited knowledge of horse racing. Here's Code again. Forward is Toby Albert. He's got a good defence, Toby Albert. Nice and tight. He opened the batting last year. Sort of second half of the season. Did pretty well, actually. Just under 400 runs at 32. With a couple of hundreds. One of them against Surrey here, which Hampshire won. And when you look at that average, is 32 enough to really push the point? He looked good up the order. That's short and it's pulled away. No, it's grabbed him on the arm, or maybe even the glove. Ball just ricochets harmlessly out on the offside. Even so, it looks like he's just got a slightly painful blow, has he? He's just handing something to the umpire. Anyway, he's okay. 172 for 5.
Yeah, it's a nice surprise bouncer that from Ben Code. You know, he sort of keeps pushing Tony Albert forward, and then every now and then you got to remind the batter, you know, just to sit back so that he knows what's coming the next ball. But you know, talking about average 32, I think it all depends on the rest of the squad. Well, that sort of top order, you know, what are they averaging? Because 32 actually might seem quite good. So, but you've got all the averages.
Well, we can discuss it a little bit, because obviously the opening pair for this game, and Mark Stoneman, who wasn't talked about when Toby Albert was opening at the end of last year, he's come into the side with and he career average is 34. He's an opener, but he's done it over a very long period of time. Fletcher Middleton, who's become a regular opener over the last couple of years, his career average is 28. Last year averaged 30 opening the batting.
As we see a change of bowlers, Dom Bess is coming around the wicket to Liam Dawson, and Liam Dawson has run down the wicket and chipped it deep into deep mid wicket. Will it go all the way? Great effort there from the fielder, but I think he's touched the boundary, and that would be 4 runs. Is that Jack White? George Hill? George Hill, I'm being told by Jonathan.
Looks like he's hurt his hand somewhat there. That's a good shot straight up, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he uses his feet nicely there.
He does that a bit, doesn't he, Liam Dawson? Early on to spinners. Seems to do it a bit more. Just sort of, I don't know, he's more confident in himself.
There's Dom Bess again from around the wicket, and that's swept. That's very straight. They appealed, but Yeah, you've got to be pitching at least.
Pitched
At least
outside leg.
on the
isn't it?
stump, pitched outside leg.
Yeah.
No drift that time. Being nice and positive here, Liam Dawson has done best again. And that's just worked in the leg side. They're going for a quick single. This could be close. And he's been given, run out. Tony Albert diving there. Risky run taken. Don't know if we can see the replay. It's well fielded, and Johnny Bairstow quickly whips the bails off. Just the start Yorkshire need, really.
Wow. I was just watching the replay. I'll watch it again. Just look at Toby Albert. He seemed to stop initially, didn't he? And then he dives in, and I mean, it looked out. We're at a horrible angle, but it looked out from here.
Yeah, he sort of a quarter of the way down the wicket. You know, he had his head down because he knew he was going to be in strife, and
I should think he'll be a little mad. I mean, Dawson's called that.
yeah, it's funny because the big scoreboard says wicket Dawson run out for 10, but it's not.
No, it's not. Will Luxton was the fielder. That's a good piece of fielding as well. It was always tight.
Yeah, you can just see he wasn't backing up, and on the replay there, sort of stuck on the back foot.
The throw's right over the top of the stumps, isn't it? I mean, Bairstow's taking it and taking the bails off at the August in the same movement. It's a top-class throw. But that was always tight. I think the minute that Dawson decided they should run, you thought, oh gosh, this is going to be interesting.
Ben Brown, Hampshire's captain, new captain for the year.
Yeah, he had a good year last year with a bat. Averaged 41, which is pretty much what he averaged his career. He's averaging 39, which is pretty good as a keeper, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And this will be a key partnership for Hampshire. You know, this. I think I mentioned to you this morning when I got in. You know, just listening into the commentary yesterday, and how this game is sort of moving forward. This third innings is going to be such a crucial innings.
Certainly is. The lead is 55 at the moment, and Hampshire have just lost their first wicket of the morning. Wasteful wicket, really.
But yeah, just talking about that sort of previous point, you know, talking about averages and, you know, Hampshire signing Mark Stoneman, I think it's, has done best bowls to Ben Brown, and that's worked to short mid-wicket. They've got like a sort of catching straight mid-wicket, then you're mid-on. He's actually moved a little bit squarey. So a catching mid-wicket and an actual mid-wicket is a little bit deeper. Has done best bowls to Ben Brown, and that's defended back to him. Yeah, I think it puts a lot of pressure on both of them. You know, it adds a bit of competition, which is really good. It's healthy.
Definitely.
Don Bess again, and that's worked to mid-on. Thought about a run, but decided against it.
Ben Brown v Yorkshire.
Well, so Jonathan's just mentioned Ben Brown against Yorkshire averages 62. Well, he needs that this innings.
He could do with a 60 now.
So successful over there for Yorkshire.
Mind you, when is there ever a time when the batsman walks to the crease, or batter I should say, walks to the crease and say, we could do with a 60 now? I mean, it's very rarely you walk to the crease that it don't really matter what you get. It's very rare.
I'll tell you a funny story. Well, going back, this is a while back now, 2003, we happened to play a test match against Australia in Perth, and that same game Matthew Hayden got 380,
Right.
which was then a world record at the time. But we had a long list of their batters and where to bowl to them, and
Come back to that as Ben Code comes in, right arm over, runs away from us. Oh, he's beaten Liam Dawson. It's a beautiful delivery. That's just pitched and left Dawson. Just drew him into the shot, beat the outside edge. Just watching that on the replay. That's a beautiful shape on that ball.
and every wicket we got, we'd go open this piece of paper and say, right, where do we bowl to the next guy? And I mean, the list was Justin Langer, Matthew Hayden, Ricky Ponting, Steve Waugh, all these great
Whoa.
players. And after 4 wickets, he would just chuck the paper away. What's the point?
Code again into Dawson, oh, and he's just holding the line, but that ball, you can see, we're not quite line to line. Not like the camera if you watch on the live picture feed, but we can see the ball shaping away.
Yeah, it's moving late as well, isn't it?
It is, and that's tricky as a batter, isn't it? How would you play this?
I would actually bat on off stump.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would be Liam Dawson right now. I'll back my chances. I'll back my ability to play the straight ball, and therefore I would know that anything outside of my line I can leave alone.
Mind you, you're also left-handed. But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Let's play that into the covers. That ball didn't move quite so much. Made it a little easier to play. So 176 for 6. Hampshire have added just 12 runs in 32 minutes of play and have lost Toby Albert.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you find Ben Code bowl one from wide of the crease. Yeah, just to suck Liam Dawson into a drive or forward defence.
Code. Yeah, that's the forward defensive shot there. And there is no run. Right, I've just found that game at Bradford Park Avenue. August 1978. It rained a lot. So Yorkshire batted first. Made 305 for 1. Now, Peter Ingram. Now, Yorkshire fans will obviously know a lot more than this. He made 81. Jeremy Lloyd's got him. Remember the old umpire? Played a bit for Gloucestershire. That's played by Dawson out to mid-wicket. And Barry Ledbetter, who went on to become an umpire, 149 not out. And Colin Johnson, George is nodding, made 55 not out. So the ones that didn't bat, Stuart Hartley, Arnie Sidebottom, Ryan's dad, played for Manchester United a bit as well.
Peter Hartley's relative?
I don't know if Stuart Hartley was anything to do with Peter Hartley. I don't know, let me have a look actually. Dawson plays that out on the onside. He had a son who was Jack Hartley, so no, obviously. Oh,
but we used to call him Jack.
Yeah, well, yeah, actually we used to call Peter Hartley Jack, but maybe that's nothing. Right, others played in that game. Russell Heritage, David Smith. Now, I didn't know this. Doug Paget played that game. This is making me feel very old. Mike Ball. I'll come to a bit more in a minute. Go on.
Don Best continuing to Ben Brown. Let's hit him on the pads. Large appeal from Yorkshire, but...
Jeff Cope, who was done for throwing big time, wasn't he? He was, and it was official, so that's not... And Simon Dennis, the left-arm seamer. So that was the Yorkshire side. So 305 for 1.
Don Bass again. That's a reverse sweep by Ben Brown. Yorkshire do have a deep point. Interesting. So early on in his innings. Very confident.
Now I had a bowl. 4 overs, none for 11. That's not too bad, is it? But it gets better. And now I remember this game because it rained and it was uncovered wickets. And as the Yorkshire score would suggest at 305 for 1, it was flat as anything. But then the rain came and the wicket went all over the place.
Yeah.
When we batted. 136 all out.
Wow, okay.
KD James, equal top score of 26.
Oh, look at that. Don Bess around the wicket now to Liam Dawson. He's worked that to a fine square leg, no run.
And 98 for 8. KD James, top scorer in the second innings with 26. 1978, mate.
Wow.
I was trying to think how old I was.
Yeah. As that's forward defended back to Don Bass.
17.
17
then.
See, you showed your potential even then, eh?
Well, there must have been
Look at
something.
that.
There must have been something there.
Don Bass coming into Liam Dawson. Nice work to mid-wicket. They've got a straight mid-wicket now. Catching. Mid-on has gone a little bit deeper and a wide mid-wicket. That's a little bit quicker, and Liam Dawson's worked that onto the offside for a single. Good running.
Make sure you're ready.
Yeah,
the non-strikers.
That's right. And that's the end of the over. Hampshire 178 for 6 with a lead of 57.
Right, another email here. Darren Mail, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good to be back at the cricket on this sunny day. Looking forward to the season and all the commentaries. As for the Grand National, I've gone with, another one gone with Stumptown. I wanted a horse with something to do with cricket, and that's the best I could find. Yeah, I think we've had one or two of those, which... Mike James, no relation, has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, surely it's third man in men's cricket and third woman in female cricket. No, there's not. It's not Mike. It's just third. 178 for 6.
Yeah, I had the unfortunate mistake of sending out a nice little post picture of the ground this morning. I said, right, send me in your request, basically.
Oh.
And yeah, there's a lot of love for Yorkshire. I won't repeat it, but no.
Yorkshire fans will remember you getting 100 here in a semi-final of a one-day game. Is it me? It is me, isn't it? I should concentrate a bit better. This is George Hill, who bowled so well last night. First ball, right-arm medium pacer. It's played by Dawson square on the offside. So Ben Code, his spell this morning, I'll come to that in a minute, I'll work that out for you. Bowled well again. He seems to have got increasingly more difficult to play as this innings has gone on.
Yeah, you probably find that the lacquer has also come off.
Yeah, agreed. Dawson works that straight delivery to mid-wicket. Still 2 slips for George Hill, who's bowling a commentary end, which is the hotel end here at the Utilita Bowl, the northern end. Right, Ben Code this morning bowled 4 overs for 2.
That's impressive.
It's Hill. Dawson's forward. It goes out towards extra cover. Tom Bird has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Says, this is Tom. Casper and Rufus driving to an under-10s football match in Rotherham. Loving the coverage. And good luck with that game today. .178 for 6 then, lead of 57 as Hill comes in. It's another accurate delivery which Dawson steers to mid-wicket. Ralph Brooker has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of August 1978. He says, hi Kev, Sean and Jonathan. Speaking of your star-studded first, second, 11 game, I joined the Royal Hampshire Regiment at exactly the same time, aged 17. So there we are, we now know Ralph's age.
Wow.
Well, I know Ralph's age because he's the same age as me. Here's Hill, and I'm not giving that away too much, although most people can work it out. So played back to the bowler by Dawson. He's got a bit of making up to do here, really, because I think we can say he was... Can we say he's part responsible for that run out? Or I mean, how do we apportion blame there?
I would say maybe 20% Liam and 80% Tony Albert. I think if Tony Albert was backing up, I think he would have made it quite easily.
Right. That's the voice of Sean Irvine. I've deliberately stayed out of that debate. It's pushed up to middle. Because I know the boys listen, so...
Yeah, I know Tony is he's a youngster, so he'd be a lot quicker than I was ever.
Right, now we've got a quick commentary change here. Yeah, Sean, you're coming over to where I am. So Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds is back in, and he'll be the next voice you hear, and then Sean Irvine is staying on.
Thanks, Gav. Don Bass to continue at the pavilion end of the ground. Interesting first 40 minutes or so. Just that run out in the wickets column but the runs have not been flowing particularly. Sean, to take you through this next over.
Cheers, Jonathan. Yeah, Dom Best continuing to Ben Brown. That's just forward defence back to him.
Got a bit of a buzz going on.
Yeah, we have.
Plague of blue bottles in the commentary box.
Sun's out, bees out. And again, that's a reverse sweep by Ben Brown. A lot to find up, but they do have cover up there. So Yorkshire have done their homework.
What I should have said was it's a great buzz commentating with you, Sean. So
No.
not sure what it is, but see if we can adjust a wire or two. Hopefully you're not getting that yourselves, folks, and it might just be in our cans. That was Bess to Dawson with a stifled appeal after he tried to play a sweep shot. It is now. It was worse than that for a moment or two.
It's forward defence. Was maybe a thought of an inside edge, but evaded Johnny Bairstow. So Yorkshire still do have that deep point in as Dom Best comes around the wicket. A little bit quicker, work to mid-wicket. No run. End of the over. 1 run from there, 179 for 6.
Yeah, 1 for 53 for Bessie from 18 overs. Varying his pace a bit. So, who's the happier of the two at the moment? Well, I guess it's got to be the hosts, given that they've got a lead on the board with 4 wickets left, and also that Yorkshire are right at this moment in time apparently a bowler down. We're not sure if Ben Cliff's going to be able to continue performing that role during this match or not, or whether there's some repair work going on that might enable him to play bowl in the second innings. Not sure. I'll try and find out. Meanwhile, George Hill is continuing from the hotel end of the ground, and then he's dropped out into the offside where Will Luxton, who came out with a cracking piece of fielding to dismiss Toby Albert with that run out. He does the fielding there as well. A few people having a stroll around the concourse, getting the steps in.
Yeah, it's a good crowd in actually, and maybe half of them are Yorkshire fans.
I wouldn't. It's hard to put a number on it, isn't it? But there are definitely a few here. People keep having a chat with me in the hotel and in and out of the lift, and there was some in the pub down the road where I went for something to eat last night. Another block there by Ben Brown. I showed you that his average against Yorkshire, Sean, when I was off air just there, because you know sometimes you get this thing in your mind, don't you, that there's a player who always seems to score runs against your team, and I just thought I'll bring the stats up, and yeah, 62, 3 centuries, 4 half centuries against Yorkshire in his days with Sussex, so he's got a good record against the Yorkies. Doesn't get anything off that delivery from George Hill, but 870 runs in 17 knocks, you'd take that.
Yeah, that's a good record. That's a very good record. Yorkshire have bowled really well this morning. Their line has been excellent, hasn't it, and their length. Haven't given anything away.
No, just trying to be miserly and squeeze it as best they can. Good delivery from George, and Brown does have a little push at it. Just maybe a little bit of an offering of a way swing. Maybe a little bit of nip off the pitch. George is one of those bowlers, he can get the ball to swing and he can hit the pitch and get a bit of nip. You tend to sort of often parcel people as swing bowlers or seam bowlers. Yeah. There's a bit of both going on at times, and it just varies often with the condition of the ball as much as anything. 70 overs old here, so they're not too far off a second cherry as Brown leaves one this time wider of off stump.
Yeah, and just looking at their field, you know, they've got a mid-wicket in, so, you know, they're definitely trying to target those stumps, try to be around that sort of off stump as often as they can. And hopefully if one swings away or one nips back, then they feel like they're in business. So
And he comes again, George Hill. Wider of off stump, just dragged slightly back towards the bowler in his follow through. Yeah, he replays the shot as if he was trying to get it away through extra cover. Maiden over for George. Seven maidens from the 15 he's bowled so far. And no further runs added against his tally. 2 for 25 still. So 71 overs into this Hampshire first innings. Yorkshire 121 all out, of course, yesterday. Hampshire bowl well. Yorkshire will want to, or would want to go back and replay a few of the shots that they made for some of those dismissals and do it differently, I would have thought. 179 for 6, 58 run lead.
Don Best is going to continue as Liam Dawson sort of skips down the wicket for defence to mid-off. I get the feeling he's trying to be positive to Dom Best. He comes in again and again and using his feet for defence. Or maybe he's trying to scuff up the wicket for when he bowls, eh?
Who'd have thought of that?
These tactics. Dom Best, that's a little bit shorter, and that's worked to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Still looks a good pitch, doesn't it? Day 2, Sean, and it's definitely not a 1-2-1 pitch.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, Liam Dawson's tactics there, just running down, you know, for a couple of balls, and then he has to change his length up as Dom Best again bowls to Ben Brown, which allows him to obviously bowl, you know, pick up that shorter length ball and knock it over for a single. So good tactics there from Liam Dawson. It's Best again bowls to Ben Brown, and that's reverse swept. Very good shout. You have to look at the replay of that one.
Oh dear.
That is
what is that missing?
Very close. You know, some umpires will actually give you out because of the shot you play,
yeah.
And I feel like that potentially would have been one. Interesting. Don Best again continuing, and he's used his feet there, knocked it just in front of deep cover. Great fielding there, and they're going to go for the third and get there quite easily again. Great fielding, good cricket, and that's 3 runs. End of the over. 183 for 6. Ben Brown probably got away with one there.
Yeah, Bessie's just having a word with the umpire about it, I imagine. Trying to understand why it wasn't given. Johnny Best has also got involved in that a word. So there you go. They obviously think that was out, and that's a fairly big call given his record against Yorkshire, the context of the game as well. If Ben Brown goes for a couple,
that's right.
A player who you've struggled to do well against in the past, you really are kind of, we've got him for 2. 7 down. They're not that far in front yet.
That's right.
Those can be game changers. Here's George Hill bowling to Ben Brown after that 3. Plays it out square on the offside to the man who thought he'd got his wicket there, Don Best.
Yeah, I was listening in yesterday, funny enough. And am I right in saying someone called in to say Johnny Bairstow should have been out? Was it close to LBW call?
Somebody corresponded that they thought he was, early on, and because Kev had said at that point, well, he's Yorkshire captain, I'm not giving him or something. It was the umpire's point of view. Hill driven down the ground, fielded coming around from mid-on there by David Milan, I think it is. They get through for 1. It's not, it's actually Johnny Tattersall. Apologies to both parties. So Tats is on there as well. And in fact, where is David Milan? He'd normally be at mid-on.
I think he's gone off for toilet break.
Okay.
Has he got number 10 on his back?
No, that's Ben Code.
I
So he's not on either. Can't keep up with these on the substitutions. Here's Hill, and that's turned to Tattersall. He wears 12, going around from mid-on to field. So he's at mid-on, Jack White mid-off, Don Bess is in the covers, Will Luxton at point. Obviously Johnny's got the gloves on. Adam Lyth at second. Trying to identify first from a distance, is it Finlay Bean? Hill in and bowling again, and a solid defensive push from Dawson. Jordan Thompson, he's out there in front of square on the leg side, so there are 2 substitute fielders on. Ben Coad, I think, is down at long leg, and James Wharton is the close-in leg side fielder. Straight mid-wicket. Getting down into a catching position as Hill comes in again. And that's turned just to the onside of straight for Tattersall to come in and field. So there are 2 off. We know Ben Cliff, of course, hasn't come on yet today. And there is another Yorkshire player in the distance. He's just gone for a quick sit down, presumably while he waits till the end of the over. So 184 for 6, Hampshire. Lead of 63. 1 ball remaining in George Hill's 16th over, and it's bowled now. And again, defended up to Jack White at mid-off.
What would Yorkshire take, do you think? Lead. When do they start? Obviously, you know, you don't want to. Any lead's a good lead, I guess, but.
I would have said. I was saying yesterday. In context, anything in double rather than triple figures,
yeah,
you'd kind of feel like you've got yourself a little bit of a foot in the game.
Yeah.
If you bat well second time.
Yeah.
You're going to have to bat very well still to try and set a game up.
Yeah.
But that would be my thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, that third innings, I think I mentioned it before, is going to be hugely important. You know, Hampshire bowlers bowled nicely, but I wouldn't say they were. Would you say there was some poor batting, or not really?
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 dismissals where it wasn't the best of the Yorkshire batters, shall we say.
Don Bess continuing to Ben Brown, and he skips down the wicket to Madonna. He's going for a quick single. Madonna's a little bit deeper, and he makes it quite comfortably. Nice and positive feet there from Ben Brown. Straight away, Don Bess around the wicket to Liam Dawson. As he comes in, that's back of it in for work to out to deep wicket, single.
And I think really important from the visitors' point of view that they do try and just keep squeezing. I think both these players, they don't want to be dominated by the bowler, so they, you know, if there's a 2 or 3 over period, they might just try and play something that's maybe not on.
Ben Brown facing up, and that's edged wide of first slip. It's got to go to the boundary for 4. Wasn't far away at all from Adam Lyth, who's a very good slip fielder. Just caught Ben Brown. He didn't go forward, didn't go back. Lovely ball there from Don Bess.
Yeah, to be fair to Ben Brown, he mostly got over the top of it, didn't he? And it was on its way down wide of Adam Lyth.
Don Bess comes down. Ben Brown just using his feet and just getting yorked a little bit. Don Bess, so these 2 are being very positive to him. He comes in again to Ben Brown, who again skips down the wicket, back of a length. Straight to that sort of catching mid wicket, no run. Price just pats it. Sorry, Ben Brown just pats it back to that short mid wicket. End of the over. Hampshire move on to 190 for 6. 69 runs. 69 run lead.
Nick Moxon asks regarding the Kookaburra, and am I correct in thinking there will be a larger seam on the Australian balls during the Ashes, and these will be used later in the summer?
Wow.
My answer to that is dunno. Unless it's been Saki. Bent Nielsen says, I'm happy with the change to batter. It's very sensible, but don't get me started on cow/bull corner. Okay. Here's George Hill continuing then from the hotel end at 190 for 6. It's up there and round about leg stump. Dawson working it to Tattersall, who's now gone to square leg. Or just in front of. Keith Bruce says, with the mention of Mike Bohr, a wonderful story how at Middlesbrough the opposition was short of fielders due to injury. Bohr was sent out and he took a blinding catch to get out Boycott. Threw the ball up in the air in triumph. Boyks put Bohr's kit outside the dressing room. Hadn't heard that one before. Hill, nice shot. This time from Dawson, it was just back of a length and he's just punched it through the covers. Will Luxton will keep him to 2. And Woodini, following my Yorkshire tea photo the other day, says, aye, but it wasn't Yorkshire water with it. Glad to hear you back, Doidgy. That is at JD's events or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. At Sean_Irvine, at Solent Sport for my colleagues. Hill is in again, and that's worked off the hip this time. Tattersall is quick in the field, but so too on that occasion was Ben Brown. Makes it through to complete the single. 11 now to Brown from 24. Dawson 16 off 53, so they've both got pretty good starts under their belts.
Yeah, there's a nice little partnership building here, isn't there?
.176 when the last wicket fell. Hill in, and that's run away backward of point this time. Luxton chasing down through third man. They'll get just the one. Good bit of fielding. Just backing his bowlers and not allowing any extra runs. Brian Norden says, enjoying the commentary today as I often do, having attended the first day yesterday and sit in the lovely warm sunshine to see Yorkshire open their season. I came with a Hampshire debenture holder with whom I had also gone to Portsmouth v Leeds a few weeks back. I'm clearly his lucky charm, as not only did I witness one of Leeds' worst performances of the season, but I had to yesterday sit through Yorkshire's humiliation of its first innings. George Hill this time full, and Dawson working to Ben Code at mid-on. He says he might be able to get me a ticket for the playoff final, but I think I'll decline MOT. Leeds kicking off in half an hour at Luton. Those interested will, I'm sure, already be aware of that. And pushing for promotion back to the Premier League. Oh, now then, it's wide of off stump. He's had a push at it. He's got 4, Liam Dawson, through third man, which is vacant. It was wide of second slip. And that completes George Hill's 17th over, 2 for 34 off 17. 7 of them maidens. As we make it to the midday mark, 75 overs complete. Sean's having a well-earned breather. And JMO, well, he's been for counselling, having looked at a scorecard this morning that said he was playing cricket in 1978. And he's back.
Scary, isn't it? Well, so what's the lead now for Hampshire? They're 198 for 675 lead. It is currently, having started the day with a lead of 43. He's got his arm round the bowler there, just having a chat about the field at mid-off. It's going to be Don Best to continue anyway.
Ben Code it was.
Ben Code. Fabulous spell from him this morning. 4 overs for just 2. Great shape on the ball away from the bat. Unlucky not to have picked up at least 1 wicket. The 1 wicket that has fallen has been a run out. Here's Best, although he's just stopped as he was just about to get into his delivery stride. Reset, and here he is again. Reverse sweep there, lovely reverse sweep there from Ben Brown, and that's going down to 3rd, and that is 4 runs, and the lead now passes 80, and that is the Hampshire 200 up in the 76th over, so not too long before a second new ball is due. 295 minutes those 200 runs have come up in. So 81 is the lead. Brown moves on to 16, and here's Bess again. Another reverse sweep. Hits a little harder, so it's gone just backward of point, or deep point, I should say. It's gone to Johnny Tattershaw, who's on as a sub-fielder this morning. Chris Cook has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, says hello from a very warm Shane Warne stand. Here's a question for you. Milan, Thompson and some others have light blue, yellow and dark blue stripes at the bottom of their sweaters, but some others don't have these. He's round the wicket this time. Brown works that to mid-wicket. Do they mean they have their colours, or is it just a wardrobe choice, says Chris. Doidgy?
Capped players.
Yes. Oh, there's a big shout. He's gone.
He knew
and
it, didn't
Bess
he?
has done it. He did. Dawson knew straight away, and he was off. Bess around the wicket to Liam Dawson. And Dawson goes for the sweep, and yeah, he just bangs his bat as the finger goes up, and he goes for 20. It is quite unusual, of course, with an off-spinner going round the wicket. So the ball has to pitch in line and it has to straighten, but when you look at the replay, probably has just about done all of those. It's a bit of a mistake. Just watching the replay again, just to make sure. Ball, yeah, it's pitching and it has straightened.
It's just sort of hit him top of the thigh, hasn't it? And
Yeah.
crouched.
I mean, normally you can pretty much say you're fairly safe as a batter. The ball has to be fairly full, but that has actually straightened, so it's given Bess a bit of a chance, and that's a mistake. And that's the second mistake of the morning from a Hampshire point of view, which has given Yorkshire another wicket. 203 for 7 then. Dawson departs for 20. So Toby Albert ran out for 19, Dawson for 20, which kind of continues a sort of a run in this game, really, where players have sort of got in and sort of done all the hard work and then are getting out. A lot of the Yorkshire top order got into the teens and then got out. Milan 31 before lunch. He was run out as well. Mistake there. Direct hit from Mark Stoneman. But players just seem to find themselves, just seem to find a way of getting out when they're probably thinking about just playing in a different phase of their innings. So Don Bess has picked up his second wicket, having picked up Fletcher Middleton last night. The ball that looped off the inside edge onto his pad, and great agility shown by Johnny Bairstow running from behind the stumps to take a catch which normally a short leg would take. Nick Jenkins has also emailed as we wait for Brett Hampton, the Kiwi, to take his guard and just compose himself. Nick says, morning guys, watching yesterday and today, the practice of backing up now seems to be lacking in the first class game. We know the advantage of stealing a few yards after the bowlers released the ball. Thoughts, he says. Well, I think after several incidents of man-cadding, I think non-striking batsmen or batters are a little bit more hesitant to probably take a couple of paces down the pitch. Right, Brett Hampton with his first delivery in Hampshire colours. He works that away down to fine, and it could be his not only his first delivery but his first boundary. And that ball makes its way all the way to the rope. And Hampton is off the mark straight away with a boundary. 207 for 7. He got a wicket in his first over for Hampshire yesterday. and a boundary with his first ball. So a nice bright start from the Kiwi all-rounder. From Northern Districts, those of you that know your New Zealand geography will know exactly the area. Mount Maunganui, I think he told me exactly where he's from. Let's just push forward out on the offside.
That looks a lovely spot when you see it on TV.
It is, yeah.
Never been fortunate enough to get to New Zealand yet, but that does look lovely.
Yeah. And a winner of the Plunket Shield, although unfortunately for him, as I mentioned yesterday, he didn't actually play the final game. So having done a lot of hard work with Northern Districts throughout the Plunket Shield competition, missed out on the last game where they had to beat Otago, and they did, and he was either already in the air or already here. Well, he had to watch his teammates carve out a victory.
Shame that, isn't it, really, as well, after all that work, because you'd really want to celebrate that, wouldn't you?
You would.
You know?
Definitely.
You would want to celebrate that.
So, yeah, but he did his part, that's for sure.
So George Hill is going to continue this spell. Another good one from him so far this morning. Hasn't added to those 2 wickets he took yesterday, but continues to ask questions and keep it tight. And at the moment, that is the way to go for the Yorkies. That lead 86 now. Still 3 wickets to take. Here is George Hill bowling to Ben Brown. Straight blade. Sounds quite woody, that one, as he stroked it to mid off. Yeah. Jack White doing the fielding. He's got the white floppy on. But yeah, I mean, I've not gone through it one by one, but I think the difference between the sweater colours is capped players and non-capped players. So solid navy or Oxford blue band. Those beauty from George Hill. That's got through Ben Brown and travelled on its way really through to Johnny Bestow's gloves.
There's a spot, isn't there?
Yeah.
Just short of a length. Keep hitting it, as George Hill did last night, and he's doing here, and Ben Code found this morning. Keep hitting that spot. You're going to be unlucky not to pick up 1 or 2 wickets.
Two slips in place then. Ring field, but man set back square on the leg side. And Brown just pushing forward to this one, to Bess in the covers. No run. Should also take a moment to say hello to Audrey Woodhouse back up there in Yorkshire. Audrey can't get to many games these days, but long-standing Yorkshire supporter. And she rang me this morning. So I'm really pleased that you're back on again this year and all that, which was lovely. So, hi Audrey. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far today. As George Hill is in, and that's turned square on the leg side by Brown to Tattersall, who was, maybe still is, was sweeping out there square on the leg side. He's been brought in now with Hampton taking strike. They got a single. Still a while to go before the lunch break, but one of the ground staff, don't know if that's the head groundsman, is on the roller. A couple of people sitting in the T20 dugouts, which are set up one behind the other. There's Hill again, pushing forward Hampton. Up to Jack White, no run. Passing air traffic. We'll get a good view up there today with zero cloud in our view. Facing south? Yeah, facing
it is over the
south.
Bob Branscoe Pavilion, yeah, that's south, down towards the Solent.
George Hill. And again, that is backward of square. Little flick from Hampton to take his score on to 5 with that single and complete George Hill's over, costing 2 runs, 18 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 36. 77 overs complete. They're in front on the over 8 Yorkshire, which is
good.
Yeah, slightly unusual.
Yeah. It's always good when you look up at the board and see that. You know you're not going to get a points deduction, which is now every game. I think it has been for a little while. It used to be over a period of time. Now it's literally on a game-by-game basis, so it's quite important, those figures on the scoreboard.
Kate Holsworth, alias Dutch Bird Kate, sent us in a lovely photograph taken from the top of Mount Maunganui. Beautiful. It does look beautiful, doesn't it? Yeah.
Without looking at my New Zealand map, I think it's just to the top and to the right, if I remember rightly. I should know. I've spent about 2.5 years there, but it's a long time
to
ago.
the top and to the right.
Well, it's below Auckland. It's below Auckland, but you sort of go right as you look at the map, and then up a bit. Oh, that's a Coromandel, isn't it? Oh, I think it is part of that. I'm going to have a look. Right, that's turned away on the leg side. I'm talking rubbish as usual. Sorry. It's in the Northern Districts area, that I can tell you. In the North Island, yes. Thanks, Sean. Hampton facing Bess here. Hampton's on 5 not out. The Kiwi all-rounder. Right-hander. Bess is continuing with this round the wicket line. That's turned behind square on the leg side. I'm now going to have a look at my New Zealand map, because it's been so long since I was there. And you do sort of forget sometimes, or I do anyway. Right, let's have a quick look. Well, I keep an eye on Bess, of course. Bowls, and Hampton flicks it away just square of the wicket, which allows Ben Brown to come through, call him through for a single. Total moves on to 210 for 7. The lead is 89. Right, let's have a look. Bess used his feet there a little bit, Brown, as he works out to mid-wicket. I can't find the names I'm looking for. Brown just gets wrapped on the pad, but he's quite a long way down the wicket, having taken at least a pace down there, so a little bit of a hopeful appeal. So you've got Tauranga to the right. I think that's a bit further. You've got Gisborne. Might have to look at another map. It's not giving me the names I want. Anyway, just keep talking amongst yourselves, fellas and ladies. That's push forward defensive back down the line of the pitch. End of the over then. So we've had 78 overs of this Hampshire first innings, which means the new ball, the second new ball, is available in 2 overs. Hampshire are 210 for 7, having started the day 164 for 5. They have a lead of 89 with Ben Brown on 18 and Brett Hampton on 6.
And Yorkshire are turning to the golden arm of Adam Lyth to bowl some of his off-spin from this hotel end, with a couple more left with this old ball. You feel like the weighting, if you like, on Dom Bess is just increased a bit here with Ben Cliff not being out there on the field, because he's going to have to take some more of the heat off the seamers in terms of workload, and he's doing that, and so it's important for him to bowl well and therefore be able to stay on. It's not great, is it, if they manage to get after Dom and Johnny Bairstow feels he needs to take him out of the attack, and then he's got to turn back to seam and less rest and all of that. So he's doing a good job so far. Here's Adam Lyth from the hotel end bowling to Hampton, and the typical Lyth-like yelp as he pushes forward. Ben Cody's going through a few stretching exercises in preparation for that second new ball. He's down at mid-off doing an odd squat. Finley Bean's gone to long on, right on the boundary rope as we speak. There's also a mid-wicket out on the boundary edge, Johnny Tattersall, as Hampton just drops one in front of square on the leg side. Will Luxton's been sent out into the deep as well, backward point. Bess is at cover. There's George Hill at slip. There's also a long leg out on the boundary, and then James Wharton, he's at a wide mid-on on the wicket ends. And Jack White, who's also going through a few looseners in prep for the second new ball, is just level with the umpire backward of square legs, the stoppage, which is why I'm not describing a delivery, because Bairstow's been doing a bit of an equipment sort out, and he's standing up as Lyth comes in again. Can make the ball turn, Adam Lyth. I think we see that regularly when he bowls, as Hampton just defends. So that's the fielding setup. Can he draw him into something that Hampshire wouldn't want? Not at the moment, as Hampton pushes forward into the offside and George Hill's round to field. There's been plenty of encouragement shouted around the field among the Yorkshire lads in the first hour and a quarter or so. Picked up those 2 wickets this morning. Toby Albert run out for 19 and Liam Dawson LBW to Don Best for 1. As Lyth bowls to Hampton, who takes the opportunity to pick up a single, running the ball to Ben Code at deepish mid-off. Still that bit of peripheral movement, but 1 or 2 people almost glued to their seats. I've got my seat, not stopping, not moving, not moving for nobody.
It's in the sun.
Yeah, cracking conditions for a game of cricket. And this, remember, is day 2 of the campaign. Lyth again, floats one up wide of off stump, enables Brown to get on the back foot, open the face, and run it out to Luxton. Square on the offside for a single to complete Adam Lyth's over. 1 over for 2.
So I've got my New Zealand geography together now. Mount Maunganui is basically north of Rotorua, on the coast of the North Island, south of the Coromandel, and that's all just below Auckland. So most of you that have been there will know that. I should have known that, but anyway, just nice to refresh myself. So that's basically where Brett Hampton's from. The lead is 91 here. Stephen Clark on the email, sullencricket@gmail.com. He's actually not actually on the ground, but he's emailed saying, "Missing me?" Of course. My grand national choice has been mentioned numerous times. Yes, we have much Stumptown. 50 years ago today, says Steve, I ensnared Cherry. She loves me so much she's taken me away for the first game of the season. Here's Best from the pavilion end. Bowls, Brown's forward. Plays that quietly on the onside. He's normally here every game, but he did tell me he wouldn't be here for the first one. Thanks to all those who have sent us greetings. We love you almost as much as we love each other. That's a lovely email. And love and kisses, says Steve. He's clearly still loved up and having a nice time. I think he was the one yesterday, Doige, that said he'll be back on Monday, just about the time when Hampshire knocked off the runs.
Okay.
Remember him?
Yeah, I do.
Remember that email? I know you remember that. Down the wicket comes Brown, works it away square on the leg side. I think he was trying to hit it a little straighter.
Don't remember much, Kev.
No.
But I do remember that 50 years ago this year, I'm not sure if it was to the day, the Grand National was won by Lescargo.
Was that 50 years ago?
Who beat Red Rum into second place when he was going for a hat-trick.
Surely that's not that long ago, is it? Is it
yeah,
really?
1975.
Good grief, that's scary. Mark Allen's also emailed sullencricket@gmail.com as Best bowls and forward is Hampton. That's tight forward defensive. Go on.
It was owned by Mr. Raymond Teasy Weezy Guest or something he was called. I can just remember the David Coleman. Astonishing, you won the Grand National, quite remarkable. Amazing. How do you feel?
That's like a cross of David Coleman and Fred Truman. Let's play that square on the offside. 214 for 7. Hello all, says Mark Allen. Sitting at home cleaning the house in Derby and wishing I was in West End. Quick question about third. Is it an old chestnut that I've never heard? Is it? It's an old chestnut or something. Hang on, it's one of those that I should read for beforehand. Brown works that to backward a point where the fielder is deep, and he will keep the strike for the start of the 80th over. Will Yorkshire take the second new ball straight away? 215 for 7. Where did it come from? And in August 1978, he says he was 7. Mark Allen. We're getting 1978 a big mention as a year, as we were talking about it earlier. Third has come about basically because the women's games become so prominent that third man in some quarters was considered not appropriate, so it's gone to third. Sean Irvine is back, and Sean, just as you come back on, I was waiting to read this message out.
Oh boy.
From Woodsy.
Oh, yeah, we go.
Plumber to the stars.
Yeah.
Who is your big mate at Langley Manor Cricket Club, who
Yes.
play just outside Southampton. Are you still playing for them? Are you going to play for them a couple of times this year?
I'm not sure, to be honest. That's up in the air at the moment.
Right.
But I will be available.
Right. Well, there you are. So Woodsy's listening.
Yeah.
He says, yesterday was a brilliant day. He was on the ground. He says, say hi to Langley Manor's Sean Irvine for me. See, I think of you as former Hampshire and Zimbabwe all-rounder, but he thinks of you as Langley Manor's Sean Irvine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that think of me as something else as well, but...
He says, give me a shout out. I'm in London today, says Woodsy, catching up with mates I met in India on the last England tour. That's right, he sent me some pictures of that. He was out there when England were out there gallivanting around India. So the second new ball has been taken, and it will be Ben Code.
Very good. So 2 slips and a gully to Ben Brown as Ben Code runs in. And straight away, that's jumped at him. They've gone for a quick single between sort of mid-wicket and mid-on. So already 1 ball in and there's something happening with the new ball.
Well, we expect it really, don't we? The old ball was doing a little bit this morning.
Yeah, there seemed to be a sort of a patch on the length in there that seems every now and then one would take off. So Ben Code bowled well his first spell this morning.
4 overs for 2.
Yep.
Still wicketless in the game though, which is slightly surprising. He seems to have got better as the innings has gone on.
52 wickets, I think, last year. As Ben Code runs in again, and it's 4 defended.
56.
56.
He was Yorkshire's highest wicket taker, 15 apiece.
Wow. That is excellent.
It's a good bowler. It's not a great pace, but you don't need to be.
Yeah, he's got wonderful control, and like I say, he's got subtle adjustments that he makes, you know, wide of the crease, close to the stumps, as he runs in again, and this one's just left alone, outside off. It looks like sometimes he just comes, every now and then he bowls one for more round arm than sort of over the top.
Yeah, I agree.
And maybe that's just a sort of variation that he's sort of got in his armour. But I did play against him. He did get me out. We actually played in that game, I think it was 2017.
Ooh.
I think that was his first season.
Yes.
And I think we may have been 58 for 6 in our first innings up in Headingley. Jamo's just looking it up.
I remember the game, I was there.
And we somehow won that game from that position.
Riley Russo.
Yep. I
Got
think
some runs.
Lewis McManus. I think Lewis McManus, who's up in Northants, I think he was actually not out in both innings. As Ben Code, that's 4 defended to point.
April 2017.
2017.
Hampshire won by 4 wickets. Yorkshire batted first, 273. Gary Balance got 120.
Right.
And Hampshire first innings 141 all out.
141. Right, let's have a look. When do the wickets? There we go. 5 for 58.
Court Balance bowled Code. Sean Irvine, no score.
Yep, that was a duck. Yep. Ben Code in, and we quickly forgot about that as Brett Hampton drove that to cover, and that is the end of the over. 216 for 7.
So was that caught in the slips?
No, that was caught, I believe, mid-off.
Ben Code got 6 for 37 and you were caught mid-off.
I was caught mid-off. I think that was right towards the end of the day as well. obviously it doesn't tell you what time you were given out, but I think that was right towards the end of the day.
Okay. Well, actually, it might do, actually, because at the end of day 1, Hampshire were 58 for 5.
There we go.
And
which was me.
You were...
Was it me?
No.
Riley Russo.
You were the 4th wicket.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
Russo was the 5th.
Yeah, and if you have a look at Riley, 558, that was only in 15.5 overs.
Yeah.
So
Russo 23 off 32. That's the way he played. Yep. So Code was 6 for 37. Tim Bresnan was 4 for 53. New bowler at the pavilion end is Jack White. Bustling right arm seamer, making his Yorkshire debut. That's pulled away by Brown. It's gone quickly down to a squarish fine leg. Brown moves on to 23, 217 for 7. So Yorkshire in their second innings, 187 all out. Half centuries from Balance and from Andrew Hodd, keeper. 7 for 41, Kyle Abbott. And then Hampshire in the second innings, 321 for 6.
yes.
Runs shared.
That's right, yeah.
Apart from one batter.
That's it, yeah.
That was you.
I had a great game then, that one.
Caught hold Bob Bresnan for 8.
Caught down the leg side, I believe. Yeah.
White bowls. Hampton just gets an inside edge onto the pad. Stifled appeal. 72 from Jimmy Adams was the top scorer. But yeah, I remember that game. Code 2 for 96 in the second innings. I do remember it because you're right. The game before, because that was early on.
That's right.
And it was, that was the first game of that season for both sides. But I do remember you guys going up there and people were talking about Ben Code even then. So he must have done something earlier in the season. But that was the first round of fixtures, so maybe it was the back end of the year, I don't know. But I remember that's played out on the offside because the talk was of Ben Code when you went up there, and I think it was, oh yeah, he's only just started his career, it was probably a one-off.
Yeah.
And then he went to and got 6.
Yeah, he cleaned me up. But there was another game, I don't know what year it was, we chased 400. When was that? That was also against Yorkshire. So we
Was that here?
No, that was up in Headingley.
No, we'll have a look for that.
You can have a look for that. But yeah, we seem to have the wood over Yorkshire.
Well, Hampshire won the last game here between these two sides as Hampton just works that up towards short extra cover. June 2022, Hampshire won by 2 wickets.
Do you notice I whispered that away from JD?
What, that you won?
No, that Hampshire have the wood over Yorkshire.
Yeah,
I kept quiet about that.
Well, let's see if we can find that scorecard, because Shaw must have done something in the game, otherwise you wouldn't have brought it up.
No, I didn't even play in it, JMO.
Oh, you didn't?
I didn't even play in it. I think I was carrying drinks, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why was that?
I don't know, to be honest.
What year do you think, roughly? Here's Craig White. Ooh, he's come across his stumps there. He's played that very fine down to fine leg. That's going for 4. That looked fairly straight, that delivery. Hampton's done well to get it that fine. Just watching the replay there, and yeah, it's probably going down the leg side. Total moves on to 221 for 7, and Hampshire's lead now is exactly 100 runs. What year?
I want to say maybe 2006.
Oh gosh. Let's go 2005 then. First class game, obviously.
Yes.
And you reckon it's up at Headingley?
Yep.
That one. 2006. Hampshire won by 5 wickets. Is that the one you're talking about? Here's White again. Hampton works that away square on the leg side. There'll be 1, there'll be 2. Jogging through the second run. Hampton moves on to 14. 223 for 7 at the end of that Jack White over. So is it that one where Yorkshire got 350? 91 from Tim Bresnan. 4 wickets for Shane Warne.
All right, I think Jimmy got runs.
Hampshire first innings, 248 all out. Dominic Thornley, the Australian, 76. Yeah. 4 wickets for Tim Bresnan. Yorkshire second innings, 301 for 8 declared, with 100 for Anthony McGrath.
There we go.
And there we are, Hampshire 404 for 5.
Yeah, we chased that in 111 overs.
Oh, I remember that game. Jimmy Adams.
Yep.
Yes, 168. I was there, yes.
And I think Greg Lamb got a whole bunch in not much time.
Greg Lamb, 32 not out off 18.
Yeah,
it went late into the day.
As Ben Code runs in, and that slapped through the offside by Ben Brown. Not sure it's going to go all the way. Yeah, well fielded there. Not too sure who that is. That cover, but 3 runs to Ben Brown.
Those were the days when the changing rooms were shared with the rugby down the bottom end of the ground.
That's right. And also, you know, there was a lot more sort of negotiating of sort of games and declarations, and I think people were sort of more willing to sort of set games up, much to the annoyance of, you know, the people watching, because sometimes it would just be lob ups and smash to the boundary as Code runs in again. That looks really close, maybe a bit high.
Yeah, that's my first thought.
Yeah,
good shout.
That's straight.
Comes across his stumps a little bit, Brett Hampton, doesn't he?
Does. He's a tall man.
Yeah. A bit high.
But yeah, and obviously Warney was captain, so I don't know who captained for Yorkshire. Was it Warney? Michael Vaughan? No.
Craig White.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, he was brilliant at setting games up, Warney. Ben Code again, that's player mess. Lovely shape and line that from Ben Code.
I still remember. Were you around that time when the final day up at Le Headingley? I think it might have been a Saturday, where it was weather pretty similar to this, and the game was called off at about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Bright sunshine, and the groundsman was watering the wicket. I do remember that.
You playing in that one?
Yep, I played in that one. Yeah, Ben Code again to Brett Hampton, and that's just racks him on the thigh pad. They have a leg slip in.
I just remember, because I was covering the game for the Saturday, and I turned up at the ground, and Paul Terry, you know, was he coach at the time? Yeah, he was putting his kit in the car. And this was about 9 o'clock in the morning. I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "You going back early?" He said, "No, the game's off."
Yeah.
And he was like this with the sun out.
Yeah.
So what was the story there?
I think there was so much had been lost, so much cricket had been lost throughout the game. As Ben Code again wraps him on the pads. I think he's a fair way down the wicket there, Brett Hampton, and also quite high. And I think there was so much cricket lost to the weather, that I think it got to the point that was the only day that the actual sun actually shone, and that I think everyone just was fed up and just called it really early. I think we actually drove into the ground. I think we might have been drinking by then. I don't know. I'm not sure, but
I just remember seeing the sprinklers on the outfield, and the game was off.
Well, I do remember as Brett Hampton knocks it into the covers to finish the over. Hampshire 226 for 7, with the lead of 105, and I do remember the fans had all come in because that was the one day the sun was shining, and they let them have it. But yeah, they were moaning and anything, and I think we were out of there by 9:30, 9:45. We were gone all the way back down south.
I did also hear, and I don't know if it's true, but one of the other reasons given was that Warney had, negotiated with the umpires to get it off, and because he had a commitment in London about 3 in the afternoon.
That could easily have been it, to be fair. That could have easily been it.
That was the only way he was going to get down there.
Yeah. But we had quite a few games actually that sort of Warney era where he negotiated sort of with the other captains and set up games, and I think one of them that comes to mind was a game against Notts, which we won from nowhere, and after that we were like trying to get him to set up so many more games.
Jack Wright then from the pavilion end bowls. Ben Brown flicks that away. It's going down to fine. There is a fielder there. Fine leg, I should say. I'm abbreviating all the fielding positions at the moment. 227 for 7. Brown moves on to 27, and that lead now is 106.
Yeah, and I think Warney had spoken to Stephen Fleming, who was the captain of Notts at the time, and set up this ridiculous game. I think they had to chase 220 and 75 overs or something at not much, not many runs and over.
Yeah. Hampton to face White. Hampton drives, gets a thick inside edge, goes to mid-wicket, goes quite quickly. Hampton was setting off there, had to quickly turn.
And Stephen Fleming actually got 100 in that last innings chasing. And then when he got out, Warney just changed the whole way the game was sort of went after that. He brought on Chris Tremlett, told him to bowl the speed of light, and he had obviously himself on the other end. John Crawley actually took 5 catches.
Right.
And he had to stand in for Nick Pothos. Nick Pothos had an injury. He was fielding at fine leg.
White bowls. Hampton's in behind that one.
And John Crawley took 5 catches. May have even been every single one down the leg side, because Chris Tremlett bowled the speed of light, and obviously had Warney on one end. So that was amazing. And I think we just snuck in, and that was a phenomenal victory from nowhere.
Yeah.
But it's just that sort of era. You just tended to sort of negotiate all these games, and nothing was ever dull, especially when Warney was your captain.
No, he didn't let anything drift, did he?
No.
That's for sure. 227 for 7 then. Hampshire have lost 2 wickets this morning. Albert run out for 19, Dawson out for 20. Here's White. Hampton's forward. Straight delivery. Goes out towards mid-wicket. I'm off at the end of this over, I think. Sean Irvine will stay on, and Jonathan Doidge will be back with us very quickly. And before I go, James has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He's listening in from Southampton. He says, watching the stream, and it's nice to hear the voices. Keep up the good work. With no Mo Abbas and James Vince, who do you think will step up this season? I think that'll be one for Sean Irvine to answer that one. As White bowls right on the pad, that looks close, he's gone. I have to say, in the short time I've seen Hampton bat, and we're only talking of 33 balls, I think he's a bit of an LBW candidate. That's a straight delivery, that front foot in front of the stumps, wrapped in front, and he's gone for 14. LBW, and White picks up his 3rd wicket, and Hampshire now are 227 for 8. I don't know, do you agree with that? Do you think he's a bit...
I think that, that front leg sort of tends to plant across his body a bit. He's had a few close shouts the previous over, actually, which the ball just tended to be sort of quite high. But yeah, I mean, I think he'll be a good handful. I think it'd be handy towards for Hampshire towards the bottom end of the.
Yeah, he looks as though he can play, there's no doubt about that. I mean, he's got a good first-class record, even this year in the Plunket Shield, 450 at 41. So he's no slouch with the bat, but he just looks as though maybe he just gets in front of the stumps a little bit, which might just open him up a little bit. So before I go, and we've got, one ball left of this over.
Yeah.
So in answer to that email, who do you think should or might step up with no Abbas and no Vince?
Well, I think it's going to be a number of people. I think everyone sort of as a collective, has got to step up. To be honest, James Vince will leave obviously a huge hole in that lineup. But the likes of Tony Albert, Fletch, Nick Gubbins as well. As a collective, I think they should all sort of step up, and that should cover it. So. When it comes to the bowling lineup, I mean, he used to control the game, didn't he? Mohamed Abbas, and no one sort of really sort of got on top of him. He may have drifted through periods where he didn't get many wickets, but that control that they had, and I think that will be a huge loss for Hampshire. Yeah,
I agree. Kyle Abbott is the new batter to face 1 ball of this over from Jack White. Annie Bassett has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Last match we were listening to you from sunny Lanzarote. You may remember the happy hour conversation. I think I do, actually. Today we're listening to you on our drive to Brockenhurst. Beautiful spot in the New Forest, that is, where we are watching the mighty Fareham Town play. Hoping to be there with you tomorrow if the game is still going. I think it will be. Here's Jack White bowls. And Abbott's forward, edged, gone quickly to fourth slip really. There's a gap between second and fourth. It's along the ground fortunately. End of the over. Good over from White. He has 3 for 50 from 17. Hampshire 227 for 8. They lead by 106. I wish it was 146. It is 106. We have just under 20 minutes to go until lunch. Jonathan Doidge will take you up to the break alongside Sean Irvine.
What do you mean you wish it was 146? What about BBC impartiality? Yeah, 18 minutes to go before the break, and Ben Code is going to continue from the hotel end of the ground before we get stuck into whatever it is. For what's on the menu for you lunchtime, Sean?
I believe a beef moussaka.
Beef moussaka, okay.
Moussaka.
Bit of gammon, I think, in the Dodge corner. 2 slips and a gully as Code is in and bowling here to Ben Brown, who strikes one firmly enough, but straight to Dom Bess. I mentioned Lescargo 50 years ago this year winning the Grand National, and Andy Walker has come back saying, talk of Lescargo makes me feel ancient, JD. I was 11. He was my first ever winner, 25 pence each way, which would have been quite a lot of pocket money, 25p each way in 1975. Mr. Teasy Weezy's real name was Raymond Bessoni, I believe. I thought it was Raymond Guest. Anyway, Andy saying, we need some quick wickets here. I think one has probably fallen since then as Code is in again. That's pushed to the man who took it, Jack White, at mid-off, no run. Oh, actually, no, he does follow up with a further tweet saying he was owned by Raymond Guest, US ambassador to Ireland and a cousin of Winston Churchill. Jim Green, good afternoon to you. Things have gone crackers, he says. And then talks about plant-based diets. Okay. Not sure I've ever really tried the plant-based diet as Cody's in. Brown pushing into the offside, no run. Have you tried a bit of plant-based stuff?
I have at one point. I may have done it for maybe 2 weeks. I'm not against it. Absolutely not against it. So each their own, I guess.
What you found you couldn't handle it longer than that, or was it just a trial or something?
We did it, I think, for about me and my wife, we did it for about 2 weeks, but we found that we ended up needing sort of more sugar, which sounds a bit weird, but when we took the sugar out of it, so yeah, it was quite strange, and I mean, it can be done, but no, someone from Africa, I need something bit more than that. So
sort of lion and chips or something, you mean? That was a single, by the way, to Ben Brown into the offside. So 228 for 8. Kyle Abbott to face just his second delivery here, and his first from Ben Code, who has the shirt hanging out as he makes his way away from us and bowls it now. Oh, good delivery as well. Gone. Finger straight up from James Middlebrook. Absolutely zero hesitation. Hampshire have lost a 9th. They do have a pretty healthy lead of 107, but Yorkshire will feel they're not out of this.
Yeah, wonderful delivery that from Ben Code. Just wide of the crease and just angled it straight back in to the stumps. Pretty much what Kyle Abbott does actually with the ball. So yeah, fantastic bowling there from Ben Code. Rewarded with his first wicket. He's bowled excellent.
Yeah, first of the season, 303rd, I think, in first-class cricket, and averaging, well, average-wise, actually, it's taken him 46 runs to get this one, so that could be back.
Right.
It's 19.4 something before we started play. I'm sure there'll be a live average somewhere that we can tap into. But Kyle Abbott gone without scoring second ball. And yeah, 228 for 9.
You're right though. I mean, Hampshire would like to try and get to, try and get as many as they can really, but you know, ideally 140, 150 would have been very good. Now Yorkshire obviously looking to try and restrict that. Could be in for a very interesting afternoon, Jonathan.
Yep. We love saying that on cricket matches. I know it could be. It's just an interesting game developing.
Yeah, it's good.
Not sure it's going to go 4 days, but
No.
JMO, you can testify much more strong than I can. But the pitch tends never to get any worse here, if not better. And I guess the more we see sunwise on it, the easier it might become to bat on. We'll see. Yorkshire look like they're going to be batting afternoon and evening today, which is different to the other day when they lost 5 during that morning session. So
yeah, that's right.
Still got to bat well, haven't you?
Absolutely.
Especially when you're this far behind.
No, it's going to be important there when they come out to bat. It's going to be hugely important for them to try and get a lead and then have a crack at Hampshire in that last innings.
Sonny Baker then, last man in for Hampshire. Leg slipper's gone in place as well as 2 slips and probably about a 4th really, rather than as wide as a gully. Final ball of the over. Baker has a push and a miss. Ben Code gets some warm applause, particularly from the Yorkshire travelling support. 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 46. Hampshire 228 for 9, lead by 107.
Yeah, I think my choice of lunch was a giveaway, Jonathan, wasn't it? Beef.
Yeah. Lion and chips would have been interesting though.
Yeah.
Rump steak.
No, I do have a tendency to go for the steak option if there is ever one, to be fair. But that's why I don't like eating at these fancy restaurants, because the steaks.
Too small.
You get nothing for it, do you?
No. I had a steak in the pub down the road last night.
Yeah. Which pub was that?
What's it called? Just down West End, literally straight down the road out the back of the hotel.
Might be West End Brewery. Or there's the Southampton Arms, which is just round the corner.
There was some loud music blasting away.
There
was various different sports events on telly. There was some horse racing on one screen. There was Blackburn against Middlesbrough on another screen.
Pool table. Was there a pool table?
Yeah, I think there is one over in the far corner, yeah.
Okay, I think that's the West End Brewery. Nice local spot. So now, obviously it changes things with Ben Brown on 28. Field is spread a little bit as Jack White runs in. As Ben Brown uses his feet and cross bats it to deep mid-on.
That's not inspiring confidence in Sonny Baker as his number 11, is it?
No, it's not.
Just charging Jack White.
And with that sort of forceful shot, Johnny Bairstow brings out his gully to a mid-wicket. Second slip, Adam Lyth goes to gully. So we've got 1 slip and a gully. He's pushing it back a bit. Let's see what's going to happen here as Jack White runs in to Ben Brown. Again, gives himself room. Slaps it to deep point, no run.
Yeah, Will Luxton fielding that. It was Finlay Bean who came out of the slip corner and has gone to cow corner.
Yep. Adam Lyth from gully's now dropping to a 3rd man. So field is spreading for Ben Brown. Minutes to lunch. As Jack White comes in again. And that's just work to deep square. Again, no run. They normally give him 4 balls and then they bring the field in for the last 2 to give him a strike, but we'll see what happens. Johnny Bairstow up by the stumps, just having a word in Ben Brown's ear. Maybe he's asking him, what's good around Southampton tonight?
Not Johnny. He'd be in his jammers at 7:30.
Yorkshire staying at the hotel, are they?
No, they're somewhere down in the town.
Oh, right, in the mixer. Jack White comes in. Ben Brown again. And that's just worked in the air. Just lands short of just deep mid wicket. They do take the single.
Yeah, that was Finlay Bean. Actually, it was pretty much on the spot where the ball dropped when he first moved out, wasn't he? And he'd gone about another 10
That's
yards
right.
and couldn't get in quite.
So everyone's got to come in now.
Ben's just walked down the wicket. Sonny got 2 balls, just a 2. Finlay Bean, unsurprisingly, is making his way back into the slip cordon. He'll go in at 3rd. In fact, no, he's going to gully.
I would definitely have to take cover out. You know, you got a new ball bowling to your number 11 batter. I would take cover out into extra catcher.
Watch him hit it straight to cover now.
Yeah. That's forward defended by Sonny Baker. Mid on. Yeah, you take the risk getting hit for 4 than, you know, him nicking it through slips.
Yeah. Now then.
Now, that's right. Now with the last ball,
Yeah.
there's another field change. There's deep point. Have a deep point and a deep mid wicket. Deep square leg, sorry. As Jack White comes in again. And that's forward defended. Onto the gap, but no run. End of the over. Hampshire 229 for 9 with a lead of 108.
Well done, Sonny boy. So the last 2 out.
Yeah. Fist pump.
I don't know. He probably takes his batting very seriously.
Oh, I'm sure he does. I'm sure it does. I think bowlers generally do, don't they? They like to be able to bat.
Who was around? Who was batting 10 and Jack when you were playing? Who you'd most have taken the mickey out of?
Oh, we had a young guy. He's not young anymore. David Griffiths. Skiddy bowler. Didn't actually often play all that many. He used to get injured a lot, but you know, he had some gas about him. After Hampshire, I think he went across to Kent for a bit. He was so terrified of fast bowling. Oh, he was so terrified. I think there was actually one game that comes to mind. We were playing Lancashire, up in Lancashire, and they had Morley playing for them, and Sajid Mahmood was bowling. He had a decent pace.
Yeah.
And he said to me, when I was batting with him, he said, "You take Sajid, I'll take Morley, thanks." Which he handled pretty well.
Here's Ben Code then bowling to Ben Brown, who slaps one out to Finlay Bean at deep extra cover, no run. And he handled Morley well.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he handled.
Slap him for a bounce.
well.
Did he take him on?
I think he honestly. The really good thing about him is he just literally just played the line. And obviously at Old Trafford it was just turning too much for Morley to get the edge, and you know, I'll try to take on Sajid Mahmood from the other side.
Coding again. Brown this time content to defend. I mean, we were kind of laughing, but it's not great to watch, is it, when the tail enders, you know, sort of scared of the quicker bowling. It makes you feel uncomfortable when you're watching it.
Yeah, and you know, even sort of when we used to practice indoors, you know, leading up to the season, you know, there was a couple of sessions when, you know, the coaches would come in off 18 yards and say, right, here's a situation and scenario, and let's see how you handle it.
Go to Brown again, this time down the leg side. Bairstow takes.
And yeah, it's never pleasant. And I think even, you know, having sort of played in my international days, speaking to guys like Ricky Ponting and some of the Australians that I played against, Adam Gilchrist, you know, I used to say to them, like, so how do you handle facing people like Shoaib Akhtar and obviously their own Sean Tate? And they never liked it. It was always tough. But so
Here's Code in again. Oh, Brown hits it quite nicely up towards long off and thinks about going, but then sends Sonny Baker back. So that is now 4 dots in the over.
And I think we may just get an extra 10 minutes. Or no, it's an extra half an hour they allow for the last wicket. That's obviously if they don't get it before that 1 o'clock. So yeah, it did give me some confidence knowing that obviously I was sort of petrified of these sort of fast bowlers, and some of the greats were also petrified. So yeah, I was quite pleased.
You're not alone. Yeah, 2 square men out here. Everybody else has moved in. And of course, wouldn't you know it, Ben Brown has stepped into that one and lofted it over Jack White at mid-off for 4. Ben Code won't be overjoyed with that, I wouldn't have thought. And Johnny Bairstow, it's prompted him to leave the pavilion end behind and come running the full length of the pitch to have a word with his bowler. He's just waving somebody away. He's asking his square leg to go backward off.
Yeah,
I think, or squarer, Will Luxton.
I feel like a bouncer could be in play here, or he's double bluffing maybe.
Maybe. Johnny's standing back to Ben Code, and you'll often see keepers stand up to Ben. Try and just drag the batter back. Now then, he's got underneath this one here. He didn't know much about that, Ben Brown, but he's going to pick up 4. Over the top of the slip cord, and he was playing it through the leg side. That tells you plenty about the shot. But at the moment, you'll take anything you can get, really, with your final wicket pairing, and he's got 37 against his name, 2 4s off the last 2 balls. He's surrendered strike to Sonny Baker for the first ball of the next over, but Hampshire now lead by 116.
Nice triple figures, isn't it, that you were talking about before, Jonathan?
Just makes a difference, doesn't it? It's that psychological thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. So a really good opportunity here for Jack White to have 6 balls at Sonny Baker.
At the moment, would you want to take, if you don't get a wicket in this over, would you want to take an extra half hour if you're Yorkshire, or go have a breather and come back and, bearing in mind that a bowler down?
I don't know if they're given the option though.
I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah. I don't know if you get given the option. I think for Yorkshire, I think they just continue. If they do happen to get that wicket, then they can go into lunch, reset. Especially for the opening batters. They get that sort of 40 minutes to calm themselves down before their next innings, rather than the 10 minutes rushing around, put your pads on and running out to face the music. So as Jack White comes in again, Sonny Baker, and that's very well played, nice and solid there from Sonny Baker.
We're talking tail-enders, folks. I mean, you can send us a message at Sean_Irvine or at JD's Events, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Let us know. Who's the worst tail-ender you've seen? The most memorable in that respect?
Three slips in a gully, 2 slips in a gully as Jack White comes in to Sonny Baker, and that's again just nice and solid for defence to cover. Ben Brown just walking down the wicket, sending positive vibes to his partner. A few of the Yorkshire lads are signalling to the dressing room. It's quite hard to tell if someone's watching there or not with the reflection of the windows. As he runs in again, sending back in the back of a length, padded down to cover. Nice and solid.
Jim Green has messaged in. Jonathan, not great yesterday. Do you agree our batters are all free scoring and we lack grinders who can dig in? Bowling tidy, but nothing special, he says. Well, Jim, you know, you and I, we like to disagree season on season, really. I certainly don't see that Yorkshire has not got any players who can grind away. James Wharton, I think, already proved that one last year. I think Finlay Bean, with a 400 plus score to his name, would say that. We've certainly seen Adam Lyth been able to do that, but I appreciate that he also likes to see the scoreboard ticking as well.
Jack White hits him on the pads. What a big appeal. Oh. The Yorkshire players were pleading with the umpire. Wow, that's close.
A couple of good ones today. Ben Brown was on 2 when I think most of us in the stadium thought he was probably gone, and said at the time, you know, how important could that be? I know he's not got a ton, but he's added another 35 since then, and his presence has enabled other people to stick a few on the board as well.
He runs in again, and that's past the bat. No run, so maiden over there for Jack White. He's got to have a word with the umpire. Umpire wasn't ready for lunch, was he?
No, still feeling a bit of breakfast. So we are going to continue. That is not lunch. And at 3 minutes past 1, we'll crack on. Ben Code going to continue then from the hotel end of the ground. Glorious scene. There's a few nice looking houses away up to the right, just over the right hand corner as we can see it, of the Shane Warne stand, the David Lloyd Leisure Complex, and another hotel just to the way to the right hand side. There's been some cricket, or there is some cricket being played away to our left on the ground just over the back of the stands as well. As Code's in now, then underneath this one, Ben Brown. 4-6. Dear me, he really did pick that one up. Just a little short arm jab, got plenty of air on it, and it's easily carried the boundary, squarish on the leg side. So he's on to 43, scoring runs against Yorkshire again here. Remember, averaged 60 odd, 62 I think it was, before he walked out to bat against the Tykes this morning. Code coming in to bowl to him again, this time wide of off stump and cut square, but he's going to stay put. James Wharton doing the fielding. Just the one slip in place now, and it's spread out in a deep circle, lads. The message from Johnny B.
Yeah, it's going to take a special shot, isn't it? Especially on that long boundary side, but fancy your chances on the right hand side, the west side of the ground. It's the area you've got to go for if you want to go big.
Good then, turning at the end of his run. Comes in and bowls now, and flat batted out towards Finlay Bean in the extra cover, deep extra cover position. No run. Ben Cody will have been buoyant a couple of weeks ago. Newcastle United football fan. I think they're still celebrating up there in the northeast after winning whatever cup it was called these days.
Carabao.
In he comes again. And Brown's got underneath another one, and he's going to get 6 more. I've lost that, and I think he may have as well. Oh, it's clattered against the Angus stall that is not in use away to our right. For 6 more. I think that was way out onto the concourse before it landed.
It's a terrific shot. I thought he got too far underneath it, but he got a lot of bat on that. That's a terrific shot. I mean, that's just a pick up across the line. And Code's done nothing wrong there.
So 6.6. Ben Code's figures suffering here. beckoning somebody to come in. By the look of things, I'm not sure they're picking up the signals there. Johnny Tats, who was at long on, is now coming up to mid on, because there are just the 2 balls left. Will Luxton also coming in on the one at mid wicket. So the 3 men out. James Wharton is deep backward point. There's a deep backward square on the boundary edge and long leg. In comes Code again, and Brown walking into it, plays a bit of a wild waft really wide of off stump and misses. One to come in over, as we say up in Yorkshire.
You like taking the odd letter off, don't you?
Not wrong with that.
Very quickly, Robert Marsh has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. Says he's not had any score information on the screen. I'm looking at it, and the score information's up there.
Code this time straying down the leg side, and Brown missing out. So 12 off Ben Code's over, 249 for 9. Very healthy lead now, more than what Yorkshire put up in their first innings. 128 Hampshire lead by, and Code 1 for 66 off 24 overs and 5 maidens.
Mick Bicknell actually emailed the same. Well, our screen shows score information, so I don't quite know how some aren't. So that's obviously not us. Well, it's not an us problem. But we're seeing score information at the bottom of the action. So quite why it might not be going out elsewhere, I don't know. So we're in added time here. We should have been going to lunch about 8 minutes ago. So we have an extra half hour or 8 overs, I'm told, whichever's longer. It does, yeah. Sean Irvine's beef moussaka is now overdone.
Do we not get a sort of masseur in the commentary box at this point to just, keep the calf muscles, the blood flowing and all of that?
So there's a couple of pastries here we can keep going, but I'm a bit worried about Sean's moussaka. Yeah, he doesn't like it overdone. We've got George Hill, who, for my mind, is bowling for the first time from the pavilion end.
You'd be right.
Thank you. 18 overs, 2 for 36. Hasn't been added, or hasn't been able to add to his overnight wicket tally, but he's still bowled accurately. And there's another one. As I have to say, it's the first time I've seen Sonny Baker bat, and he looks very solid. That's probably the kiss of death, but I can only speak as I find. And he has looked solid. Nice forward defensive. That's what you want from your number 11. You just want to stick around. You don't want anybody who thinks that they can suddenly become a batter after about 10 balls. You just want them to stick around. And when you've got Ben Brown at the other end playing the way he is, just use up time. Oh, that's close. Oh, he's got an LBW. Playing forward, straight delivery. May just have jagged back a fraction as well. And Hill does pick up another wicket. Just watching the replay here, and yeah, it's just angled in a bit. That's a good delivery. And Baker lasted 11 balls there, and he's out for no score. The last 2 batters, both Kyle Abbott and Baker, not adding any personal runs. But another LBW, in fact 4 LBWs out of the 5 wickets this morning have been LBWs. George Hill finishing with figures of 3 for 36 from 18.2 overs. And Hampshire 249 all out, lead by, it's just gone off the screen, it was 120, just a double check actually. The lead, after being bowled out for 249, is 128, that's right, thanks Jonathan. So 128 run lead on the first innings, and that leaves Ben Brown, the captain, not out on 49 from just 63 deliveries. Right, we'll take a break and we'll go to lunch, and the 40-minute clock has already started, so we will be back at about 10 to 2 with more live commentary.
Showcasing the latest retail ranges from Hampshire Cricket, And also taking place is the first Hampshire Cricket Heritage second-hand book sale.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are in day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. It'll be a slightly belated start to the afternoon session. That's because we cut across the lunchtime break because the Hampshire innings was 9 down at 1 o'clock. They were eventually bowled out for 249, which gives Hampshire a lead on the first innings of 128. Hampshire adding 85 for their last 5 wickets in that morning session, with Jack White finishing on 3 for 51 on his Yorkshire debut, and George Hill with 3 for 36. Your commentary team this afternoon is myself, Kevin James, and also next to me from BBC Radio Leeds, it's Jonathan Doidge, and former Hampshire and Zimbabwean all-rounder Sean Irvine is also with us today. So we're just about to get away the afternoon session with Yorkshire 128 runs behind. I think they would settle for that, wouldn't they, Jonathan?
I'm not sure settle for it really. I think ideally, yeah, they'd have wanted 30 or 40 fewer than that, but it could have been worse, I think, is the key. So it's just really now about forgetting all that and starting again from scratch, getting your head on with the bat and play well.
Yeah. Having been bowled out for 121 in the first innings, I'm sure they'll be expecting to do an awful lot better. Here's Carl Abbott then, one of the chief wicket takers in that first innings. Bowls to Lyth, who's forward, plays it back to Abbott. And we are underway in this afternoon session. There are just under 65 overs left in the day's play. The sunshine is still out. In fact, if anything, it's a clearer day today than it was yesterday. There was hazy cloud for parts of, or most of the day, but it's pretty blue above, and has been for most of the play. We've got the Hampshire women playing an inter-squad match to our left on the nursery ground. Just watching a bit of that on the way round after lunch. Here's Abbott round the wicket again to lie down the leg side. He's flicked the pad, he's past the diving Ben Brown, and that should be 4 byes. 4 byes. Didn't flick Adam Lyth at all. It actually didn't seem to bounce. Normally it seemed to bounce as though it had taken some sort of deflection, but either way it's a boundary, and Yorkshire have already knocked off 4 off that deficit.
Yeah, going great guns.
Adam Lyth, who made 13 in the first innings before he was first out, and he was LBW to Kyle Abbott. Stuck in the crease a little bit, but it was one of those, I think, where, yeah, we wouldn't have been surprised had it not been given. I consider himself to be a little unlucky outside the off stump, left alone. Abbott bowling from our commentary and the hotel end here at the Utilita Bowl. decent crowd. Do you think there's as many here as there was yesterday? About the same? What's your making
No,
of it?
less, I think.
Yeah, it's
Fewer.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, that in my experience of doing this, Saturdays are often the worst
Yeah,
days.
I agree. Yeah, you'd think, oh, sunny day Friday, yeah, first day of the season, you expect a good crowd, and it was a good crowd for Championship. But in again, lives forward.
I think maybe they've all gone to Aintree, looking at the crowd there on that ITVX as I've got on there in front of me at the moment. A lot of people there, as you'd imagine, and that again because apart from the fact that it's Grand National Day, the sun might have drawn a few more people out as well who were wavering possibly as to whether to get out.
How many do they normally get there?
These days, I think it's about 70,000, something like that.
Unbelievable. Abbott with 3 slips, no gully, comes into Lythe once more. Nice playing and missing. Little bit fuller this time, which drew Lythe into the front foot shot. Goes past the outside edge.
That definitely fewer than they used to be in the old days, because from that I mentioned I was at the race with the bomb scare. That was the 1997 Grand National, and you used to be able to park in the middle of the track and you could watch in the middle of the track. I used to stand near the start so you could see the start and the finish live, as it were. But the public are not allowed in the middle of the track anymore. Abbott
again. Lythe gets a straighter one, eases that to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the first over of the Yorkshire second innings. And they are 4 without loss, and they trail Hampshire in the game by 124.
Looks a lovely scene up there at Aintree. Looks a lovely scene as well from our commentary position here in Southampton. And yeah, Yorkshire got a lot of batting to do here. They're going to have to play really well, because clearly they want to rub off that deficit. If they can do that without loss, that would put them in a half decent position. They've still got to put a fair bit more on the board than that to ask some serious questions of Hampshire. But if they're sort of 5 down, rubbing off the 120 odd, then yeah, you think this is only probably going to go one way. We shall see.
Yeah, big innings this one.
Yeah, so Brad Wheel from the pavilion end to Finlay Bean, the other half of this all left-hand opening combi for Yorkshire. Shoulders, arms to that first delivery. You can get in touch. Kev is on @Solent Sport. I'm on @JD's Events. We've also got BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Andrew Moxon did so just before the back end of the morning session. Get to that in a moment for you, Andrew, up there in Queensbury. Here comes Wheel. Ooh, gone. There you go. First one of the lot in the second innings. Finlay Bean has lasted just the 2 deliveries and has played a looper. An easy catch to mid-on, and Yorkshire are 4 for 1 or minus 124 for 1, whichever way you care to look at it.
Wow, well, that's a soft dismissal, isn't it, really? He chipped one, didn't he, on the offside in the first innings, called it cover. Just chipped one to Kyle Abbott at mid-on in the second innings. Sorry, he'll say, well, that ball probably stopped on me a little bit, but he's played with hard hands at that one. That's a simple, it was always catchable height. It wasn't a particularly difficult catch, but even so, they need to be taken. But, I'm sure Finlay Bean will be disappointed with both his methods of dismissal in this game, but it's already an early breakthrough for Hampshire.
Yeah, nothing more than a lob, wasn't it, really? Curious dismissal, because I was hesitant in saying that's out, because I didn't know if it was kind of a bump ball with him having his back to us. We couldn't see the point of contact on Finlay's bat. But yeah, he's just played with a full face of the blade and just donked it straight to mid-on.
Yeah, it's
For
an
want of a
interesting
better
one, isn't it?
expression.
You know, your first thought is, oh, the ball's probably held up in the turf a little bit, and hence why the ball's gone to mid-on in the air. But I always think with an opening batting, first few balls, you're feeling the ball on the bat, you're feeling the pace of the ball. He's gone at that really a little too hard, which has allowed that ball to travel all the way to where it did. I say Kyle Abbott at mid-on. wicket is it? He had Carl Abbott's shirt on. It might not actually be Carl Abbott that caught it. I'm just going to double check. Anyway, it's a wicket.
It is. And well done to Brad Wheel, in and among straight away. So, new man in. Big job for James Wharton. Right-handed. Oh, big appeal. Gone for a golden duck. Yorkshire 4 for 2. And, well, what a great time to nail it for Brad Wheel. Full credit to him for getting it right on the money first up when you are at your most vulnerable with the bat. And James Wharton has to go 4 for 2 or minus 124 for 2.
Wow. Well, I must admit, I thought if it's pad first, because it looked like two sounds, felt like two sounds, sounded like two, I thought he might be struggling. So initially I wasn't sure whether it might have been bat pad or pad bat. Just watching the replay here again, and yes, if that hasn't touched the bat, which obviously the umpire doesn't think it has, or nor did the fielders, then that did look very, very close indeed. Out of the 7 wickets that have fallen today, that is the 5th LBW. So get your foot outside the line or well forward or whatever. So Brad Wheel is on a hat-trick. And I have no idea if he's taken one before, or I don't think he's taken one for Hampshire. He didn't even play a first-class game. 2 years ago he didn't play a first-class game, and he played 3 matches last year, so he hasn't been a regular. He's had lots of injury problems.
David Milan didn't see much of him in the field today. He's coming out at 4, or at least I certainly didn't clock him. I think we discounted him for quite a long time, but he's coming out.
He would have been still getting his pads on, if that, I would say. That's he would have been racing around. That's the worst feeling in the world, when you sort of begin to think about getting ready to bat, and I would say he wouldn't have been ready, and then you're scrambling around in the dressing room.
Yeah. Over to you then, hat-trick ball.
Here we go then. The crowd, as expected, giving him a little bit of encouragement. Milan's just taken his time. Brown is going to move the field around a little bit. And all eyes on this next delivery from Brad Wheel from the pavilion end. The field is still moving around. Brett Hampton now is coming into the slips to make it 4. Dawson is going down to fine leg. And here we go. Milan's just about ready, and in comes Brad Wheel then. Hat-trick delivery, comes in, bowls, and Milan leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It did shake back, but it just started a little wide, but nevertheless, fantastic start from Hampshire's seam bowler.
Yeah, so Yorkshire very much on the back foot. Hampshire now very clearly in the ascendancy. You've seen 2 and 3 both go without adding any runs on the board in their own name. I won't say without troubling the scorers, because that obviously always puts the scorers out. As Wheel bowls another one past Milan's off stump, and he leaves. So loads and loads and loads of digging for Yorkshire to do now to get themselves out of what is an increasingly deepening and widening hole.
That was the 4th duck of the day. Abbott and Sonny Baker, Finley Bean and James Wharton. None of those troubled scorers. They've had an easy day.
Wheel in again. Milan off the mark, running one down with his customary outshot, open face down towards third man. And we'll pick up that single to take Yorkshire to 5 for 2. Warm applause as 2 o'clock clicks over here at the Utilita Bowl for Brad Wheel. 1 over, no maidens, 2 for 1.
Fantastic effort. Well, what a start. and you get a lead. It is a lot, but it's not a lot. 128. You're desperate to start off, aren't you, straight away? Well, and Hampshire have got exactly that.
Yeah, they really have. And it's Kyle Abbott, bowler maiden first up to bowl this time to David Milan. 3 slips in place, third man. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and also a long leg. Rich Malander says, oh dear, after that fight back with the ball, it's very quickly gone sour for Yorkshire. As Abbott moves in then, round the wicket. And that's wide of off stump, and Milan leaves. Richard continues, whilst trying to find the winner of the National, brackets Hewick and Can-Do Kid, question marks. It occurred to me that including a couple of lone players and one overseas player, you could make up a team of former Yorkshire players who are playing in the current round of games for other teams. Stoneman Hampshire, Lees Durham, North East Glamorgan, Leaning Kent, Rhodes Durham, Hanscombe Leicestershire, wicket-keeper, Waite Worcestershire, Mike Leicestershire. Ooh, Abbott in, and Milan drops his hands on that, and there's a thud as it drops at his feet. No run. Fisher Surrey, Robinson Sussex, and Leach Northants. Yeah, pretty useful side as well. Probably something not too many teams could say, says Richard. Probably right. At JD's events, at Solent Sport, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I said I'd get to Andrew in Queensbury's email. And we'll after this Kyle Abbott delivery, which is wide of Milan's off stump, and he leaves. Hello Jonathan, great to have you back for another season of Yorkshire cricket. With Bairstow being named captain for the season, I would have thought that Jonathan Tattersall would have been keeping wicket. Is there an intention for the players to share keeping responsibilities this season? Not that I'm aware of. To respond to that one succinctly. Just some movement of something needed. Stops play for a moment, but Abbott's in again, and Milan, that almost casual manner and soft hands, plays into the offside. There's no run. News coming through. This one's going to get swallowed up largely on this day in the world of racing, but Hayley Turner has announced her retirement again. She retired once before and came out, and she's done so again today after a winner at Southall, her local track apparently, or Southwell if you're in that area. Abbott in, angled in wide of off stump, and Ben Brown tumbling away to his right makes the take. So there was a bit of movement of sorts off the pitch or through the air from that delivery. Helen Hoyle just en route to Valley Parade. Is Ben Cliff injured? Yes, he is. Not sure of any more gen on in terms of the extent of that injury or whether or not he can continue in this match. All I know is that Yorkshire, they've got the backroom staff here of course, are working on it. Milan strokes one into the offside. Final ball of that over. 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for none for Kyle Abbott. Bradford City of course up towards the top end of League 2. One of the teams that we cover on BBC Radio Leeds, as is Leeds United, who were behind against Luton and are being held at Luton. A goal apiece at the moment. Getting towards the back end of that one. And J-Mo is back.
Back in the room. Well, what a start. I was just looking actually at hat-tricks for Hampshire. The last hat-trick for Hampshire was Kyle Abbott against Gloucestershire down at Cheltenham 2022, so we haven't had one for over 2 seasons. Here's Brad Wheel. Oh, it's full down the leg side. Great diving stop.
When was yours?
When was mine?
1940. What was that, sorry?
During the war. 1996.
1996.
Yeah, but mine was 4 and 4.
Very recent.
A bit more than 1978 we were talking about.
Does that count as 2 hat-tricks then? Because you've got a hat-trick, and then if you start from your second ball, you've got another hat-trick, haven't you, really?
Yes. Mo Abbas got one, 2021 here against Middlesex. James Fuller got one against Surrey in the COVID year. Wide of off stump, left alone by Milan. Before that, Abbott against Worcestershire, 2018. Billy Taylor, back in 2006. He probably played in that one as well, Sean Irvine. Just let me check. Up at Worcester, eh? Yeah, he play? Oh, okay, yeah, he did play. So there we go. Now, whether Brad Wheel has taken a hat-trick in his career, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to have a look around. I'm trying to familiarise myself with how to get around some websites from 6 months ago. Here's Wheel. It's left alone by Lythe, isn't it? Did I say Milan earlier? Apologies. It's Lythe. Who's yet to get off the mark. Wow. What a start from Hampshire. Not a great start from Yorkshire. That's put them right back, isn't it? That's a massive setback in the space of a couple of minutes. So we had 15 wickets yesterday, and we've had 7 wickets so far today.
Pitch inspectors will be in.
Wow. And as we found in this game, as the ball gets a little older, it does a little bit more. Forward is Lythe, just guides that to extra cover. So Yorkshire have got that to come yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's a batting side here. Sun shining all day so far. You've got no complaints whatsoever, have you, about starting your innings after lunch?
Good lunch?
Good lunch, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, fully cooked gammon today. Yeah.
Here's Wheel from the pavilion end, bowls, Lythe drives, thickish outside edge, just opens the face at the same time as it goes down towards third where Sonny Baker fields, and Lythe is off the mark, and Yorkshire are 6 for 2 in their second innings, trail by 122. Quite a nice jacket potato with tuna and beans. Sean Irvine had gammon? Can't remember what he said. Oh, you had beef masaka. Was it overcooked? Gosh, slightly. You guys, I've forgotten what food connoisseurs you two were, actually. Here comes Wheel. That's a nice drive through extra cover from Darwin Milan. It's a pretty shot. 4 runs, no doubt about that one. Once it had beaten the infield. 10 for 2, end of the over.
Yeah, lovely shot. Trademark. Milan. Looks as though the green and gold colours of John Patrick McManus have been carried to victory in the first of the day at Aintree. Honesty policy.
I can't wait to see what you've chosen after the race, Luigi. You probably won't tell us if they haven't done anything. I don't think Sean will tell us either. I will reveal all.
I gave you my 4.
Oh, did you?
4
oh, you
selections,
did.
I think I did, yeah.
So sorry, you did. Yes.
Do you want me to repeat them?
Well,
so that you know I'm not past posting later on. When they come home first, second, third, and fourth.
Is Johnny Bairstow at a bet on the national? Do you think?
Entirely possibly. Here's Kyle Abbott round the wicket to Lythe, who pulls the bat out of the way and then walks down to do a bit of gardening. So yeah, I Am Maximus is still the favourite, but for me, Iroko, Hewick, Minella Kakuna and Can Do Kid are 4 little each way.
Okay.
Interests in the contest. In comes Abbott, and that's wide of off stump. Bat drawn inside the line. There's a little puff of dust at the batter's end of the strip, blowing away. It's fairly breezy out there down at pitch level. We don't really get an appreciation for that up here because we are shielded from it. But I noticed last night when I went to do my post-day interview with George, standing outside the changing rooms over there, it was a stiffish breeze.
Yeah, it's the cooler end of the ground.
Abbott again. Solid block this time from Adam Lythe. who has had a reputation really of starting seasons well. He'd like to do the same this time around, definitely in this situation, if he can come up with something.
He's had a pretty good year all round, didn't he?
He
in
did
the
last year.
championship.
Yep.
Over 1,200 runs at 57.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's wide of his off stump this time, and he leaves. I would say in the 6 years I've been sitting in the chair, he, quite a lot of those seasons, he'll have uploaded on the front end of the season, if you like, and scored the predominance in that first half of fixtures. There was a year, I think it might have been 2019, when he was left out for the last match of the season at Trent Bridge, and then Gary Balance for some reason didn't play, and having been left out, he got a last minute reprieve and ended up getting 150 in the last game of the season. He's opened to face on this one, or slightly squared up really, and he's played it out square on the offside to the field. There's no run, so I think that's probably the one and only time in Championship cricket in what seems like decades that he's actually been left out of the side, and yet he didn't miss the match in the end because of that late reprieve. There was a problem for a year or two as to trying to find a regular partner for him, as he just has a little bit of a flash at this one, wide of off stump from Abbott, misses. 3 overs, 3 maidens, none for none now for Kyle Abbott, so he's really asking some questions, putting some pressure on from this end, and Brad Wheeler obviously has got the wickets at the other end so far. And Yorkshire still pretty desperate stakes at the moment, 10 for 2, still 118 behind.
Thanks, Dorji. Sean Irvin coming in for you, former Zimbabwean Hampshire all-rounder. Scorer of runs against Yorkshire in the past, which we've already talked about. Sean doesn't stop talking about them.
That's not true.
No, it's not. I just bring it up. Here's Brad Wheel. Milan hits that rather uppishly to mid-wicket. A couple of bounces before it goes into the hands of Liam Dawson. What a start for Hampshire.
Yeah, a huge start for Hampshire. Just what the doctor ordered, as they used to say.
As when you start a third innings behind, the last thing you want is to lose early wickets, and 2 in the space of 2, then it really just put a bit of panic in the dressing room. But 2 good players out there in the middle, that's for sure. From a Yorkshire point of view, they'll be looking to ease the situation. It's a nice shot, eased up to mid-off by Darwin Malan. Does make batting look easy.
Yeah, I would say these 2 and Johnny Bairstow, who's due next, to be the 3 key wickets for Hampshire.
The big wickets, aren't they?
Yeah.
The big ones.
Chatting to a few Hampshire supporters, they reckon today's the last day. They reckon there will be a result by the end of today.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. 2 days off.
Yeah.
Here comes Wheel again. He's playing inside the line there, Malan. Well, did they give you a reason about thinking about that?
No. I think they were just very supportive of obviously Hampshire and the position that Hampshire are in. But I did have to remind them that, especially guys like Adam Lyth, David Malan and Johnny Bairstow, they can bat really long and deep. So
yeah, they can. Yeah.
And they can get some really big scores. So, but time will tell.
The game changes as Wheel comes in. Always having a little nibble at that, or did he drop the hands? Not quite sure. Good delivery, bit of extra bounce from Wheel. Oh yeah. He has that little habit, Malan, doesn't he? Really, because he doesn't like playing too far away from his body and that, and the hands. That you think he's going at it. Is he going at it? I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, I think that was a genuine planned miss.
Yeah.
I think he knows, that's a huge area. There's no point. They've got a short catching cover and a short catching extra cover, a cover and a mid-off, and then there's no one other than a wide third man.
Wheel again, that's a little wider. Malan definitely pulling the bat out of the way of that one.
So I think it's a nice ploy from Hampshire, because they know he likes to play that shot, and all it takes is a little bit of bounce, you know, trying to sort of fend off into that gap, and then he's going to feed the slips and the keeper.
So they're playing for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Brad Wheel also has that tendency just to get that extra bounce as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get a decent run in the side this year. I said he didn't play a first-class game 2 years ago, only 6 last year.
Back of a...
He's driven out to cover.
Was that the back of an injury as well?
He's had lots of injuries, isn't he? So yeah, he's had real back problems, isn't he, in the past? Did over from Brad Wheel, that's a maiden. 3 overs, 2 for 6.
What about his Scottish games? Is he?
I think he's still featuring. I'm just going to check actually what he did during the winter.
I don't know if that takes preference or not.
I must admit, I don't know. I know. Yeah, do they, I mean, is it up to the counties with countries like that?
I don't know. To be honest, you'll have to ask him at the end of the day when he gets, talks about a hat trick as Kyle Abbott comes in to Adam Lyth, and that's just defended straight back to mid-off.
Just having a look at his winter commitments, Brad Wheel.
You've got all the websites, haven't you, Jamie?
Yeah, I've got them. Hey? It's just knowing how to use them is not the easiest.
Can't.
So he played in the World Cup League 2 after the season for Scotland.
Kyle Abbott, and that's driven firmly to a sort of forward point. No run.
Well, of course, he played in the Cricket World Cup, didn't he?
Yep.
For Scotland. And oh no, hang on. They're World Cup. They're qualifiers, aren't they? Let me get this right. Let me read this properly. So he played 4 matches for Scotland during the winter, in October and November.
Okay.
Went out to Sri Lanka on the club's pre-season tour.
Very good. Kyle Abbott around the wicket, and that's defended by Adam Lyth down to third man for a single. Hampshire just taking out an extra slip, filling that gap in cover. So we have a point cover mid-off, third man. Mid-on, is that John Turner? No, it looks like Brett Humphrey, just doing a few warm-ups with the number 30 on his back. Kyle Abbott runs into David Milan. That's driven firmly in the gap. Well stopped there at mid-off. Looks like young Fletcher Middleton.
Just got an email here from Darren Mail, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, was there any talk of Dawson for captain, or was his hat never in the ring? You're his mate, aren't you? You might know.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know if he would want that sort of commitment, as Kyle Abbott goes past the outside edge of Adam Lyth. I'm not too sure he'd want that extra commitment, taking the focus away from his bowling and his batting. He contributes so well, the player of the season in the country for the last 2 years, so that's a huge feat in itself. So I'm sure it was spoken about, but I think it probably boils down to the person, the individual itself.
Yeah. I think it was difficult to look past Gubbins or Brown, really, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. As Kyle Abbott, this one a little bit straighter, worked to mid-wicket. I think Gubbins will do the one-day side. It all depends on...
Got an interesting email here from Paul Williams, sonatcricket@gmail.com.
There we go.
I've just looked at Sean, he knows this
Looking
about
at
him.
it, yeah.
Paul says, we used to have a bet amongst our group when at the Utilita. Yeah. As to who would be, when it was its previous name, he says, as to who would be the first off the pitch and into the lunchroom. So did you know there was a group of supporters that used to bet who was the first Hampshire player off and into the lunchroom?
No, I didn't know that, but
right.
This is good.
Well,
I like
this is it. And he says, if you drew Sean, you had about a 90% chance of winning. Here comes Brad Wheel. Oh, there's a drive through the covers. Beautiful shot. This going for 4 past a diving Fletcher Middleton. Again, minimum of effort and sweet piece of timing from the left-handed Milan. Moves on to 10, 16 for 2. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Did you know you were the first off, first of all, most of the time?
No.
And you didn't know that supporters were betting on you being that as well?
No. No. Is my answer to all of that. No. It's amazing what these guys get up to, isn't it?
It is quite. It is. Yeah. You think they're taking in the cricket and the subtleties and the techniques, but actually they're more worried about, am I going to win the bet for Sean getting off the field first?
So is it who steps over the line first, or is it actually, because I mean, how hard are they watching?
That's getting a bit finicky. That's a push square on the offside. I don't think it really matters. It's just who opens the door of the lunchroom first and he's in. I don't think it really matters whether you're the first over the line or first past the umpire.
I think it's too much grey area there. I think it's the first person who step over the boundary rope towards the pavilion.
But I think they're talking more from a person, from a point of view of who can't wait to tuck into the food.
I mean, the food was always brilliant, to be fair. Not quite like Lord's, standards, but it was always brilliant. There was definitely no complaints.
No, I must admit, in all the games that I commentated with you playing, that's outside the off stump and left alone by Lythe, I hadn't noticed that, and I wasn't looking for that. But
you wish you did.
I might look round. I might look at some old footage.
Oh, there we go.
And just see if you really are.
Is that Paul Williams? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've just given Jamo some homework.
Yeah, no, but homework I'm quite happy to do. I'm just going to. I'll make a note of your last couple of years. Just look through those YouTube channels and I'll have a look. I'll come back to you on that one. It's a nice drive again by Milan. It's gone behind square this time. Down to Sonny Baker, who's squarish third. Done well there actually, because Lythe was looking for 2. Keeps them down to 1, does Baker. And Yorkshire move on to 18 for 2 in their second innings, 110 runs behind in the game.
Yeah, keep him coming, I say keep it. What else are these guys betting on, eh?
Well, unless somebody comes up with some answers, sunandcricket@gmail.com, I wouldn't know. I mean, that's news to me. They were betting on that sort of thing. That's worked down to fine leg. Hampton the fielder. Milan moves on to 12. 19 for 2. I feel that some disappointment in your demeanour that people weren't taking you more seriously about all the runs and wickets you took and the skill that was needed to make major contributions, and all they were worried about is if you were the first off the field at lunch.
The runs and wickets didn't matter. Hey, the runs and wickets didn't matter. No. To be fair, a lot of the time I used to be so knackered from all those overs I bowled that I used to get my lunch and take it back up the change room. So maybe that's what they saw.
It's all those bumpers you were trying to bowl. It took too much out of you, didn't it?
That's it. Yeah.
End of the over from Wheel. He's completed 4 overs now. He has 2 for 13 with 1 maiden. Yorkshire 19 for 2. 12 to Milan. 3 to Lythe, and the 2 batters out within the space of 2 balls. Finley Bean, who pushed Brad Wheel up to mid-on, where Kyle Abbott took a fairly simple catch. And then the very next ball, James Wharton adjudged LBW to Brad Wheel. Both those wickets falling when the score was on 4. And out of the 7 wickets we've had today, 5 have fallen LBW.
So Kyle Abbott is going to continue. I think Brad Wheel has finished his spell. I think we might see a Brett Humphreys from the pavilion end. Is it the pavilion end?
Well, you should know. How often did you play here?
Well, I don't know. They keep changing the name, I guess. Rod Bransgrove end, I don't know.
The pavilion's still there.
As Kyle Abbott comes around the wicket, that's just left alone.
I mean, the name of the pavilion's changed. but it's still the pavilion.
Just
This is obviously the hotel end, and that's the end that Carl Abbott's bowling in currently. But I would have thought, didn't anybody say to you, Sean, can you bowl the next over at the pavilion end?
No, no one.
What did
ever
they
said
say?
that. They said next over this end.
Oh, right.
That was it. Or I know we used to. Obviously, the name of the ground's changed a lot over the years, and I know we used to, when it did get changed from, I think, the Rose Bowl to a GS Bowl, which everyone is fondly, well, knows the ground fondly enough. That's played and missed from Carl Abbott, bowling a beautiful line here. And I think if you were interviewing us at the end of the day's play, and we said, you know, Rose Bowl or when it was the GS Bowl, we used to get a fine, £20 fine.
Did you?
Yeah. And that went in the kitty.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you were betting on things as well. Yeah, there's you saying about the supporters.
No, we weren't betting on it. There
was an automatic
media,
fine if you got the wrong sponsor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd have to whisper it, and maybe no one would know about it. As Carl Abbott comes around the wicket, and once again, he's not sure if David Milan's committing to that shot, but it's sort of just.
It's difficult to tell, isn't it?
Forward defence. Bowling a beautiful line here, Carl Abbott.
Yeah, it is. Always good around the wicket to the left-handers. So you actually took those interviews that seriously?
Oh yeah, all the time, yeah, Jammer. Yeah.
I know, that surprised me now. Because most of you look... Well, actually, no, that's unfair. No, most of you were very good with the interviews now, but I didn't realise you took them that seriously. You went back saying, gosh, I've mentioned the wrong sponsor.
No, that's... Same again, that's left alone, outside off. No, we always took it seriously, Jamo. It's a huge important role that you play, you know, interviewing all of us, and you know, especially guys that have done well. And it's when the team does poorly, that's when right, who wants to go downstairs and speak to Jamo? that's when it comes in. Who wants to get grilled by Jamo? Carl Abbott running in again, and that's an in-swinger, and that's well played by David Milan.
I'd like to think that, well, to be fair, I mean, over the years, I mean, I guess I've been lucky in this position that I've watched you guys have a lot of success and won, percentage-wise, an awful lot of games, as opposed to, you know, not playing either particularly well or losing a lot. So I guess I've been lucky with a lot of the interviews that I haven't really had to delve too deeply, I suppose is the right phrase, but I'd like to think that if I ever have, it's been constructive in a way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. As Carl Abbott bowls outside off, and that's left alone for a maiden over. Bowling really well here, Hampshire, at the moment.
Had anybody, either yourself or anybody, gone back in the dressing room and said, Jamo asks a really stupid question there?
No, to be honest. I mean, there was always times where sort of tricky questions you sort of came into it. Which
really?
There was. I think the situation is when you asked about certain situations. I think that's when how do you word it right? But you're so good at your job, Jamo, that you know we always felt comfortable, you know, talking to you.
Oh, mate.
So.
Oh, I'm blushing now.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm blushing. Oh. Thank you. That's really nice, actually. Thank you for those kind words.
And it is good when you're dealing with the same person over a long period of time. I think that definitely helps. Definitely helps.
Yeah, you get to know. You probably get to know the questions that have come in before I've even asked them. Really.
I mean, you used to come on pre-season trips, and you've been all over the place.
Fun, yeah, it's been good. Oh, I've had a ball, an absolute ball, both playing and since. And it's down. I mean, this sounds like a mutual admiration society, but it's down to you guys as well. You know, the enjoyment comes from watching a good side. Here's Brett Hampton round the wicket. It's a length ball to Lythe, who guides it to backward a point. It's fielded by Fletcher Middleton.
I think
no run.
I think what was really good about that sort of period of time was that it wasn't always the one person that was sort of the success. It was a mixture of people all the time. You know.
Yes.
And I think that bode well for Hampshire as a team and as a squad.
That's right. You weren't relying on saying 2 or 3, were you? It was always 9 or 10 that could possibly come out match winners. Hampton in again, right arm over, right arm round as Lyth pushes forward. This is your first time. I know you saw Hampton a little bit on the live picture feed yesterday, but this will be the first time you've seen him in the flesh.
That's right.
And be interesting to see what you think after a few balls, a few overs.
Yeah, he's nice and bowls from nice and tall. Hits the deck nice and hard. Not express pace, but bowls a heavy ball, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. 2 slips. Toby Albert and Tom Prest waiting as Hampton's in again, wide of off stump this time. And there is no run. Ralph Brooker has emailed sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, did anyone notice how furious Ben Brown at the non-strikers end was when Sonny Baker was given out LBW? That was the last wicket of the Hampshire innings. Don't often see that. Ben was on 49.
I've got 2 answers for that.
Oh, go on, please.
So it could either be he was on 49 and couldn't get to 50, or they were 1 run short of a point because they were 249.
Yeah. Let's work to leg side, no run. Okay.
So
yeah,
1 or 2. I'd like to think the latter.
Yeah. So, but I don't think it was Sonny Baker's fault.
No.
I think you're right. I think it's just the fact that it was 1 run short of the extra bonus point. Yeah, that's
and
interesting.
I think being captain, I think it means a lot to obviously everyone, but as a captain, it's, you know, he would have taken it upon him as a responsibility to get them over that 250 mark.
Yeah. Hampton in again, slightly fuller this time. Lyth plays that from slightly square on position as the ball works up to mid off.
Yeah, I'm not too sure many of the Yorkshire batters have faced Brett Humphreys, other than obviously the first innings, but I'm not too sure if they've faced him before this. So a nice little opportunity for him to get amongst the Yorkshire batters.
Picked up Finley Bean in the first innings, caught in the covers by Liam Dawson. That was the 2nd wicket to fall. Hampton's first over. Comes in again, driving. Oh, it's got a thick inside edge there as the ball works out to wide mid-on. Good start from Hampton in this 2nd innings as well. That's a maiden over. And Yorkshire stay on 19 for 2 in their 2nd innings. I've got quite a long email here from Mark Byford. sullencricket@gmail.com. I think we'll go through this as we go through the over. I'm listening to you during the match and much enjoying your commentary. Thank you. I'm directly opposite you and sitting just below the Yorkshire dressing room. I thought I'd share my plight. I have lived in Winchester 39 years, but my childhood was in the West Riding of Yorkshire. So I'm here as ever to support the Tykes, even though I've lived more than half my life in Hampshire.
As Carl Abbott comes in around the wicket. David Millant, again, that's played and missed.
There's more from Mark. My dad was president and chairman of Yorkshire in the 1990s. However, my son-in-law, Kevin Lattouf, you played with Kevin Lattouf,
yes,
played for Hampshire some years ago. So a draw. He played in one of the finals in Lords,
2005,
didn't he? The one you got runs, 100.
Yeah.
Thought you'd mention the final. Yeah. However, my son-in-law Kevin Lattouf played for Hampshire some years ago. That's right. I've just read that. So a draw may be the best result. Well, I tell you what, we'll do well to get a draw out of this, won't we? As far as we are in the game, I think the wicket will have to flatten out quite a bit, but we've seen that. I've been a Southampton season ticket holder for more than 30 years. Come back to it.
As Carl Abbott comes around the wicket again. A little bit straighter, and that's sort of worked down to 3rd man. It'll just be the single.
Did Kevin Lattouf do? Did he? When he finished here, he went off and did something, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a sort of a wine business. I know their family. I think they still own the Josies.
Bishop's Waltham, is it?
Bishop's Waltham. I think they've got a few sort of chains around. I think there's one in Winchester, one in Romsey, I believe, and maybe one somewhere else. Someone else will probably write in and tell me. But
that rings a bell. Yeah.
As Carl Abbott running in around the wicket, and that's short and left alone. So it's bounced awkwardly and gone either over Ben Brown's gloves or between his legs.
Perhaps
That
about
was
twice, isn't it, through to him?
Yeah, that was awkward bounce. No, it's just bounced to Ben Brown's right and missed his leg and gone for 4 byes.
So Mark goes on, he says, I've been a Southampton season ticket holder for more than 30 years, but was brought up in Yorkshire as a fanatical Leeds United fan. At Wembley last May at the playoff final, I was red and white.
Carl Abbott runs in, and that's down the leg side and left alone.
My family back in Yorkshire were truly horrified. Today, though, I'm blue and yellow, dressed in my Yorkshire cap and jumper. I have been thinking about loyalty and fandom all morning. Maybe a draw will be the best result. Best wishes and enjoying your commentary, Mark. Thank you very much. That's really good email.
Yeah, I think a draw might be a struggle. 2 balls left in the over. Carl Abbott around the wicket, Adam Live. Runs in, and that's defended back to mid-off.
Got another one about your habits here.
Oh, here we go.
Terry Crump, good old Terry.
Oh, here we go.
sonofcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'd never have taken a bet on last on coach in the morning. What? Were you last on the coach?
No.
Well, he said he never would have taken one, so he'd been on. Or Sean's last minute breakfast. Were you one of the last down for breakfast?
Potentially. Looking back, maybe. As Carl Abbott runs around the wicket, and that's a cut effort. It didn't go anywhere. Straight to point. End of the over. Yorkshire 24 for 2 with a deficit of 104.
He says he reckons you were always last down and always last on the coach and always grabbing a banana on the way.
Yeah, there's a degree of truth about that. I wouldn't say I was last on the coach. I think Demi Mascarenas was always behind me.
He was even later than you?
Yeah, he was always later than me. Always. So, just trying to think who else. There's a few people.
Was there?
Yeah.
24 for 2. Brad Wheel continuing. Oh, sorry, Brett Hampton. Oh no, there is a. Is that Brett Hampton? Or is he lengthened?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it just looks like he's lengthened. He's run up all of a sudden. Here he comes, round the wicket to Milan, who turns that away square on the leg side. They jog through for a single, and the Yorkshire total moves on to 25 for 2, and the deficit now is 103. Richard Edwards has emailed sonoccricket@gmail.com. He says, Sean's excellent on commentary with all his stories. He says, a question for Sean. Will he be playing club cricket this season, or will his commentary commitments prevent or limit it?
Jamo, you can answer that.
Well, I think there might be a few weeks where he can play club cricket, let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, there's the answer.
Is it Langley Manor? If you want to catch Sean, that's guided down to 3rd by Lithe, who moves on to 4, and it's 28 for 2 here at the Utilita Bowl. I watched you at Langley Manor a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
You didn't bat or bowl when I was there.
No, I didn't need to that day, did I?
Yeah.
No, I must admit, last year I played fairly full season, and I did enjoy it. It was good fun being out there.
Yeah.
Scored a few runs, contributed a little bit, bowled a few off spin.
Hampton again. I think he's playing at that one. Is David Milan. Just bounces a bit, which is Brett Hampton. From what little we've seen of him so far, it's very much short of a length and getting a little bit of extra bounce, probably a little bit more than some.
Yeah, he looks more of a handful of a bowler than a batter, I would say.
Yeah.
And David Milan's just got to be careful. He does looks like he gets sort of lethargic, doesn't he, with some of the shots he's playing, but obviously doesn't mean to be. But he's got to be on the ball here.
Some bowls again, that's wide. Milan can quite easily let that one go. Yeah, he's very minimum of effort, isn't he? It's all touch.
Yeah, elegant.
Touch and timing, yeah, very minimum of fuss. You get the feeling that he's not going to pull too many muscles out there in the middle, is he?
Yeah, that's right.
It's quite elegant to watch. Helen and Glenn Dutfield have also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. They say, which make of balls are they using for this match? I think it's the Duke. I think we had this conversation a little earlier, where there's 4 rounds of the Kookaburra. There was a nice drive through the covers from Milan, and that ball is going to go over the rope before it's reached. That's another beautifully timed shot off the bat of Dawood Milan. Yeah, I think there's 4 rounds coming up a little bit later on in the season. 4 rounds of Kookaburra balls this year. I'm just looking at the commentary. Have I gone on too long? I have, haven't I? I'm enjoying it too much. It should be Mr. Deutsch. Well, after the end of the over, we'll swap. See, I'm enjoying it too much, Sean.
Time goes fast when you have fun, isn't it?
It certainly does. Hampton Bowls pulled hard away on the leg side for 4 runs. A little too short, that one. Milan was on that very, very quickly indeed. Moves on to 22, 36 for 2. Mark Byford's back on the emails, by the way. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, yes, Josies are present at Bishop's Waltham, Winchester, Chandlersford, Romsey and Alresford. And Kevin Latoufi is now running another coffee house and bakery in Lagos on the Algarve with Mark's daughter Flora. And he still loves watching cricket when he's back in the UK. Clearly doing very well.
Oh, that's excellent.
It's expanded.
Good news.
Yeah, Milan plays that late. Nicely guided down to third. End of the over then. 37 for 2. Milan keeps the strike. And Yorkshire currently are behind by 92. It's only going to be a short break for me this time because I've gone on too long. Welcome back, Jonathan Deutsch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, all things have moved on slightly. 4 for 2 to 37 for 2 since I was last here. It's working out to be another cracking day. It's just getting to that time of day where things are warming up a degree or 2 up here on the balcony as well. Sean's got the blue bottle shades on.
It's for the hay fever, JD. Hay fever.
Well, I did just sneeze, and I'm not a hay fever sufferer, so that was interesting. And Brad Wheel from the hotel end. Well, so far so good for this partnership. Milan is the one who's found more fluency early on. Adam Lyth, 4 from 36 deliveries is most un-Lyth-like, but you've got to do what you've got to do at the moment if you are Yorkshire. 91 behind, and Wheel just that slanting one across Milan that he's happy to leave.
And just chipping away at this deficit, which is probably what they need to do at the moment. Build a nice big partnership.
Again, still looks to be playing fine out there. There's been no evils in the first couple of days, whatever the scoreboard might suggest. Wheel over the wicket. It's wide and left by Milan. Was it an enjoyable pitch to bat on?
Yes, it was. Always, really. Probably not when I started in 2005. There was a bit of sort of, you used to have these plates that used to move a lot, so even a sort of or medium pacer would, every now and then one would shoot up and hit your gloves. So tough work, but they've worked on the middle, and it's really good now.
Wheeling again. Oh, beautiful drive from David Milan. 4 runs from the moment he left the bat. Cover wouldn't have had to move very far to try and field it, but couldn't get close to it. And he's on to 27, 41 for 2. So 2005, would that have been right at the start of the opening of the place? I can remember that England playing here against the Aussies in a T20 match in that 2005 summer, and I think it felt like it was one of the first times I'd seen it on TV.
Yeah, I think it was built obviously before. But, obviously 2005 was my first year, and there was talk of obviously the wicket then.
He's just switched around the wicket here as Wheel and got a Yorker in there. Milan had to be watchful to get out of his toes.
And I think they've cut the top off, they've relayed it a few times, and now I think they've got it pretty much spot on. I think there is either 1 2 or maybe 3 hybrid pitches as well out of the square. And but I mean, it's a huge ground, but you get such good value for runs.
Yeah, it is a big place. Even with the boundary rope in, it's just the expanse of grass beyond it still makes you think. I'm sure when you're out in the middle it feels further than it is. As Milan run down to third man for a single to take his score to 28. What about hybrid pitches? I mean, I can't remember ever playing on one of those myself. What are they like to bat on or bowl on compared to a normal pitch?
To be honest, I don't think I ever played on one when I was playing for Hampshire. I think they came in sort of after that, or if not, they were sort of right on the sort of cusp of when I retired. But I know one thing that's really good is obviously when you're marking your guard, you know, there isn't, you know, coming the third, fourth day, there isn't the huge hole that you got to keep marking your guard, you know, all the time asking the umpire, please can I have centre, because obviously it's disappeared, but you know, there's always a bit of grass on there, which is quite handy. So, but they seem to be quite common and seem to be sort of rated quite well.
JMO, you never played on a hybrid pitch? No? There you go. That's one thing I can say. Sat alongside 2 former first-class cricketers on the balcony here. We have got in common. None of us have played on a hybrid pitch. As that's run down to third man by Lyth for a single. So 6 off the over. 43 for 2 Yorkshire, trailing by 85. And that's where our relative abilities probably, you know, similarities and probably end. Left arm, yeah, well, 2 left armers.
Were you left arm?
Oh,
yeah.
Lightning. I tell you what, you were talking about, you know, being scared stiff of facing fast bowling, Sean. You would have been absolutely quaking.
Yeah, there was. Talking about fast bowling, I remember playing a one-day game for Western Australia against South Australia, and I remember arriving to the hotel late because I've been like a last-minute draft in. There was an injury, as we see Brett Humphrey run in from around the wicket, and that's hit Adam Lyth on the pad. Huge appeal, but given not out.
Felt a bit outside the line-ish to me.
Maybe outside the line, maybe a bit inside edge.
Maybe.
As we just check the replay.
Oh no, not outside the line.
Yeah, outside the line just. Bit of shape in to the left-hander. And I remember sitting up on the balcony with Adam Voges, who did play a couple of games for Hampshire T20 season and Middlesex. And he said, you're going to be batting 3 tomorrow. And I said, oh wow, okay. You know, Justin Langer was opening, and as we see Brett Humphrey around the wicket again. That's back of a length, defended to cover, no run. Anyway, Jason Gillespie nicked Justin Langer out, and I went in. And a few overs later, Sean Tate came on. So I was like, right, so this is, you know, Sean Tate bowling late 150s, sometimes 160. And the first ball he bowled was a back of a length, and I played it beautifully, saw it all the way, and it was fantastic. Next ball, I did not even move and just hit me on the side of the head. So we see Brett Humphrey run in, and that's left alone. And we had those, I don't know if you remember, those plastic Albion helmets.
Yep.
If you got hit on the head with one of them, you may as well not even have had a helmet. It was just, it gave you the biggest shock. And anyway, I took my helmet off, and on the side of the helmet where the grill was, it was just a huge indentation. And yeah, it definitely took me by surprise. But those sort of guys had that extra gas, and it was just, yeah, they had that ability just to up it a notch. Brett Humphrey come from around the wicket, and that's kept low a little bit, worked to the leg side.
Talking about, I forget who I was talking to now. It might have been, yeah, I think it was Mags. Did a couple of recent events with him, you know, chat events, and I think it was Mags who said the quickest bowler he faced was Shoaib Akhtar, and he said he wasn't trying to bowl you to get you out, he was trying to bowl to hurt you a lot of the time, you know, and he could, because he was so rapid.
No, it was brutal, absolutely brutal to face. Humphrey comes in again and around the wicket, and that's defended to mid-on, bowling nice and straight here. Yeah, you know, those sort of guys, Sean Tate and Shoaib, you sort of lost the ball because their arms sort of came from behind them and then suddenly whipped round. So, and obviously Shoaib, he had a run up which was to the boundary, so he had about 10 seconds, what felt like 10 seconds before you even faced the ball. So it was all about timing and minimising your movements as a batter. As Brett Humphrey comes in again, and that's defended to mid-off.
Sean Tate had a really, I mean, it was awkward to watch, wasn't he? Just even on the television screen, he almost bent double before he released the ball.
That's right. You end up sort of facing sort of the sky a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, his head anyway. That's a maiden over from Brett Hampton, and Yorkshire 43 for 2 and are 85 runs behind.
Yeah, still doing it tough at the moment after losing those 2 early wickets. And if you are a more recent convert to today's commentary, well, at the start of day 2, Hampshire were 164 for 5 and led by 43 runs. I think I've written 143 down for some reason, but it was 43. More in a moment, because Wheeley's coming in round the wicket to Milan. Beautiful shot. David Milan pierces the gap between cover and mid-off, just over pitching, and a little bit of width to work with as well, and you can't do that against a player of his quality. So 5 Hampshire wickets lost this morning. Toby Albert run out. Will Luxton's throw to Johnny Bairstow's gloves for 19. Liam Dawson to a delivery from Don Best from round the wicket, missed a sweep and was given out LBW for 20. Brett Hampton LBW to Jack White for 14. Wheeling again, and this time Milan does find the field in the covers. No run. And then we had Kyle Abbott LBW second ball to Ben Code, his first wicket of the campaign, and Sonny Baker LBW without scoring to George Hill to complete 249 all out. Ben Brown again, Yorkshire finding difficulty. I think they thought they had him out on 2. He was in the scorebook, the records will say 49 not out. 8 extras in that 249 as Milan runs one down to third man for a single. So the lead at the start of this, or the deficit really for Yorkshire at the start of this second innings, was 128, and then Finlay Bean caught at mid-on by Kyle Abbott off Brad Will without scoring. Second ball, that was the second ball of the second over, and the very next ball, James Wharton, as can happen, can't it? First ball, who was collared bang in front, trapped bang in front by Brad Will without scoring for a golden duck. So there were 4 for 2 at that stage. As Wheel, who's now switched from that end to this, the hotel end, bowls there to Lythe, who rather drags his defensive shot back to the bowler. It's 48 for 2, a deficit of 80. JMO has moved in to replace Sean for the moment. Alex Ferguson being interviewed on the Grand National build-up at this moment in time. He's got a very good choice here. It's not bad. Better go up to dinner. As Wheel is in and Lythe leaves.
We're doing a great job building up the Grand National. I just feel
Yeah.
that at 4 o'clock we might as well just switch off, because everybody will have just migrated away from the cricket. For how long does it last? 20 minutes, the race?
No, they'll have the pictures on and they'll be listening to you two or whoever.
Yeah, you've already booked that slot
or a
off.
couple
I know
of
you
goals.
have. Yes, I know you have. Yeah. I'm being very kind to him, letting him have that time off.
Here's Wheel again, and that is run down to third man by Lythe. He'll pick up another single. So they're just building here, trying to counter. 3 points apiece on the board, but in terms of claiming the 16 main points of this match, Hampshire still very much in the driving seat.
Got an email here from Neil Abbott. I think it's Kyle's dad. sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, I first met Sean Irvine, back in 2014 during Carl's first season at Hampshire when he lived down by the docks. Was that you or Carl? Were you living down by the docks then? You were? No, you were, so it was Carl. A follow-on from your discussion about interviews, I believe the reason that you have good interview skills is that you have played the game at the highest level and understand the players and how they think and when to ask the hard questions. It's very nice of you thinking, Neil. I mean, I'd like to think so, if I'm honest, but you know, sometimes you can get it wrong. Eh? Yeah, we're only human. I must admit that sometimes I don't. Do you find this, Doidgy, that? And I've often mentioned this, but I sometimes will interview somebody and then they're answering the question, and I'm thinking, I can't remember what I'm next going to ask. Here's Hampton round the wicket to Lyth, who gets wrapped on the pad, and I'm thinking, if they stop their answer right now, I'm finished because I can't think of my next question.
Oh, definitely. There are some interviewees who I think every time you interview them, it's like that, and there are some who's never like that.
No.
With.
Some people give you such a long answer, you think, oh gosh, if they ever stop, I'll ask another question. But yeah, that's happened a few times, but I think on the whole I've always got away with it. Here comes Hampton. It happened to me the other day. I always played a missing outside the off stump there, full of delivery there from the Kiwi. Happened to me the other day, actually. It might have even been in the pre-season media interviews here last week. What was it? Tuesday last week. And I forget who I was interviewing. I'm just thinking, I've forgotten what I'm going to ask. Unfortunately, they kept going for about another 10 seconds or so, and I just remembered what I was going to ask. So yeah, it can happen at any time. Beautiful conditions here at the Utilita Bowl as Hampton comes in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump.
In our situation, actually, it can. I mean, like last night, I was interviewing George Hill, and I don't know why you get this, but you do, and you, Sean, yourselves might have done it when you were playing, but there's a lad being interviewed and the rest of the lads think it's funny to try and put him off, so they walk him behind in the background. Somebody was doing a meow last night in the background. He shall remain nameless. No. Yeah, and you sort of, and you look across, don't you, and then you lose. That's when you might lose your thread for your next question.
Yeah, you don't need that. Hampton again from the pavilion end, bowls, and Lyth is forward.
Or it could be somebody else in. If there's a few journos around, it could be somebody else in that cohort who's making a signal to you for some reason, but they're doing it non-verbally because you're interviewing, and you're then going like, "What are you saying?" You know, because I'm trying to concentrate on this, thanks, and then it just throws you.
It does. Yeah, sometimes the interviews just roll off the tongue, don't they?
Yeah.
Really, the person you're interviewing and the questions, and you think, "Oh, that was one of the easiest things in the world," but sometimes they can be just a little bit harder for no apparent reason. Obviously, short answers don't help. Here comes Hampton. Nice forward. He gets an inside edge onto his pad as the ball goes out to square on the offside.
I'll tell you that in Yorkshire's ranks at the moment, some of the good ones. I mean, Don Bess is great. You can ask him a question and you'll get probably answers to the next four that you had.
Yes.
But he talks, you know, with fluency, and so that's great. That's fine, you know.
Yeah. I heard him being interviewed down in Somerset a few times, and I always thought he'd be quite fun to speak to.
Yeah, good.
Sean was always good value.
Johnny Tats has always been good.
As he's here, right next to me. Hampton again. Lies on the back foot, just pushes that out to point. Score remains on 49 for 2. Looks like another maiden coming up. In fact, it is a maiden. 4 overs. And 3 of those have been maidens for Brett Hampton. And the Yorkshire total is 49 for 2 in their second innings.
And then you get like you're talking about making mistakes. Players make mistakes, umpires make mistakes, and so do we.
Yeah.
So during an interview, because you're not a walking statistical book, you remember some things about a player but not others. So you might say to a player, and of course you got a century there last year when you played there. You know, it's a build up to the next game or whatever. You go into so you got a century there. If they're one of those, with an acerbic retort, they might go, well, actually, I've got 5 centuries there, and just put you straight.
Yeah.
Or if they're nice about it, they'll go,
like
that was a lovely. That was one of my best 5 of the 5 centuries I've scored there over the years. And say it quite nicely back to you.
Yeah.
You know the types.
Yeah.
I don't know if Brad Wheel has got a century against anybody, or if he comes into that category. But I can tell you, he's bowling from the hotel end right now, round the wicket to David Milan, who runs one down to third man, and he's going to get 4 there. That's an extraordinary little. It raced away, but it looked like it was a comfortable third man stop, and he's tumbled over and the ball's gone over. Who is it down there in the distance as Yorkshire get applauded for getting to 50?
I think actually as he was picking the ball up, his foot was already on the boundary.
Yeah, it did feel like it was going to be 4 anyway. I mean, that's a trademark Milan keep the scoreboard ticking shot. He just runs it down there. He'll do it all day long. Doesn't that often get a boundary for it, because there usually is a man there to stop him doing so, but he couldn't on that occasion. He's got a nick on this one though, the very next ball, and he has gone. Caught behind by Ben Brown. The ball was a little shorter. It was on the rise, and he's nicked it. And Milan is gone for 37. A start in both innings, a different dismissal to last time, but Yorkshire have lost a third with just the 53 on the board and still behind by some distance.
Yeah, that's the first of the big 3 wickets that Hampshire need really to force a victory here. Yeah, a bit of extra pace there from Brad Wheel. Just held its line a fraction as well as it pitched, and that, as myself and Sean Irvine was talking earlier, that's the area, isn't it, Milan? He gets so many runs in that area, but he also gets out doing it as well. And a big wicket, and it's been Brad Wheel's innings so far.
So 37 off 44 for David.
Why did he not play first-class cricket last year and he's decided this year? Or would that be not an accurate reflection?
And I think that would be a fairly accurate reflection. He asked, I think I'm right in saying, for a white ball only contract and got it. And not asked him the reasons, because I've not actually spoken to him on or off the record throughout the winter, but he is back. He's obviously been on the franchise circuit for quite some time. Opportunities look like they're kind of maybe drying up a bit in that respect.
Yeah. So he's got more time and can devote more time to championship cricket. He'll do well for you guys. Gosh, he's going to get a lot of runs. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's a big plus. Yeah, you wouldn't have too many Darwin Milans sitting around on the sidelines and not playing.
No, a class player, but he's shown a bit of vulnerability on a couple of occasions in this match. That's just cricket, isn't it? You'd rather have him in your team than not, I think, in terms of the runs.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Brings.
I mean, if you're talking over 14 championship games, I mean, I'd be surprised if he's less than 700.
Not sure there'll be 14 of them.
Well, yeah.
Here's Will. Bowling to the Yorkshire captain. Johnny Bairstow gets a ball short of length, which there's a bit of bat and a bit of chest involved as it drops into the offside. There's no run. Huge, I think, is the moment at this minute. Johnny Bairstow wouldn't want to go cheaply as he did just the 10 in the first innings for a second time. He is obviously a game changer, and now would be a good time to start changing this one. 75 behind his team as he walks out, or as he walked out at 5. He's just punched one out into the offside, fielded at mid-off. So Bean without scoring, Wharton without scoring, and Milan for 37. The 3 Yorkshire second innings wickets so far. All 3 of them have gone to Brad Wheel for the cost of 29 runs, and he's got 2 balls remaining in this, his 7th over, and he's in again now. Goes past the inside edge of Bairstow's bat. There was no foot movement of any note, and Ben Brown is tumbling away to his left to take it.
That nick back kept low. Good delivery. Eli's just having a chat with Bairstow here. This is a really big partnership for Yorkshire here. They're still 75 runs behind. Bairstow Well, we know what he can do if he gets in.
If. Here's Will. Burst out, straight blade into the onside this time to complete that over. Warm applause for Brad Will, and why wouldn't there be? He conceded that boundary at the ball before, and his response was very strong for Hampshire, and he took the wicket of Davin Milan. 53 for 3.
Jeremy Anson has emailed summitcricket@gmail.com as Brad Wheel gets a good round of applause from the spectators around that third, well, it would have been third area, but we've got to change the bowling by the looks of it. Jeremy says, good afternoon, loving the commentary as always and enjoying the day's cricket at the ground. I picked up a souvenir bat signed by a Hampshire team from the late 1980s from the Hampshire Cricket Heritage Store in the club shop. It included signatures from Paul Terry, Tim Tremlett, both Chris and Robin Smith, and Kemi James. When I asked the price, oh dear, I know what you all want to say, want this email to say, but it doesn't actually say it. When I asked the price, I was told whatever you want to give us. How much do you think it would be worth, says Jeremy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much those bats are these days. It doesn't matter who's on it and who's not on it, but I was worried that it was going to say scrub the name James off and it's worth a few more quid. That's what I was worried it was going to say. Here comes Dawson then. Can he weave some magic there as he goes for a sweep outside the off stump and misses, does Adam Lythe.
But if it was back in your day, it would have had linseed oil on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, some of them did, didn't they? That's for sure.
You remember that oil in your bat before the start of the season?
I tell you what, for one of my big birthdays, and I've had a few, unfortunately, my eldest daughter, I thought came up with one of the best presents she could have come up with, and it took a lot of thought. There's Lythe's on the back foot, and she'd found on the internet a signed cricket bat by the two teams that played in the can't remember 1992 one-day cup final at Lord's, Hampshire and Surrey, and she'd found it, which I thought was quite nice. I didn't actually ask her how much she paid for it because that would have been a bit rude. It's driven out on the offside by Lythe for a single, moves on to 7, 54 for 3. But I've often been tempted to ask her because it'd just be interested to know, what those sort of items of memorabilia would be worth. But I have no idea. I don't know about you, Doiji. I don't know what sort of items you look up or bought. I've never really done that. No. Okay. Right, it's going to be Bairstow to face Dawson. Remember, Dawson picked up 3 very quick wickets after lunch in the first innings, finishing with 3 for 8. It'd be nice if he did that again, but hasn't really been a pitch that's helped him, although he did produce that beautiful ball that got rid of Will Luxton. Bairstow's forward. I think he's got an inside edge past Brown. It's racing away down below us for 4. I think that's off. No, it's Byers. Missed everybody. And the Yorkshire total moves on to 58 for 3. They are 70 runs behind.
I tell you what I do have in my possession back up in Leeds. There's a well-known artwork of Messrs Illingworth, Boycott, Close and Truman looking at a cricket ball in their golden years.
Forward is Bairstow, just pushes that into the gap square on the offside for a single. He's off the mark.
And I've still got hold of this, not for any other reason than I need the right audience in the room to fundraise on the back of it. But Lynn, Brian Close's daughter, gave me, it was the late Brian Close's own copy of this thing. I've got a certificate of authenticity with it.
Okay.
So that's one piece of memorabilia I do have. And you're going to like me for this, but going back to the Grand National, Red Rum, at the start of his 3rd Grand National win, 1977, an artwork by an artist called Neil Cawthorne, signed by the artist, signed by the jockey Tommy Stack, signed by the trainer, the late Ginger McCain. My dad was in the printing trade and he printed a limited edition of those, and we have one of those at home, signed by him.
Lovely.
So that's, that probably is close to. I've got an autographed, fully autographed bat by the Yorkshire 2001 Championship winning side.
Okay.
That's probably worth £2.75 at the moment as this game's going. Oh, now then, Johnny has got hit by that one from Brad Wheel, and he's hobbling. Not entirely sure where it hit him, and the glasses are so dark I can't even see the replay if it was on. But he's doubled over, down on his haunches at the moment. So it's either hit him in the unmentionables or somewhere close by. That's clearly hurt him.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a bit of a stoppage here, aren't we?
I thought he sounded a bit woody as well, so maybe it was an inside edge onto himself.
Yeah, he's in a bit of pain, isn't he? Bent down.
Just what you need when you've just gone in, one on the board, your team's staring down the barrel, and you've got an important knock ahead of you, so hopefully he'll be okay to continue. But they're clearly going to give him a bit of time, maybe a bit of treatment. A drink has been brought on for Adam Lythe meanwhile, and Bluey's just obscured from view.
Might be a good time to swap over. Jonathan Doidge will take a break while he scans the Grand National runners. Gleans a few more bits of information. Sean Irvine back in with us. Just while he puts the headphones on. I've got another email here. I can't actually help you here, Ron. This is Ron Paul from Southampton. sullencricket@gmail.com. You're not missing any action. Johnny Bairstow's still receiving some treatment. Well, he's not actually receiving some treatment. He's just trying to walk around and just trying to forget about the pain. 3 of the current Hampshire squad, Felix Organ, Tom Preston, Eddie Jack, are all ex-pupils at Canford School in Wimborne, which clearly has a strong cricket programme with excellent coaching values. Do you know any more about this? And do you know any more from there that could be on their way to the academy? Well, you work with the youngsters here, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, obviously, where they're coming from. Obviously, as in school-wise. I do know that Berkshire is now part of the umbrella that we sort of utilise now. So,
because that's been Middlesex territory in the past.
So Berkshire is now part of that, which is exciting for us.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there's been some good players come from there, gone to various counties. I mean, Middlesex have picked up a few.
Yep.
That's good news. Terry Crump's back on the email, sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, it's good to hear Sean on the commentary team, a class player who served Hampshire well. Not able to be there today, but it's looking good for Hampshire. Yes, it is. It's, yeah, they're in a very good position at the moment. Which have been playing a bit of catch-up after being bowled out for 121 on the first day.
I also need to make an apology because people have been writing in saying that I haven't been pronouncing Brett Hampton right, so apologies to that.
Yes.
For that. Like I said, we're only human.
Yes, we are. It happens, but it's good that people, take notes. And
absolutely, yeah. It means they're listening.
Yeah, it does, and also, nobody's doing it in a malicious way. It's like when I forgot to switch on the ground commentary at the start of play today. I just got a few emails, and I thought, oh yes, thank you very much. Thanks for pointing that out. Michael Lee, sullencricket@gmail.com. Looks like Johnny Bairstow's not too far away from being ready to face the next delivery. I'm a Yorkshire man living in Dorset for the last 17 years and a Hampshire member for the last 10. I was at the game wearing my Yorkshire tie and cap and badge and my Hampshire sweater and members badge. Wow. Great day yesterday, but can't be there today because of 4 hours treatment. But really enjoying the live stream. Hope that there's some play tomorrow and I'll be back, says Michael. I think a lot depends on this man at the crease now, Lythe. Milan's already gone. I think they obviously have the ability to bat big, as Sean Irvine was saying earlier. Right, here's Brad Wheel. We're back underway. Bowls to Bairstow, leaves that one alone outside off stump. Watches it go through to Ben Brown. So Bairstow is 1, Lythe is 7. Yorkshire in their second innings, 59 for 3. They are 69 runs behind. The wickets that have fallen was Finley Bean, caught at mid-on off the bowling of Brad Wheel, no score. The very next ball, James Wharton was LBW to Brad Wheel, so Wheel was on a hat-trick. And then Darwin Milan, who looked as majestic as ever, was caught behind off Wheel for 37. 4, 4 and 53, the wickets. And there's a lovely drive wide of mid-off from Bairstow. 4 runs. Didn't really want to let this guy settle.
Yeah, and looking at it from a Yorkshire point of view, you know, you want to score runs, you want to be positive, you want to create the initiative and change the momentum of the game. And obviously Johnny can definitely do that. You know, I thought that's what was great about Dawood Malan. You know, he was positive. Anything that was loose, he capitalised on. And
Yeah.
you know, you want to be able to put the pressure on the Hampshire bowlers, because you know, if you're just trying to sort of fight and survive for 2.5 days, it ain't going to happen.
Agreed. I mean, what Hampshire would love now is what Yorkshire were doing just before tea and just after tea yesterday, where the runs were drying up and you're just waiting for the next wicket. Hampshire would love to be in that situation. It's just a push drive up to mid-off, but I don't think Bairstow in particular will allow that to happen. He's a little bit more combative with a bat, isn't he? He won't let the scoreboard stick, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously what comes with being nice and positive is, again, opportunities for Hampshire to take those opportunities as well. So
Yeah.
it works both ways.
That's for sure. Here's Wheel again, running away from us. 2 slips. Bowls to Bairstow, gets wrapped on the pad as the ball works down towards fine leg. Bairstow's turning for a second. 2 leg byes to the Yorkshire total. 65 for 3 they are now. Michael Lee's back on the emails, sunandcricket@gmail.com, talking about Camford School. He says Derek Shackleton was groundsman and cricket coach at that school at one point. Yes, it was. Derek Shackleton, who's a famous player of yesteryear from here. Sadly, Dave Allen won't be doing any more commentaries with us this year. Those that listen regularly will know Dave over the years, and he just felt that maybe last year would be his final year, and it's just nicely guided by Bairstow down to 3rd, picks up a single, moves on to 6, 66 for 3 at the end of that over, 62 behind. And yes, if I mentioned that email, then Dave Allen would have probably spent about the next hour talking about Derek Shackleton. That was his era, and quite rightly so. Massive load of wickets.
Yeah, it's a shame because, you know, Dave was our Benedict, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was, and you know, if there was any information that we required or could ask about, it was just, yeah, he would have it within 10 seconds.
Terrific, great around the websites, and yeah, and his knowledge of you know, history was encyclopedic.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, there's people that can give you stories of old and a few facts, but he literally took the facts to the nth degree.
Yeah, that's right.
Amazing what he could come up with. So yeah, Dave, I'm sure he'll be listening and watching from at various times during the season, but yeah, he will not be with us anymore on commentary.
Liam Dawson is going to continue from the pavilion end to Johnny Bairstow. Comes in and that's just hit straight back to him. Was that a drop catch?
I think that might be.
Might have been.
Oh, I thought that was going to stick. Just watching the replay.
Short of a length and just patted back.
Oh, did it carry? Difficult to tell. Johnny Bairstow's just in the way of our view and the view on the stream.
As Liam Dawson bowls to Johnny Bairstow, just patted to mid-wicket. Yep. We've been told that it did carry.
Difficult catch though.
Wow, yeah, very difficult catch. You've got the batter on the other side as well, the non-striker, who's in the way as well. We do have a silly point in with a helmet on as Liam Dawson comes in to Bairstow. And it's an awkward bounce there for cover to retrieve, and knocks it on to mid-on, and they scamper for a run, a single. Yorkshire go on to 67 for 3. Left-hander Adam Lyth on strike. Oh, that's bounced and turned. Pretty short of a length there for Liam Dawson. Played quite well in the end by Adam Lyth. They do have a short leg in. There's no cover, so looks like Liam's trying to get him to commit on that front foot as he comes in again. That's defended. Ben Brown cleaning up. So the deficit is 61. Liam Dawson comes in to Adam Live. I think it was a plan. This
It was,
it's hard
yeah.
to tell from here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
For defence and just went straight on to Ben Brown. Well taken by Ben Brown. That's the end of the over. So Yorkshire still 67 for 3. 61 runs behind.
Lily's back on the emails, big Yorkshire fan, solentcricket@gmail.com, saying she's listening to Sean and enjoying his views and commentary. Hoping very much that Lyth and Johnny Bairstow can build a good partnership. I'm sure a lot of Yorkshire fans echo that sentiment, and equally Hampshire fans hoping that that's not the case. This could be a match-defining partnership if these two get in. 61 runs behind, that will easily be knocked off if Bairstow gets into one of his belligerent moods and starts hitting the ball to all parts. It's almost like everybody around the ground's just waiting to see what we're going to get.
Yeah, and I think Sonny Baker's coming on to bowl from the hotel end, and I think Johnny Bairstow is going to fight fire with fire here. You know, you got Liam Dawson who's sort of controlling that other end, you know, the pavilion end, and Hampshire just have to be very careful. They don't let that pressure that they've built up slip a little bit. So Johnny Bairstow, he's always positive. So might be in for an interesting period of play, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to take on Sonny Baker in the first innings. That was proved his downfall. Wide delivery, he had a slash at it. He got a big top edge that carried all the way down to third. Good catch, Brad Wheel. So I think for Sonny Baker, for hoping for something like that happen again would be a little too hopeful, a little too optimistic. But he's got the pace, certainly, to hurry Bairstow up. What's going to happen here? Here he comes in. He runs away from us and bowls. That's wide. But Bairstow again, he's going after it. I have to say, it's not a great shot first up, but he looks as though he's going to take Baker on straight away.
Yeah, he's a positive player, and you know, especially someone with a better pace. You know, he would like to take it on. So,
yeah, yes, this could be an interesting passage of play. Baker and Bairstow, and as you say, Dawson at the other end, and Adam Lyth just keeping things ticking over. At the moment, he's 7 off 59. Adam Lyth. Here's Baker, bowls, and Bairstow actually leaves that one alone as it goes through to Captain Ben Brown.
yeah, it just goes to show you how well Hampshire have actually bowled, especially to Adam Lyth. You know, it's very abnormal for Adam Lyth to be only have 7 after 59 balls. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's normally, his strike rate is right up there. So
Happy to play the anchor role at the moment. Realises the importance of getting Yorkshire in front, not just in front, but clear daylight. Bairstow's on the back foot, hits that into the covers. There is a man out deep. Think about 2. Quite a lot for Fletcher Middleton to do out there at square point. Keeps them down to just the 1. Bairstow moves on to 8. 68 for 3 then. Yorkshire in their second innings are behind by 60, and at the end of this over there will be 12 overs until the tea break. The sun is beginning to shine inside our camera gantry. Yeah. It's beginning, the heat is beginning to rise.
that's good. I like it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're coming from Zimbabwe. Sean, this is probably still spring for you. George is taking his top off. I will do at the end of my commentary bit. It's not my only top, of course, just one.
It's an important period for Sonny Baker as well, you know, and for Hampshire, because, you know, if he doesn't quite go well here, you know, means Kyle Abbott comes back on, you know, that's extra overs under his belt. So it's really important that he sort of holds one end here and does really well.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, you don't want the bowlers to be doing too much, do you? Although, of course, when you're trying to bowl a side out twice, you expect the bowlers to be overworked, but
that's right.
There's overworked and overworked. Here's Baker round the wicket to Lyth, who ducks underneath that one, doesn't really bounce too high. Brett Hampton's only bowled 4 overs so far, 4 overs, none for 13 from the pavilion end. So there's overs left for him. Abbott's bowled 6 so far, none for 3. Wheels 8, 3 for 34. Just trying to think who else might have a bowl in this Hampshire lineup to help out, but probably isn't, is there? A bit of press, bit of spin, but I don't think they want to.
I think might. I know he was warming up, and I reckon he might just have a crack.
Okay.
Maybe just before tea, something like that.
Yeah, true.
Left-hander.
Round the wicket again. Lyth tries to work that away on the onside. The ball loops up in the air, bounces away harmlessly towards square leg, and that's the end of Baker's first over, which only went for a single. Good start from him. Gets a round of applause from the crowd, which we were saying earlier is probably slightly down from yesterday, but I don't think there's a lot in it. Maybe just 1 or 2 have arrived since lunch. It's quite interesting. We were saying about, you know, first match crowds, this first match of the season, and it always seems to be the weekday crowd is bigger than the weekend, and you think, how is that? But I suppose Saturdays, a lot going on Saturdays.
No, it was the first game of the season. You always get a decent crowd in. Used to enjoy it a lot, actually. You know, what's funny is whenever you have your media day, it's always bright sunshine, and you have a look at everyone's pictures and the squint eyes, and you know it's so bright, and yeah, it was always never failed. As Liam Dawson bowls to best, and he back foot drives that to deep point for a single.
Gubbins out there. It's interesting as we look out here, and it's so beautiful, and it was beautiful yesterday, it's beautiful today. We were so lucky, but I was looking earlier actually, the match up at Trent Bridge was interrupted because of puddles on the outfield.
Oh, wow.
And it's because they had a sprinkler problem.
Wow. As Liam Dawson bowls to Adam Lyth, just came out of his crease there, try to work it through to mid-on.
Yeah, I just saw a headline saying puddles on the pitch in the Notts versus Durham game, and I thought, really? It must be bad weather up there, and they said no, apparently there was a sprinkler issue.
Liam Dawson, that's just patted back.
I think they only lost a little while. The sprinklers were on the outfield, but apparently as soon as one sprinkler stopped, another one popped up somewhere different on the outfield.
As he comes in again, that's back of a length, just worked his short leg. No run. Finding a nice rhythm is Liam Dawson. He comes in again, and that's just patted straight back to the bowler. Doesn't seem to be any urgency with Adam Lyth, is there, at the moment? He's quite happy just to sort of see it out.
Just frustrate Hampshire.
What should be the last ball of the over is... Oh, and that's... Is that... Did he get bat on that? Short leg was diving to his left.
No.
No, umpire's giving it leg buys. So that one gripped from Liam Dawson.
It did, didn't it?
Really did.
Yeah.
A lot of grip and bounce.
Just watch that again on the picture feed.
Yeah, just must have hit a foothold or something.
Well,
So that's the end of the over. Yorkshire 70 for 3 and 58 runs behind.
We've got 11 overs till tea. And Sonny Baker getting ready to bowl his second over from our hotel end. Making his championship debut for Hampshire. Having arrived from Somerset last year on loan. Played in the Global Super League during the winter. Fastest bowler in the tournament there. Stirred a few people after his first over, and they went, oh, look at this. Little hopper, skip and a jump at the top of his mark. Comes in now, bowls round the wicket to Adam Lyth, and it's on the line of leg stump, turned away down to fine leg by Lyth. 2 men out there. Lyth moves on to 8. 71 for 3 Yorkshire in their second innings.
Yeah, I think sometimes a batter can get into that sort of that mindset, that rhythm, where it's just he's sort of dealing with it just in one way, which what it looks like Adam Lyth is at the moment. So with him in that sort of mood, I'd quite happily, I would like to see a short leg, I think, for Adam Lyth. especially to Sonny Baker, and see if he takes it on.
Yeah, comes into Bairstow. Gosh, that's wide. Not signalled a wide, but I think it was not far away. Certainly, I don't know if it's a ploy bowling at Johnny Bairstow to bowl that wide line. I don't know. As you say, he did it quite a bit in the first innings, although he didn't have to wait too long for Bairstow to go after one. Seems very much as though he's employing a fairly wide line here again. Don't know whether it's a plan. Comes in again. Just the one slip he's got at the moment as he bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow hits that away through the covers, and I don't think Fletcher Middleton's going to get there. He's not. Middleton stationed fairly square, just in front of square on the offside. There's a big boundary. Bairstow just smashing that away through the cover area and comfortably beat Fletcher Middleton.
He hit that hard, didn't he?
He did hit it hard.
Made a great sound off the bat.
He's a strong boy, Johnny Bairstow. Moves on to 13, 75 for 3, 53 runs behind now Yorkshire. Field stays as it is. Looks like Fletcher Middleton's pretty much in the same position. Hasn't really been moved straighter. Slightly slower ball and straighter. Bairstow just waits on that a fraction and works it up to mid-on where Kyle Abbott fields. It's a good bit of bowling actually. Just a slight bit of pace off from Baker. It's not all brute strength and trying to get it down there as quick as you can. You've just pointed to something there. Was that a man on the boundary?
No, I can see a big plume of smoke.
Oh, there is, isn't there? Over the hill, over the Shane Warne stand. A bit of smoke.
That's where my house is.
Oh,
that's a bit of a worry.
Dear. You better send a text home. Bairstow pulls that away in the air and he's caught the boundary! Oh, he's not. Oh, it's gone through the hands. I thought he had it just above his head. Maybe the force of the ball arriving. I don't know, but for all your money, it looked like it was taken. And maybe no. Maybe just lost. Well, I was going to say lost it in the sun. Who's that on the boundary? Just maybe. Just lost sight of the ball at the last minute. Maybe the ball was just a little higher than I thought. It looked as, for all your money, that was taken, or was going to be taken.
Tony Albert?
Tony Albert, is it?
31.
No, that's Gubbins, is it?
Yeah, he might be right.
Yes, Gubbins, yeah. And it looks like he's going to get a bit of treatment now as well. Maybe the ball's flicked the fingertips. Flicked something as it's gone through the hand. Or has he got something in his eye? Has he been treated for something in his eye? Maybe that's what caused the slight bit of confusion at the end. If that's true, then Johnny Bairstow's had a bit of a let-off there. Still getting a bit of treatment there. What's he having treatment for? Let's have a look. Gubbins looks like he's going to walk off. He's getting a round of applause from the spectators near him as he makes his way towards the pavilion from the Shane Warne stand, which is about 2 o'clock as we look. Surrounded by a couple of the support staff. There was clearly something there right at the last minute. Anyway, Bairstow moves on to 19, 81 for 3. The deficit's down to 47. There is a short boundary side there. As Baker bowls. Bairstow hits it in the air. He's going to be out here, surely! And he's caught! Yes, he is! Bairstow's going to wait just to have clarification, but what is he doing, Bairstow? He's got right underneath that, chipped it to square leg where Gubbins was. Substitute fielder. Now, what's happening here? They're going to say no. What? No, it's not. It's not completed. Well, what drama here. Well, I must admit, the catch didn't look...
It's Joe Weatherly, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Joe Weatherly, yeah, honours the sub-fielder. Right on the boundary, had to come in. And in the end, so I had to dive forward to get his hands underneath it. Everybody rushed around. I think initially Joe Weatherly thought, yep, I've caught it. And then, I don't know, maybe in the next few seconds, the doubt crept in, both from the players and maybe Joe Weatherly just said, look, do you know what? I'm not sure I did catch that. But either way, Johnny Bairstow is living dangerously. Jonathan Doidge.
Very. Yeah. To repeat the shot to the next ball and nearly go again. That's now 3 chances. Johnny. It's not been a long stay at the crease for 3 chances, 24 balls so far.
Yeah, meanwhile, Adam Lyth just carries on doing what he's been doing the whole time and just rotating the strike when he can. He moves on to 9 off 69 balls. Yorkshire 82 for 3. Liam Dawson comes into Johnny Bairstow. That's just forward defended. So we have a deep, long off, deep cover for Johnny Bairstow. Liam Dawson comes in again, and again that's this pattern towards short cover. So it looks like he is going to take on Sonny Baker. It's Johnny Bairstow. Fire with fire. Okay. We've been told by Kevin James, the journalist, he finds out all the information that Nick Gubbins was hit in the head as that ball passed over.
I thought that was the case.
So he's been taken off for a concussion test as Liam Dawson comes in, and that's batted back to Liam Dawson, back of the length, no run.
Now, of course, we first and foremost hope he's all right.
Yeah, he managed to get 2 hands to the catch, but the ball was deflected to the side of his head as it went through his hands.
Could bring into play a concussion substitution.
As Liam Dawson bossed Johnny Bairstow, they will get a single this time as it's worked square on the offside. End of the over. Yorkshire 83 for 3.
First concussion substitution I ever saw was here on this ground. Ian Holland replaced Lewis
Wicketkeeper?
Lewis McManus, I think he did. I think I'm right in saying Lewis got hit on the head, something like a Dwan Olivier bouncer, and Ian Holland walked in as the first like-for-like replacement I've ever seen, and he got LBW first ball.
Yeah, well, it's not ideal, is it?
No. Anyway, hopefully Nick Gubbins will be okay, but they're certainly checking him over, and it's going to be Sonny Baker then, having another go against Johnny Bairstow. We'll recap on that sequence of events from the previous over at this end in a Mo. That one's a fuller delivery, and Bairstow, no histrionics this time, just drops it out into the offside and takes a single. So Johnny Bairstow dropped off his own bowling by Liam Dawson when he was on 6, then dropped by Nick Gubbins, the one we're just referring to, that hit him on the head, hence he's gone off the field. That was off Sonny Baker, a pull which went in the scorebook as 6 because he was right on the boundary edge. He was on 13 at the time. And then Joe Weatherly, I think you said, had come out to replace him, and the next ball running in, not sure if he got his hands under it just after the bounce or if he got his hands under it but then couldn't quite hold on. I think it was the former rather than the latter, wasn't it, as Lyth drops one into the offside. I think he took it, but it might have just bounced first, and sometimes you just scoop them up, don't you, on the up.
Yeah, but it did look like he slowed down to control his feet to then, you know, maybe he misjudged that he should have been a little bit further before he slowed down to then sort of take the catch. But he's normally got really good hands, Joe Weatherly. You know, he fields in the slips. So yeah, sometimes when you all of a sudden you're on the field, you've got to switch on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it might have just all happened a bit too soon for him. Baker coming round the wicket to Lyth, slants that one down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Ben Brown.
He's creating a few chances, opportunities, sorry, is Sonny Baker.
Yeah, still 44 behind if either of these two really get going, and Lythe, this is pedestrian by his standards, but it's what's required at the moment. 9 off 71, Johnny 21 off 30. If either of them get going, then that 44 could get rubbed out fairly swiftly. If they both get going, certainly could. But a couple more wickets and the end is closer, so still lots to play for here as Baker goes past, well, maybe over the top of Adam Lythe's off stump from the way he's reacting, having delivered the ball.
Yeah, it looks like what little wind there is seems to be going with Sonny Baker. So he's creating some good pace here.
And he comes again. Fairly wide on the crease, full. Lythe blocks that one out to mid-off, and there is no run. 20 minutes before 4 o'clock. Leeds United drew 1 apiece and are now out of the top 2 in the Championship because Burnley won and gone top. And Sheffield United have got a game in hand. I know that'll be of little interest to you, but to some of our Yorkshire-based listeners, clearly not all. There are other teams in Yorkshire. Here comes Baker, short of length, bit of pace about it, nicely played by Adam Lythe over the top and runs it down to third man for a single. So 2 off the Sonny Baker over. He's now 3 overs for 14 against his name. Lythe on 10, Bairstow 21. It's 85 for 3 and a deficit of 43.
Yeah, just thinking back to that Nick Gubbins catch. Kevin James would know this, but we played in I believe a quarter-final T20 up at Worcester, and for some reason we had to play it late in the afternoon, and they didn't have lights at the time, and I think we actually made
Still
it.
down.
No, oh, really? Well, there you go. As Liam Dawson starts a new over, bowling to Adam Lythe. That's defended, no run. And we had batted first, got a really good, decent total, and Worcester were actually doing really well. And I think it might have been Ross Whiteley at the time, he was playing for Worcester. He skied one, and it was getting really dark anyway, and Chris Wood actually went straight through his hands, hit him in the face, started bleeding, as Liam Dawson bowls that one really wide, well taken by Ben Brown. And they deemed it dangerous, and we actually ended up winning and going through to finals day. So whether he did that on purpose or not, I don't know, but Liam Dawson again bowls to Adam Lythe. He tries to work it on the leg side.
Yeah, you tend to start your Friday night games at Worcester at sort of 5:30.
Yeah.
Because there's no floodlights.
And I think being an overcast day, the lights sort of faded drastically, and yeah, maybe it was a tactic of Chris Wood's. I'm not sure. We'll have to ask him one day. Then Dawson runs in, and that's floated up and just worked to the offside. They'll probably get 2 runs here. Brett Hampton does the fielding. Moves the score on to 87 for 3. Some would say an unlucky number if you're an Australian. And Dawson again bowls, and that's just worked to point, no run. It's quite an interesting point. Liam Dawson, with no cover, you still got to bowl that wide line to try and produce that cover drive to then hopefully for the ball to grab one of the foot marks. So it is tough as Liam Dawson again bowls, and that's defended for no run. At the end of the over, Yorkshire still 87 for 3 and 41 runs behind Hampshire.
Yeah, Adam Lythe working hard here, capable of playing all sorts of different innings. The one that we're normally accustomed to seeing is the bloke with loads of fluency who's got shots all around the park, and and scores pretty quickly, but he can play this way as well. One particular knock sticks out in mind at Headingley in difficult batting conditions against Chris Wokes and co for Warwickshire. I think it might have been their championship winning year a few seasons ago. 130 odd he got, but dogged, you know, by the sort of normal Adam Lyth way of going. He really was. Toughed it out. It was a brilliant knock. And his team needs something similar. Conditions are better here than they were at Headingley that day, I've got to say, for batting. Baker in, bowling to Bairstow, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he strokes that one towards extra cover and picks up one. So a couple of reprieves as well, and you know, whoever you are, Hampshire or a test side, you don't want to give Johnny a couple of chances, really, do you?
No, and you can just tell when he's sort of taking his guard and, you know, hitting that sort of his bat on the floor. He really is sort of in that sort of positive mode, isn't he, at the moment, Johnny Bairstow?
Yeah, I think he wants to. It's almost like he's saying, "Look here, Sonny," when he's facing him. "You're not going to dominate me." Nearly did. So Sonny does his little jig. Comes in now, 95 on his back, and that's wide of Adam Lyth's off stump, and he's not interested in, hasn't been interested in playing it anything out there. This is what I'm talking about. So when Adam's kind of not in nick, he might have a go through that one and get a nick into the cordon, but he's out there, he's in the zone, concentration, knows where his off stump is, and he's just not going to entertain it. You bowl at me. He doesn't need to play at those sort of shots at this stage in the match when you're still 40 behind and already 3 down. See if Sonny Baker will straighten things up. Well, he does, but short this time, and it's a fairly easy duck underneath for the Yorkshire left-hander. I think, as Kev referred yesterday, 37 years of age now. Stacks of first-class runs under his belt. People have talked about succession planning, that they need to try and put something in place for that, because he's not going to last forever, but he's certainly got, the way he's been playing in the last couple of years, still 2-3 more years in him if he can keep putting runs on the board. Fit enough, eyesight seems to be good enough. He's just leaving another one wide of off stump, and he's just been a, you know, rock solid opening batter for the county for a long time.
He's got a good record as well. I mean, 3700s, 74 50s, average of 40. Nearly coming up to 15,000 first-class runs. 236 first-class matches. I mean, you know, that's a good record.
Baker bowling to him now, again wide of off stump, and he's just not entertained any of those in this innings, really. So who's going to crack first? It's one of those, isn't it? Sonny Baker hanging the ball out there. He knows there's loads of dots. Adam Lyth says, well, okay, you know, you can't bowl forever at this pace. You're going to need to breathe fairly soon. If you're not going to ask me to play it, I'm not going to bother.
Yeah, he's just got to, you know, Adam's just got to stay in that zone, not get too involved in emotions and all that sort of stuff. And he's played enough. He's experienced enough.
This time back of a length, and he does ask Adam Lyth to play with a positive backward defensive push. End of the over. Baker 4 overs for 15 now. Yorkshire remain 88 for 3 with Lyth on 12, Bairstow 22, and are 40 runs behind, asking Hampshire to bat again. Well, I guess if they get 40 they'll have to bat again, so 39 shy of that.
Yeah, Hampshire will be desperate to try and get a wicket now just before tea. You know, they'll love to get Johnny Bairstow, won't they?
Yep. Either of these two, to be fair, but yeah, he'd be the real big one, I guess.
Yeah. And
his test record.
It's good captaincy as well, because they've left no one out on the leg side, hoping for playing across the line as he's cut that to a deep point for single. You want someone to maybe have a little sweep or something like that across the line and to hopefully get an LBW or not. So Adam Lyth on strike. That's short and wide, and that's cut away to point for no single. Jamo's running around, isn't he?
Yeah.
Manic.
All of a fluster.
Yeah. And that's patted back to Liam Dawson. No run. It's ball quite quick in the air, I'll say.
Yeah, it's pushed a few through, hasn't he? Yeah.
I don't know if he's a bit worried about them using their feet. But I'd like to see him just slow one up a little bit, just to do him in the flight. And that's defended. Lovely control though from Liam Dawson. Fantastic line at the moment. He's just looking to hit that one of those foot marks to create an opportunity, short pad or slip. And it comes in to Adam Lyth, who's forward and defending. Smothering that ball from Liam Dawson. No run. That one's popped up. Is that a wicket?
No.
Nope. So that was a little bit slower through the air. Big appeal for bat pad, but just came off the pad.
Yeah, he's got his bat outside the pad and
outside the line.
Yeah. He was always happy with it. Adam Lyth just bumped up off the pad and looped up for the catch. So, end of that over. 89 for 3. Deficit now 39. Are we going to see a change? I think we are. So all that I mentioned in his previous over from Sonny Baker, Adam Lyth leaving when it was too wide to play at. He's I won't say run out of gas completely because he's only bowled a few, but you know what I'm saying. In that spell, might just have got to the end of his tether and he's been given a breather. And it's going to be Kyle Abbott to resume from this hotel end of the ground, with Johnny Bairstow having survived a drop off his own bowling by Liam Dawson, a drop by Nick Gubbins on the edge, and then a nearly off the very next ball to Joe Weatherly. He's on strike and facing Abbott, and he's trying to cut one there. First up, his foot position was that his back foot was closer to the line than his front foot, but he missed. Jamo's back.
Yeah, he's living dangerously, Johnny Bairstow, but I just wonder that they've all been half chances at best, haven't they, really? Maybe one of those is a half chance, but he just can't help thinking that a man of Johnny Bairstow's class, doesn't matter the fact that he's given 3 chances before he got to 20. Oh dear.
Yeah, here's Abbott again. Bairstow leaves. I think the Gubbins drop probably the best chance, isn't it? Professional cricketers usually take those.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he had it until all of a sudden his reaction. Well, it's difficult because we're quite a long way away from the action. Fortunately, 1 or 2 people helped out. Thank you very much to clarify that he deflected the ball out of his hands onto his head.
Just to reiterate, we hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Hope he took enough sting out of it that it's not really done much in the way of damage, but these days that's the way, rightly so, get things checked out. That's wide of off stump and Bairstow misses. I got whacked on there a few times and never once got checked out, I've got to say, back in the day.
That's right. It was,
just
looked all right.
You didn't do it, did you? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you felt bad or looked bad, you'd probably go off down to the local A&E. Otherwise, you carried on, didn't you? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Unless you were staggering around, you just got on with it. 4 overs to do after this one for ahead of the tea break.
Yeah. Abbott's in, driven with the bottom hand coming off again from Johnny into the covers. No run.
Email here from Philip Wrench, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, good to see fine weather there. As a former Lancashire supporter who's been supporting Yorkshire from the Cali days, now listening from St Petersburg in Florida, hoping for a Yorkshire fight back here. But Hampshire are bowling well. It's 28 degrees where he is in Florida apparently. And tell you what, it feels all of that here where we are at the moment.
Abbott in again, it's full, flicked into the leg side. It's the strength of Johnny's, but he can't get it past the man who presumably is set for that sort of shot. So no run. Yeah, he's just replaying it. Would have been a lovely, nicely timed flick it was, but unfortunately straight to the infield. I think it's Liam Dawson in there. About 4 strips away at a straight mid-wicket. In a catching position, just in case Johnny doesn't quite get over one. He's got under this one. He's not really struck, he's clothed it really, hasn't he, through extra cover, and the fact that the ball doesn't go for 4 tells you that. Sonny Baker's quite comfortably reeled it in a few yards short, but they've got back for 2. So he's got 25 against his name from 38. It wouldn't be the most fluent that we've ever seen Johnny Bairstow play so far. But he's still out there, and while ever he is, and he spells danger for any opponent.
Yeah, that's what worries me really. He's got probably one of the most horrible 25s you can get, but once you're out there, the minute he clicks into gear, that's the worry from a Hampshire point of view.
You can just kind of see a couple that feels sweet off the middle, nail somewhere, and then sense of change about things. But at the moment, yeah, he's just trying to get some early season timing.
Yes, he is. Liam Dawson to continue from the pavilion end. 6 overs, none for 9. He's got a couple to turn out of the rough to Lythe. He's got a short leg in bowls, and Lythe leaves that one alone. That's quite wide of off stump, that one. Slip is in, that's pressed. The weather continues to be absolutely glorious. Hardly any wind. As Dawson comes in again and bowls. There's a sweep shot from outside off stump. He's missed it, but not too much to worry about being so far outside off stump. Coming up to 4 o'clock here on day 2 at the Utilita Bowl.
They're at the post.
Oh gosh, yeah, coming up to 4 o'clock. I said that without really realising the meaning of that.
Apart from one who's
unseated already.
Yeah,
unseated
in the paddock maybe, yeah.
Yes, the big race starts in a couple of minutes' time. As you can tell, JD is
not that I'm excited.
Getting amazingly excited. He's jumping around here. I'm sure he'll let us know when the race is underway. He's got it on his screen. 91 for 3 here. As Dawson comes in, flights it, and Lythe works it, hoping to get it through the gap between short mid-wicket and Dawson. Came off the bottom of the bat. No pace on that shot. Lythe, 12 off 94. That's Toby Albert-esque, that. It took a while to get his innings going. Finished on 19 before he got run out this morning. First wicket that fell on day 2. That's pushed out square on the offside by Lythe.
I think this is Adam Lythe saying, I am the most experienced player in this lineup and I'm going to play like it.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't need to do anything. There's so much time left in the game. You know, he's got an ideal partner in Bairstow who'll keep the scoreboard ticking along no matter what. There's no pressure on him. Just plays that into the ground on the leg side, end of the over. 3 overs till tea. And Dawson has bowled his first maiden in his 7th over.
And I think there are probably few players in world cricket who could go out there in the middle and bat with Johnny, and Johnny sort of maybe even look. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's a smashing experience.
Do you see that? Sean Irvine immediately said, "Not me." Straight away.
Honest.
And it wasn't us either.
But what I was trying to say there was that Johnny has obviously played a lot of cricket with Adam Lyth, and they're not dissimilar in age. And I know he's got a lot of respect for him as a player, and will enjoy himself out there batting with him.
Yeah.
He's on strike here. Kyle Abbott bowling. They look like they might be coming into line up the road. They're getting closer after that delay with number 13, whatever that one is. 91 for 3, 37 behind here.
I think we'll have a bit of fun after tea in the evening break, because if you've won any money on the National, please get in touch with us and let us know how much you've won.
More than I probably will with my 4, as Abbott's in and Bairstow pulls out of it, and they're off.
Do you want to go off and watch it? I'll do the rest of this.
I'd love to. Just give us a... It'll be about 3 overs, won't it?
Yeah, no, don't worry. So just after 4 o'clock, Kyle Abbott is bowling from our hotel end. Jonathan Doyle just gone off. You haven't watched the cricket that hard. Just a slip. One slip for Kyle Abbott, who's into Johnny Bairstow. Bowls. Bairstow drives. Goes up to mid-off. Again, that's not quite out the middle of the bat, but you do feel that the longer he's there, the closer that ball is going to get to that middle, and more often, and you feel that the major innings might not be too far away. 3 lives he's given, none of them particularly easy. That early one to Liam Dawson, had to get low down to his left. Always playing a missing there. That's a good ball from Kyle Abbott. Kyle Abbott's just sliding the ball away from the right-hander at times. Not an obvious ball that Kyle Abbott bowls. When you do see it just straighten, it's usually because he's in good rhythm. Generally it's the ball that nips back angled into the right-hander, but you can tell he's bowling well when he just gets those deliveries just to shape away a fraction. Doesn't have to be a lot. Into his 8th over here, none for 5. Coming in again to Johnny Bairstow. And bowls. Bairstow pushes forward. That goes out towards extra cover. Good delivery. Good length. Dawson's at mid-wicket. I think Nick Gummins is still off. He'll probably stay off until tea. I would have thought at the very earliest. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Summit, by the way, on the south coast. So just join us for a few minutes with Yorkshire on 91 for 3. Kevin James with you, as that's just quietly played out on the offside by Johnny Bairstow. Maiden over from Kyle Abbott. 8 overs, 5 maidens, none for 5, and Yorkshire currently trail by 31. The story of the day: Hampshire resuming on 164 for 5. At that stage they led Yorkshire by 43, looking to increase that by as much as they could. Toby Albert, who batted stoically last night and just kept his wicket rather than worrying about keeping the scoreboard ticking over, was the first to go. Run out when he was called for a quick single by Liam Dawson. Couldn't quite get to the keeper's end and couldn't beat the throw from Will Luxton. It wasn't a direct hit, but it was right over the top of the stumps. Johnny Bairstow didn't have to do too much there. Dawson went for 20. Brett Hampton, the Kiwi, making his debut, went for 14. Kyle Abbott, Sonny Baker both went for no score, as Dawson bowls to Lyth, just turns that easily on the left, on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 13, 92 for 3. Hampshire then bowled out for 249, leaving captain Ben Brown 49 not out. That lead then was 128. Hampshire adding 85 for their last 5 today. Jack White making his debut for Yorkshire, who moved during the winter from Northamptonshire, finished with 3 for 51. George Hill, the medium pacer, 3 for 36 as Dawson bowls. That's bounced to Bairstow, who thought about cutting it and just pulled out of the shot at the last minute. And then early on, Hampshire looking for quick wickets. Of course, Yorkshire looking to make sure they got off to a good start. Well, they got off to a poor start because Brad Wheel was on a hat-trick early on. The seamer. Bairstow's on the back foot, just steers that out on the offside, no run. Finley Bean hitting Brad Wheel to mid-on, caught by Kyle Abbott, no score. And the very next ball, James Wharton, LBW to Brad Wheel. Wheel was on a hat-trick, but Darwin Milan survived the hat-trick ball. Played well for his 37 before he nibbled at one to Brad Wheel, caught behind. But really, the story has been Johnny Bairstow's innings. He was currently on 25, but could so easily have gone 3 times in this innings. Early on, he pushed Dawson back a little too hard, back down the pitch. Dawson couldn't quite get down in time on his follow-through. Dived to his right, couldn't quite get his hand around the ball. Plays it on the leg side. Lyth was looking for a single, no, says Bairstow. And then a bizarre 2-ball combination where Sonny Baker bowled a short delivery. Bairstow went for the hook, and it looked like Gubbins had caught the ball right on the boundary. But then all of a sudden it didn't look right, and somehow with his hands above his head he deflected the ball onto his head and the ball went over the rope. He went off for a concussion test, which he's still off. That's just wrapped Bairstow on the pad to end the over. So we've got 1 over until tea, 92 for 3. So he went off for a concussion test. Joe Weatherly took his place at deep square leg, and you thought surely Johnny Bairstow won't try that again, but he did. And he got a top edge and we got right underneath it. Joe Weatherly running in from deep square leg, seemingly initially got underneath the ball with his hands just. The Hampshire fielders looked convinced initially and ran over to Weatherly to congratulate him, and then just a few moments later Bairstow stood his ground. He wasn't convinced, nor were the umpires, and Joe Weatherly, I think, when he thought about it, also felt the same, and there was disappointment. So Bairstow has been fairly lucky to still be there. But he is there, and while he's there, he's a threat, with Yorkshire just 36 behind. Here's Abbott round the wicket to the left-hander Lyth, who's forward, who's playing very watchfully for his 13. Just faced his 98th delivery, the veteran opener, 37 years of age, had a really good season last year, averaging 57 with the bat. It's been a major influence at the top of the Yorkshire innings for a number of years now. Former Test player as well. Kyle Abbott into his 9th over. Jonathan Doidge, my fellow Yorkshire commentator, is still watching the Grand National, hence why you've just got me for now. Forward is Lyth, plays that out quietly on the onside. Sean Irvine, as the good a bloke as he is, just offered to come in, but it's not worth it because we've only got 4 balls to tea. I think you've been waiting till then. You could have come in early, but no, you've been chatting. Some great stories. Former Hampshire and Zimbabwean all-rounder. We'll be on again after tea. Boiling hot here at the Utilita. Not complaining though. Is Abbott round the wicket again to Lyth. Lyth's forward. Can hear the ball solidly on the bat as he plays a solid forward defensive back to the bowler. Abbott's been magnificent. 3 wickets in the first innings. Wicketless so far, but it's going for less than 1 and over. Accurate stuff from the former South African international. It's an all-veteran game at the moment. Abbott 37 bowling to Adam Lyth, who's 37. Comes in again, runs away from us and bowls, and a little wider, so Lyth just watches that one go by through to the safe hands of Ben Brown. Captain in Hampshire for the first time, spoke to him pre-season, said it would be a proud moment for him and his family when he led the team out, which he did yesterday morning. He has got captaincy experience before with Sussex, and he has, I think, he has done a bit of captaincy here. He's dabbled in a bit of captaincy here at Hampshire from time to time, but it was his first game as the official red ball captain. Crouches down does Ben Brown as Abbott comes in. That's wide again of off stump. Lyth is happy to again watch that go by. Decent crowd here as well at the Utilita for a championship. Good crowd for the first day yesterday, and we're not far off again today. Obviously nothing like T20 crowds or 100 crowds, but for championship cricket it's a healthy crowd dotted all around this stadium. got the Hampshire women playing an inter-squad game away to our left as well. So plenty going on here as Lyth pushes forward. It goes out on the offside. And that completes the over of Kyle Abbott. It's another maiden, 9 over 6 maidens, none for 5, and that is the tea break here on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. And Yorkshire go in at the break 92 for 3 in their second innings, and they trail Hampshire by 33 runs with former England Test player Johnny Bairstow 25 not out, and by all accounts quite lucky to still be there, and Adam Lyth on 13, but Brad Wheel with all 3 wickets in this Yorkshire second innings might just be key again in the session after the break. Join us again in just under 20 minutes when we'll have more live commentary from here at the Utilita Bowl.
A reminder, of course, a selection of food and drink is available throughout the course of today's Utilita Bowl from inside the Arla atrium. Also located at the Hilton Hotel end of the ground, we do have the Boundary Bar, accessible from inside the ground, and of course, Beaky's Restaurant by Lord Ian Both, and that is accessible via the main hotel entrance. Also open this tea time until the end of the Utilita Bowl is the on-site Utilita Bowl store. Whole host of retail ranges in there, including the newly launched 2025 Rothesay County Championship and Metro Bank One Day Cup playing kits. And of course, a reminder as well, today and tomorrow is the first Hampshire Cricket Heritage second-hand book sale of the new season, raising funds, of course, for Hampshire Cricket Heritage. Whole host of books to go browse, and if you'd like to bring yours, you can do tomorrow to donate to the book sale. That is all taking place today and tomorrow inside Utilita Bowl store. Let's now review some scores from elsewhere around the grounds this tea time in the Rothesay County Championship. We'll begin in Division 1, where Surrey are 28 for 1, that is in reply to Essex, 582 for 6 declared. Nottinghamshire 166 for 2 in reply to Durham's 378 all out. Somerset 482 for 4, that is in reply to Worcestershire, all out for 154. And Warwickshire 112 without loss, in reply to Sussex, all out for 528. 4 games taking place in Division 2. In between innings in the game involving Derbyshire and Gloucestershire, Derbyshire have been bowled out for 391. They lead Gloucestershire by 169 runs. Leicestershire are 288 for 6. That is in reply to Glamorgan, all out for 229. Lancashire 241 for 4 at Lords against Middlesex, who reached 260 in their first innings. And the game involving Northamptonshire and Kent. Kent in their second innings are 167 for 8. They lead Northamptonshire by 255 runs. Those are all the scores from elsewhere around the grounds this tea time in the Rothesay County Championship.
And welcome back to the Utilita Bowl for the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. And it's finely poised with Yorkshire in their second innings, 92 for 3. They are just 36 runs behind Hampshire in the game, but they have two big players out there in the middle in Johnny Bairstow, who's 25, maybe a little shade unlucky to still be there, but we'll talk about that if you've only just joined us in a moment. Adam Lythe has been solid for his 13 off 103. The 3 men out, Finley Bean and James Wharton, both out to Brad Wheel, who was on a hat-trick at one stage. Both those wickets falling when the score was on 4. And then Darwin Milan, as majestic as ever, made 37 before he edged Wheel behind to Bed Brown. That was off just 44 balls. So Brad Wheel has picked up all 3 wickets, and the players are out there in the middle, just about to get underway. Your commentary team a little later. Former Zimbabwe and Hampshire all-rounder Sean Irvine is still with us, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Leeds is Jonathan Doidge.
With his microphone now turned on. Thanks, Kev. Yeah, nicely poised. I'd say if it was 192 for 3, then that might be nicely poised at the moment. Still 36 behind and 3 down. Give it another hour of these two batting together, and yeah, it might be getting towards the nicely poised stakes. We'll see. Johnny Bairstow, who has lived dangerously in the early part of his innings, maybe the break will help him find a bit more fluency. He'll have gone off and doubtless checked on the Grand National winner. Might have even caught the last mile or so of the race. I wonder if he had a quid or two on the winner. He'll be backing himself here. 25 on the board. Steps back, cuts this one, and he's on the board for the first time in this final session on day 2 with a cut shot for 4. It was aerial for a while, but there was nobody anywhere near it. So the shot was on. 29 off 50 now for him. 96 for 3. Just gradually chipping away at this deficit, which is now 32.
So if you want any money in the Grand National, let us know. solentcricket@gmail.com and
at JD's Events and BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Dawson's latest delivery has just dropped into the offside by Bairstow, and there is no run. Remarkable training feat. Willie Mullins, 4 of the first 5 home. Unfortunately, the one of them that I backed, Minella Kakuna, finished 7th. As Bairstow blocks this one, and there is no run. It was very emotional just then on the TV pictures. The trainer, that is, and when you think of all the massive prizes he's won, including the national a few times, to saddle up his son on the winner was the thing that really got to him and choked him up. Patrick Mullins winning it as Bairstow turns one into the leg side, and Ben Brown round from the back of the stumps to field. Very nice and warm up here now. Lovely Saturday late afternoon. Here's Dawson again. Bairstow, little dab, runs it wide of the close-in gully, who's got the helmet on, and picks up a nicely played 2. And already there's just a feel in there, in those couple of shots, that might be playing with a little bit more fluency than we saw before the break. 31 to him, 98 for 3, deficit 30.
Yeah, it often happens, doesn't it? Bit of a break, and then things look a little different in the next session. Well, I'll start the ball rolling, and not in any way do I endorse toddlers gambling. Of course not. But my grandson has won over 50 quid on the National. Amazing, isn't it?
But of course it's contravening gambling rules, so he will of course be handing that back to the bookmakers.
Yes, of course he will. He will, and he'll also be making a donation to charity. Right, we've got
So it could be in a cell for the night if he's not careful.
Well, yes.
You're broadcasting that.
Well, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. Yes, I'm probably going to get pulled up on that. But of course he didn't choose it. That's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. Start of a new over from Kyle Abbott. Commentary end this. I probably should have kept that quiet, but anyway. There you go. It's just a horse on a bit of betting paper. Nobody knows who it really is for. So there we are. So please let us know your Grand National stories. 98 for 3, 30 behind Yorkshire. Worked hard here. This is the 35th over of their second innings. Abbott around the wicket to Lyth, forward, thickish outside edge as the ball runs away harmlessly behind square on the offside, and Lyth very quietly has moved to 14, 99 for 3.
He's not yet. He's not gone at a single delivery of the 105 that he's faced, Adam Lyth, has he?
Nope.
He's just let the ball come to him and not played if it's not been coming to him. Completely different approach to numerous Lyth innings you've seen over the years.
Yes, he's hardly played a shot, has he? He's just deflected the ball for the last 3/4 of an hour. Here's Abbott over the wicket this time to Bairstow, who's forward. Those two got excited behind the stumps.
For all sorts of reasons, they have to bat time, don't they? I mean, one, because they've got to allow themselves time to score some runs, but two, given they're a bowler down and we don't know whether Ben Cliff's going to be able to continue, so on the assumption that he isn't, they've got to give the bowlers as long a breather as they possibly can before they've got to go out and try and take some wickets.
Yes, and it's hot out there. Don't think anybody minds too much though. Here comes Abbott, bowls, and Bairstow's pushing forward again. That's not quite out of the middle of the bat as it makes its way up to mid-on. It's quite interesting when Jeff Arnold was here, wasn't he? Former Surrey and England bowler, and sort of here on behalf of the ECB looking at things, and he was sort of saying that you know, he wouldn't be surprised, or you know, that a lot of people would be injured this pre-season because hardly anybody's missed any pre-season at all this year. They've all played planned matches, they've all done their training. There's been no wet weather to do something else. Said he wouldn't have been surprised that a few people are starting the season injured. As Bairstow cuts that away behind square, hasn't quite gone all the way to the boundary. Brad Wheel comes round from third, and they will pick up 2 more, and that takes Yorkshire past the 100 mark. A few Yorkshire fans in the crowd. There's a few in the hotel either side with their flags hanging over the railings. A few in the crowd enjoying the weekend here. Ron Paul has emailed again, summoncricket@gmail.com. He was the one talking about Camford School earlier. And he does say that their director of cricket there is Matthew Keach, who first played for Hampshire back in the 1990s. And I remember him, yes, of course I do. And I did get a text earlier about somebody reminding me about that. That's driven past Abbott, and that's a good diving stop by Sonny Baker at mid-off, preventing Johnny Bairstow scoring any more runs. End of the over, 101 for 3.
Yeah, struck it quite nicely, didn't it, this time? I think the timing is, say it quietly, beginning to come back.
Yes.
It's just, even when he's not got the timing, there's still a presence about him out there in the middle. Something about that sort of wide-shouldered body language, almost like he's stretching him out even further so he can look that bit bigger. And yeah, it's just got some presence as YJB, as he's been known to many for some time. Liam Dawson, meanwhile, is going to bowl to Adam Lyth here with a short leg, a leg slip and an orthodox slip around the bat. And he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, who turns that one into the leg side. Mid-wicket does the fielding. Straight mid-wicket, it has to be said. Wideish mid-on. 2 men set back. One is out mid-wicket on the boundary, another one backward of square leg. Neither come into play here because width outside the off-stump, and Lyth has just punched that one away through the covers. I think it is going to be, yep, just flicked back in by Sonny Baker. And again, Adam Lyth not going at the ball there, just stroking it. Had he gone a little harder, not much harder, it would have been 4, but he's got 3. 50 partnership, 51 to be precise. 11 of them now to Adam Lyth, 33 to Johnny Bairstow. It's taken him 114 balls, so 19 overs of actual play. I missed the number of minutes.
Yeah, I missed that too.
What have we played? I'll try and work it out.
Milan was out at 3 o'clock.
All right, I got 3:01, but there you go. So 99 less 20, 79 minutes. ish. 70, 70, 78, 79. Bairstow drops one out into the offside. And again, no run. Field changes when he's on strike. 2 slips. Nobody in close in front of the bat. Who'd fancy that? He got hold of one. He's just dropping one square on the leg side and thinking just for a split second that there might be one. Adam Lyth tells him there isn't. 2 to come in Dawson's over. 3 points apiece on the board. Hampshire still have got 24 runs to play with before Yorkshire will ask them to bat again, and Yorkshire won't want to lose a 4th wicket or more before they rub those off. Over 8 currently at -1. We've had another dot, and this is the final ball of Dawson's over. Left arm round again. Bairstow goes, well, he's anchored really at the crease. Not know if there was some bat involved. There was a brief yelp. It's missing leg, I think is the clear message, whether it hit bat or not. End of the over then, 104 for 3. 29 overs remaining as a minimum today.
Yeah. Mike Rochburns has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thank you for the great commentary as usual. I've loved having the cricket back on the radio this week. The only cloud this afternoon has been the potential concussion to Nick Gubbins, and hopefully he'll be fit to bat when needed. Well, happily to say he's back on the field, fielding in the position, deep square leg, a little earlier where he had to go off. Abbott bowls, forward is Lyth, back to the bowler. Abbott steers it onto the stumps, but Bairstow is not going to get caught out like that. For those of you that have joined us since those moments, and it was a few minutes where Johnny Bairstow had a bit of a reprieve on 2 occasions. He'd already had a little bit of a life when he pushed a Liam Dawson delivery back a little too hard, and Dawson dived low to his left. Couldn't quite get his hand around the ball, diving on the pitch, but it was a half chance really, as Abbott bowls and Lyth is forward. This time Abbott doesn't pick up the ball, but there was a 2-ball spell with Sonny Baker where Johnny Bairstow took him on with a pull shot, and it looked like Nick Gubbins had caught the ball right on the square leg boundary. It's a short boundary. But then, almost as soon as you thought he caught it, you then realised that the catch wasn't taken, and what we couldn't see from here, but fortunately 1 or 2 people were able to see a little clearer than us, was that the ball deflected out of his hands above his head onto his head, and the ball went for 6, so he went off. Lyth pushes up on the onside. We thought he'd probably be off till about tea, and that's been the case because he's back on. And then the very next ball, you thought, well, Johnny Bairstow's not going to do it again, surely, and he did. But this time he got underneath it, flicked it up in the air, and Joe Weatherly, who was on as the substitute fielder, ran in from deep square leg. And momentarily it looked as though he'd got his hands underneath the ball as he dived forward. And the Hampshire players ran over to him excitedly. And we thought, Johnny Bairstow's out. But Johnny Bairstow stood there, and then in the few seconds after that, as Lyth pushes it out square on the offside, I think it became apparent that Joe Weatherly had said, I'm not sure I'd taken it. The Hampshire players then dispersed. The umpires were checking, and I think Johnny Bairstow was right to stand his ground. But could have so easily have been out on 3 occasions, but he's still there. He's toughing it out. And as we've said umpteen times since then, well, he's out there, he's a danger. He might not be fluent yet, there might not be too many coming out of the middle of the bat, but you just wonder how long it will be until they do start hitting the middle of the bat, as Lyth pushes Abbott up to mid-off this time. So we await the next stage of Johnny Bairstow's innings, however that might unfold. So no wickets since tea. We've had about 15 minutes or so since tea. 28 overs to do in the day. No danger of any of those being cut off for the second day running. Abbott in again, wideish first slip with 3 on the drive, actually 2 on the offside and 1 on the leg side. Lyth strokes that to backward a point, good bit of fielding, end of the over, and Abbott has bowled another maiden. 7 maidens in these 11 overs, none for 8. It's warm, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's I may need to get, next time I'm off, I may need to go out to the car and get the cap out, I think.
Yeah.
It's in the eyes this afternoon.
I've never known this heat this early in the stage of the season up here in the gantry. Never known it.
Oh, lovely warm day. Not knocking it. Just a little blind somewhere about there would be nice right at this moment in time, wouldn't it? Just to take it off the eyes.
Well, that's what the windows are for, really.
Yeah. But you can't see, can you, if you pull them across? That's the thing.
They haven't been cleaned since about 19... Well, actually, no, they've only been going for about 10 years, but I don't think they've been cleaned since they've been put in. They've got a deliberate sun shield on them, but we can't pull them across because it'll look like there's fog descended on the ground.
Yeah. Dot ball first up from Dawson to Bairstow, who's flexing at the knee and waiting for this next delivery, and then punches this one up to long off, who's coming in from the shadow of the Shane Warne stand. Another one on the total for the Yorkshire captain. 34 now to him, 105 for 3, and the deficit slowly being whittled away. 23 now. Lyth back on strike, the field changes and closes in, but he's able to get away from strike first up, turning one down to Kyle Abbott at long leg.
Just trying to do some calculations very quickly here, that if they continue to score at fraction under 3 and over, obviously not bowled out tonight, assuming Johnny Bairstow doesn't find 4th gear, probably have a lead of around 70-80.
Yeah. Bairstow on strike, just nudging one to extra cover, no run. Still a game, is it a women's game going on over
into Hampshire squad game.
Into Hampshire squad game, yeah. Been playing for quite a few hours, haven't they, over there?
They have.
Dawson in, and that's punched away out to the cover sweeper by Bairstow for 1. We've got one team in what looks like red or orange tops.
Well, it looks very similar to the old Southern Vipers tops,
yeah,
actually, from this distance anyway.
And the other team more in the sort of Hampshire colours.
Yeah. Tell you what, sorry. I was just going to say, I tell you what, a 70 or 80 run lead here with 7 wickets remaining tonight would be pretty handy position.
Yeah, Dawson coming over the wicket to Lyth, who pads off, and therefore, although the ball's going to disappear over the boundary beneath our commentary position, he'll get nothing for it. Dead ball signals James Middlebrook to complete that over. 3 runs from it, 38 now gone in Yorkshire's second innings, 107 for 3, and 21 runs behind.
Stephen Bell has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, taking advantage of Hampshire's free entry after tea, enjoying the Sun cricket and great commentary. I have to say, if you turn up at 4:30, we'll probably be going on till, what did we went on, about 20 to 7 last night. 2 hours 40 of free cricket. Not bad, is it? And maybe a bit of Johnny Bairstow thrown in as well. That's good value.
You can't knock that, can you?
No. Here's Abbott, runs away and bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow's beaten. That's a great delivery. That's a great delivery. Had to play at it. Pitched and straightened, and I tell you what, that has not beaten the off stump by very much at all. Oof. Oof.
Well bowled, sir.
Great delivery. Just watching that again on the replay. Oh my word, that's so close to the off stump. Just straightened a fraction. Still a bit of movement there. We've seen that when Yorkshire bowled. Even into the 40th over, there's a bit of movement from time to time. Bairstow drives into the gap in the covers. Again, that's not out of the middle of the bat, but he'll pick up at least 2. May look to get 3 here. And they do.
Yeah, he's just gone a little bit fuller, hasn't he, there, Kyle Abbott, and I think that's what's costing the runs.
Yeah.
Similar sort of line, but he was able to get right over the top of that. As you say, it did sound a little bit woody.
Yeah. 38 now, Bairstow off 69. 110 for 3, and Yorkshire are only behind now by 18. Mentioned earlier, Darwin Milan, the last man out, that was back in 3 o'clock. 53 for 3 it was then, as Albert Bowles lides forward. It's gone to one of 2 men on the drive on the offside. That's Dawson. Who's the square of the 2. Prest is on the leg side doing the same job. Still not much wind around.
No.
It's just sun, sun, sun. There's a bit, I can just look at a couple of the flags away to my left that are just about moving about, but generally it's pretty still. Just waiting for Sonny Baker to come in as another fielder on the drive on the leg side to keep Prest company. And comes Abbott again, runs away from us around the wicket, just nudged away behind square by Lythe. Yet another single. Moves on to 19, 111 for 3, Yorkshire behind by 17 now.
Quite a lot of chats have taken place between this pair. Adam Lythe just had a wander down and offered some more words to his skipper. Gammon and chips for tea tonight, boss, you reckon? No, I'm having steak.
Are you?
Those two.
Oh right, I thought you were having another hot meal. Or bowled, it's left alone. Bit of extra bounce this time from Abbott, but a good leave from Bairstow.
Yeah, what do you do when you've had a meal at lunchtime?
I don't eat another one in the evening, do you?
No.
No? Do you? Oh, you do. What did you have last night then?
Steak.
Did you really? So you had a jacket potato at lunchtime?
Yeah. Not
Which
all
was slightly
of it,
undercooked,
yeah,
yes, I know you've said that. The chef's
What
going to
about
have a
half
word
of
with the chef's going to have a word with you a bit later, by the way.
Good.
Because you're ruining his reputation. He's going to do you for defamation of character. Here comes Abbott again. That's worked by Bairstow up to mid-on. End of the over, end of me for a little while. 111 for 3, Yorkshire in their second innings. It's going to be Sean Irvine.
Make sure it's defamation or deflation of character. Yeah, 111 for 3, 17 the deficit. And well, work to do for both these sides in various aspects. As I keep saying, Yorkshire, for many reasons, need to bat as long as they can here. Get some more overs in the Hampshire bowlers' legs. Give their own bowlers longer recovery because they're a man down. And here's Dawson to Lythe, who steps back and loses his footing slightly as he plays it, so it turns down the chance of a run. Sean's back.
I am back, Jonathan. What's the weather like up in Yorkshire at the moment?
Just the same.
Really? Beautiful.
Dawson in again, and Lythe this time shoulders arms. Yeah, left behind some lovely weather on whenever it was I came down. You lose track of the day. It's only Thursday. It was in fact, it was a beautiful day all the way down, to be fair, on Thursday. The sun shone all the way, all 248 miles of it, as Dawson in again, and Lythe drops that one out into the offside. Now run.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused with this field that they've got. You know, they've got a deep 45 on the leg side, deep mid wicket, and a deep long on. I'd like to see them all come in really for Lythe.
Dawson in again. Lythe shouldering arms, padding up, and even though his bat was about 4 feet away from it, Ben Brown thought he might have had a chance there, coming round from the back of the stumps.
Yeah, maybe it sort of deflected off the pad up, it went straight up, and maybe could have deflected off the glove or bat.
I think you're being kind. Dawson in again over the wicket, and Lythe does use the blade this time to block it. So one to come in the over, 5 dots so far. And there'll be 25 remaining on day 2 after this next ball is bowled. Can Liam Dawson make something happen? with that delivery. Blythe plays it quite nicely, but straight to the man who's straight on at mid-wicket in the onside. So, end of the over, 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22 so far for Dawson. What can he do then if you're not that happy with that field? What?
No, I think, you know, Adam, he's... we'll see how many balls he's faced. He's 19 of 123 balls, so it has been a sort of consistent trend. You know, he's sort of defended himself, played quite conservative. I'd like to see the field come in, and then maybe he feels like he needs to sort of maybe play a big shot or two, or he wants to capitalise on the field having been in, and I think that might give Hampshire an opportunity to get a wicket. But we've got to change a bowler from the hotel end, and it's going to be Brett Hampton. Yeah, it's just when things are sort of going sort of one motion, you know, as a captain you've got to be a bit proactive and try to create something out of nothing. And sometimes it's just, you know, trying to utilise, maybe utilising the batsman's ego a little bit.
Yep.
As Brett Hampton runs in to Johnny Bairstow, and that's lifted off a length. I think he played at that, but fantastic ball. It's through to the keeper. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yeah, just lifted off that. There's definitely an area there, isn't there? If you put enough effort into the ball, into the pitch, you'll get something out of it.
Yeah, it certainly took off, and he did just momentarily offer a little flick before the brain engaged and he pulled his bat underneath it.
Brett Hampton runs in, and he's tried to pull that off a length, and that one hasn't bounced as much. So being nice and positive here, Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's the heart rate, Jonathan?
Well, it's the sort of shot you'd never have seen in decades gone by, but it's just the way some players play the modern game, isn't it? Keep your eye on the ball. It doesn't matter if you hit it across the line, if you connect.
That's right. As Brett Hampton runs in again, and that is much better timed out to the deep. I'm not too sure if that.
Has he got his foot on the rope?
I think that's questionable.
I think that's
that's questionable, to be honest. Umpires are sort of looking at each other, looking at the fielder.
You generally get the crowd somewhere, unless there's no Yorkie fans down there, but you tend to get somebody in the crowd going, "No, it's 4."
Yeah.
Nobody has, so maybe I did him a disservice, and apologies if I did, but it sort of felt like he'd got his shins even on the rope as he had contact with the ball.
There's Nick Gubbins down there. Nice control pull shot, that one. That was much better, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas the other one was a bit of a hoik. Hampton. That's a Yorker length to live, and that's either going to be 4 or 4 leg buys. No, he's given runs. Yorker length, sort of angling down leg side, and he just managed to get enough bat on that just to get past the keeper.
Yeah, strong, very strong player off his legs, and just gave himself enough room stepping away to get a little dink on it.
It's not many left-handers that are strong as the old saying.
Yeah.
Still getting a bit of shape with this ball, which is 40 overs old, as he runs into Adam Live, and that's a full and work to the leg side. This could be 2 runs. Yeah, it's well fielded there by Fletcher Middleton. So full toss, work just in front of deep square leg for another 2 runs, and the score moves on to 118 for 3.
Adam Lythe's powers of concentration have been excellent so far. 125 balls he's chewed up for his 25. And the ball obviously getting, well, it's halfway through its useful life now.
Runs in, and that's worked wide of point. Could get to the boundary. The fielder gives up, and that'll be 4 runs. So that brings the deficit down to 6. Yorkshire 122 for 3, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, just a little bit loose, wasn't he, Hampton, in that over? Two sides of the wicket, short ball, final ball, and Adam Lyth just saying 120 odd balls. If you're going to receive one like that, if you're ever going to be able to steer that one away, you are after 120 odd balls, and he did.
Yeah, Brett Hampton in 5 overs, 3 maidens for 24 runs. So, you know, 2 of those overs have gone for 24. So, interesting.
Yeah, inconsistent, I think you'd have to say, in that respect. A couple of big overs and 3 fairly tight ones. So not found a complete rhythm. Liam Dawson, meanwhile, 12 overs for 22. He's not costing Hampshire many. Hasn't yet got his name in the wickets column in this Yorkshire second innings. And he's bowling here to Bairstow with a slip in place. There's a man backward of point. A man roughly 45 behind square, as you'd expect. A mid-wicket, straightish. Mid-on a bit deeper than normal. Long off. Bairstow's going to get 4 because there isn't anybody square on the leg side, and he's dropped that one short. Liam Dawson, it's a poor delivery, Sean, and it got what it deserved, really.
Yeah, that's right, and you can't set fields to that. So he knows that that's a ball that's just gone wrong. So what it does do is there's 2 boundaries back to back. You know, so the pressure might just be releasing a little bit here. Getting a nice little partnership together, these two. Deficit is down to 2 now.
Yeah, partnership, what, 73 now? Dawson round the wicket. Bairstow pushing forward. A stifled appeal mainly from Ben Brown. There are 2 men in, fairly tight in the offside. A couple of sort of extra covers, really. Only about 4 or 5 yards between them, as well as a sweeper out at cover on the boundary edge. Away to our right, Bairstow flicks at one that was straighter. Can't get a good enough contact to get runs. Johnny waits again. Here's Dawson, floats one up, and Johnny accepts the invitation to hit it through the floodlight shadowing out to long off for 1.
Yeah, it is really interesting. They've got less fielders out for Johnny Bairstow, whose strike rate is 56, and they've got 4 fielders on the boundary for Adam Lyth, whose strike rate is 23. So yes, he's a left-hander.
As Lyth drops one into the offside this time, there's no run. I got a text from Stuart Cummins.
Okay.
What do they call match referees, cricket liaison officer types? Also notorious rugby league referee,
Right.
of big games in the past. As Lyth strokes one out into the offside, and there is no run. And he says, in Lahore for the Women's World Cup qualifiers, and just catching up on things on YouTube, and hear a Yorkshireman complaining about the sun in Southampton. Thanks for that, Stuart. Hope you're well, pal. It's been a while
Love it.
since I've seen him around the grounds, and that's why he's out in Lahore. Never, just like all rugby league referees, never had him on side when he was refereeing.
Yeah. Let's see if Brett Hampton can improve on his last over, and that's defended to point, no run. Back of a length there from Brett Hampton.
He did actually play some, as it was called, minor counties cricket as well, Stuart,
Right.
back in the day.
Okay.
Told me a story about playing, I think, Stuart, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure you told me you kept wicket to Curtly Ambrose in a match for Cheshire.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's a nice little memory to keep. Brett Hampton runs in again, and that's full and driven straight to long on, no run. square is starting to get a little bit dusty. Every time you sort of see the ball sort of get hit, you can see the dust.
Yeah.
Splashing out, really, or I don't know how you call it. It's obviously in the sunlight. It's.
Can you have dust splashing?
No, I don't think you can.
You can messages on that, folks.
Yeah, no, you won't. Forget that. Well, that's well bowled. That's well left there by Johnny Bairstow. Asking questions here, Brett. No, you can't have splashing and dust in the same.
A puff of dust.
Dust, maybe. Yeah, puff. It's exaggerated in the sunshine. There you go.
As Stuart's replied, ICC umpire, coach, manager now, so just work on international.
Oh, wow.
And I did keep wicket to Kirtley in a trial game. Oh, there we go.
Wow. So he must have bowled with a bit of gas because he's trialing as he comes in again, and that's angled down the leg side, diving there from.
I'm as pleased for my memory there as I am for Stuart having kept to Kirtley Ambrose in a trial game, I've got to say.
Yeah. Exceptional.
So he's cocking his snoot at us, really. He just works on an international basis only now these days, you know.
Getting some air miles under his belt.
Never struck me as snobbish, Stuart, in the past.
And that's again full, and that's driven behind point for 4 runs. So Brett Hampton just struggling a little bit here as Yorkshire go past Hampshire with the deficit and now lead by 3 runs. So there's a big cheer around the ground from the Yorkshire supporters.
3 for 3.
Yeah. 3 for 3 and building.
He's just felt all along. I know he's given a couple of chances here, Johnny, that we've talked about plenty in the past, but it's almost like a net. This is his first net of the season in the middle. The timing's not been quite there, but he's just building, isn't he? It's been gradual by his standards, 83 balls for 48.
Yeah, as Brett Hampton comes in for the last ball, and that again is full and driven to cover, no run. That would be the end of the over. So Yorkshire ending that over, 131 for 3 and lead by 3.
And, you know, Hampshire, clearly you're not going to be sort of too worried at this stage, but I wonder if there is an odd concern creeping in out there, because they've both got going here to some extent at least. Yorkshire have gone in front.
Well, I think obviously we've got, you know, a bit of time before the end of the play, but if these two are still in by the end of the day's play, then you got to say that's a huge fight back for Yorkshire.
Yeah, I think you would if they were, but there's how many overs have we got left in the day's play? Check on that in a sec, because Dawson's bowling to Lythe. 78 runs this pair have put on in 160 balls, 105 minutes. First ball was just turned into the leg side by Lythe, no run. So 21 overs and 5 balls left. That would be a bit of a triumph if they're able to stay in for all of that together. A minor triumph at that, because it's by no means match winning if they did. It's Lythe again dropping that one into the pitch in front of him this time, and once more no run. The field is still in out. 3 men on the boundary to the leg side, and a cover sweeper as well. Dawson in again, and Lythe turning it towards straight mid wicket, no run.
Yeah, Hampshire just have to be patient here. Keep building up these dots, this pressure of the scoreboard, and take the opportunities when they come.
Dawson again, Lythe, just pushing back down the pitch. He feels a bit sort of at this moment in time, a bit cat and mouse. Dawson pushing a few through, holding the odd one back. Hampshire being patient, they're having to be. Hoping that one of these 2 Yorkshire batters will maybe make an unforced error if they can't force one. Lythe shoves his pad well outside off stump. to deflect that one backward of point. No run. .131 for 3. Final ball of the over. Dawson in again. Live. Oh, there you go. Nearly that unforced error. He's pushed one into the offside. Dawson was quickly away from his follow through. Bairstow anchored, didn't fancy it. Lyth did for about 2 or 3 strides, but in the end had ample time to get back. So end of the over, a maiden. 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27. Liam Dawson, and JMO's back, and I'm off. I'm getting the red card.
Or just getting red. Sun fully shining into our gantry. With Yorkshire just 3 runs. Oh, they lead by 3. Sorry, the last time I looked, they were 1 behind. So I've not been paying attention over the last few deliveries. Sean Irvine is staying with us. It's been a good effort from these two, Sean.
Yeah, it has been a great effort. I've really sort of tested Hampshire out there. Hampshire have had to be really patient, try to build on those dots and that pressure.
Been together since fall of David Milan's wicket at 53. Here's Hampton, length ball to Bairstow. Prods that to mid-wicket. Dawson fields. And there's no run. Hampton is into his 7th over now. None for 28. It's been okay. It's been some good balls which have threatened.
Yeah, we were just talking when you were not paying attention there, JMO.
Yeah.
We were talking about Brett's figures. You know, there's 3 maidens involved in that.
Yeah, true.
And so it's been a little bit inconsistent as the word that came out. But
wrapped on the pad, going to be a quick leg by here.
But I think he's got the capability to really sort of find that sort of wicket taking delivery. You know, he bustles in, hits the deck hard. So
yeah, it's very easy action, isn't it? Really, doesn't seem to be taking too much out of himself. It's not express pace, as we've said a few times, but I think what he's about is back of a length, getting the ball to bounce a bit more.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I don't know if he's used the Duke a lot either.
I don't know what they're using. When I played over there, it was Kookaburra.
That's what I thought.
So maybe not.
So there's an element of that comes into it as well.
Yeah.
If he hasn't bowled with a Duke.
Round the wicket to Lyth. That's very full. Lyth's trying to steer that away. Goes underneath the bat through to Brown. Yeah, and it does feel differently, doesn't it? It's 2 balls feel massively different. I think when I was using it, I was quite young, and I don't know, I suppose I didn't really think anything of it. The fact that there was hardly any seam and didn't swing that much, really. I just got on and bowled with it, really. You know, now there's much more analysis, isn't there? I don't think there was quite so much analysis about the different balls back then.
Well, as the word goes round, they're probably harder back then when you were
there might have been, I think that's probably the one thing that was different. Lyth cuts that away, no third man, so that's 4. Nice shot, just waited for the delivery. Just used the pace and used the face of the bat to find the angle. Effortless boundary for Lyth, who moves on to 33. And 136 for 3, Yorkshire lead by 8 with just over 20 overs left in the day. The run rate has slightly increased in this innings, obviously due to this decent partnership between these two, which would naturally happen. And there they are, looking at around about a 70-run lead going at this pace between now and the end of play. That's another lovely shot played late. That's 4 more. Gone a bit of finer this time. I think Hampton might have to think about employing a third here now, with the way Lyth is. It's all about getting to know bowlers as well, isn't it? Because not too many people would know Brett Hampton.
That's
so
right.
You're learning on the job, aren't you, really? And I know a pre-season media day early last week, the Hampshire players have been seen. Might have seen a couple of deliveries on video, but that's about all. So, and the batter's the same, isn't it now? So they're probably starting to work out that generally he's banging it in just short of a length. Play it off the pitch. There's Hampton again, bowls. A little bit fuller this time. Good delivery to the end of the over, but it's left alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, I think it's Giles White, who's the director of cricket, he's the one who sort of brings these players in and he would have done some homework on each individual, all their capabilities, and looked at their stats and then and gone from there and said, yes, these guys will work in our squad. That's exactly what we're after. So, they don't just pick him out of nowhere. So,
and also they wouldn't have had much time and at such late notice.
That's right. So
pick somebody up anyway.
Yeah, they've had a couple of sort of people, being let down with them, not through anyone's fault of their own, but just through unfortunate injuries and things like that. So, they were stuck for a little bit.
But he looks steady enough, doesn't he?
Yep, absolutely. As Liam Dawson continues to Bairstow, and that's padded forward, inside edge. Appeal from Liam Dawson, and I think the hands went up from Ben Brown, but that was about it.
It's funny, isn't it? It's been a real scratchy innings from Bairstow, but he's there on 48.
Yeah, Liam Dawson comes in again, and again that's just plotted straight down, and Ben Brown cleans up. Bairstow is a little bit wary about Liam Dawson. Just, he has spun a couple as he comes in again, and that's back short of a length and just played straight back to Liam Dawson.
He's been firing it in a little bit as well, hasn't he?
He's bowled a lot quicker, and then every now and then he'll throw one a little bit slower to try and entice a drive. There is a drive man, Mark Stoneman at short cover, who anticipated that gap very well. Try to work it in between cover and point. Stoneman was up for it. And there's the one that's tossed up. He's driven out to deep cover. Nick Gubbins does the fielding, just the single. So, Jamo, we were talking while off air, when you were sort of off air, about this field that Liam Dawson's got. Now, Adam Ly's, his strike rate's 26. He's faced 138 balls for 37, yet there's 4 fielders on the boundary. As Liam Dawson bowls this ball, and that he's just padded up to end the over. Yorkshire 141 for 3 and lead by 13.
So what's that saying to you?
Well, I would like to see the fielders come in, and let's see if Adam Lyle wants to try something different. He's been quite conservative at the whole innings, so try to change his mindset a little bit. He seems to be in that sort of bubble, isn't he? And you want to try and change that, I think, as a captain. Try to create a wicket.
Do you think, especially on the offside, that it's insurance for Liam Dawson just to toss one up a little bit into the rough just outside off stump?
I don't mind him, he can stay there, but you got long on, you got deep mid wicket.
Here's Hampton then, the Kiwi, right arm over, bowls pulled away by Bairstow. Again, not particularly well timed, but that's his half century. There was air and inevitability about that, having been dropped 3 times before he got 20. Of varying degrees of difficulty, it has to be said, but it's 92 balls with 5 fours and a 6. That 6 was one of those potential dismissals. Right on the boundary. Gubbins wasn't able to hold onto a catch where the ball deflected off his hands onto his head, which caused him to go off on concussion. But he's got to 50. And I think everybody here that's not of a Yorkshire persuasion, it's down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown, thought that when he'd survived those chances, that as scratchy as he's been looking, that he just knew he was going to go on and get a few. He's at 50 and he's still there.
Yeah, first 50 of the match, that one. So
a good point. Yeah, earlier in this innings, Darwin Milan 37. In the Hampshire innings, it was 45 from Fletcher Middleton, 46 from Stoneman. As Hampton bowls again, it's down the leg side, and Lyth is making sure the bat is well out of the way. Milan 31 in the Yorkshire first innings, so few have got starts, few have been unable to make them tell. not sure 50's quite making a point, but it's as you say, it's quite rightly the highest score of the game, and well, these two are in the middle. It's giving Yorkshire a very, very good chance of setting a tricky total, whatever that total might be. It's wide outside off stump this time, and Lythe's not interested.
I'll throw it to you, Jamo. If these two are still in at the end of the day.
7 wickets in hand, 70 odd in front.
Yeah.
That's a great position
It is,
in this
isn't
game, isn't it? In this game.
And then you got to look at the Hampshire batting lineup. You know, the guys have to step up.
Indeed.
No Vince.
This is where those moments tell, isn't it? Where you need your big players. Here's Hampton again. He's off the back foot, steers that down to third. Quite a nice looking shot opening the face of the pack. But there is a third man now. So it brings just a single to Lythe, takes him on to 38. 143 for 3, so 90 these two have put on now. Unbroken for the 4th wicket. But yeah, the pressure, of course, then is on 4th innings. And we saw the way the Yorkshire bowlers just really dried things up. So even if it's a 150 lead, is it going to be that easy?
Yeah.
So I would say once they get, what, 150 in front, would you say? I would start to think,
I think the wicket's good enough. You know, 170, 180.
Yeah. To bowls a little fuller, worked off fairly straight by Bairstow down to deep backward square leg. 51 he is, 17 now is the lead. Sorry, 16 is the lead, 144 for 3. Yeah, I agree, but always the plus point here is the wicket never gets worse, does it?
That's right.
If anything, scores tend to get slightly higher, don't they?
Yeah.
It's only the pressure bits that start telling towards the end of the game, but I don't think we need to worry about the wicket deteriorating too much more. It's just that all of a sudden it's the pressure of the chase.
Yeah, I think obviously the weather's going to be really good for the next 2 days anyway, so you know, spin might come into it a little bit. The more wear and tear on the foot marks and things like that, but you know, I think these two would be definitely trying to sort of, you know, play their way all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Maybe towards the end, you know, they might just add a little bit of pressure on themselves, but you know, I would happily try a little Tom Prest.
Yep.
Just to have a go, break the partnership. As Liam Dawson bowls from the pavilion into Johnny Bairstow, and that's cut away for 1 to deep point. Nick Gubbins does the fielding.
But yes, I think you're right. I think maybe 150, you know, but 175 that you've said, I think starts getting an interesting situation. And of course, Yorkshire will be looking for more than that.
Yeah. I think these two are the key.
Yeah, they are, 100%.
Liam Dawson comes into Adam Lythe, who's forward defending to short leg. There's just no urgency from Adam Lythe at all, is there? He's just quite happily just to anchor down the innings, and
it's experience for you, isn't it?
Yeah. Just build the pressure up.
It's just all about accumulation, isn't it? That's all it is. From a Yorkshire point of view, there's no time pressure.
No.
They can bat most of tomorrow if they really want to, if they can.
Absolutely. Give the bowlers nice rest.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson coming into Adam Lythe, and that's just worked. Four defended inside edge down to long fine leg for 1. You can see the shadows are starting to creep over the ground now. It's nice to have shadows at this time of the year, isn't it?
It is. Were you a man that liked to field in the shadows, or was always happy in the sun?
No, I was always happy in the sun.
Yeah, I thought so.
I think of growing up, if my dad saw me standing in the shade, he would pull me out, come out 10 yards, you know, out of the shade. As Liam Dawson bowls to Johnny Bairstow, and that's driven down to long off, deep long off for 1. Yeah. Just come out. I think you might not get this top edge, so just come out a little bit. Yeah, tactical. So I used to be the same when I was captain.
Did you?
Yeah.
Didn't like to see fielders fielding in the shade?
No. Yeah. standing right on the boundary as Liam Dawson comes in again, and that's once again just defended back to him. End of the over. Yorkshire 147 for 3 with the leader 19.
And 17 overs left in day 2. Bairstow 53, Lythe 39. No wickets since 3 o'clock this afternoon when Darwin Milan edged Brad Wheel through to Ben Brown. That was 53 for 3, and then those 2 early wickets, Finley Bean and James Wharton, out within 2 balls of each other. And the score was 4. That seems ages ago now. That was just before 2 o'clock. Hampshire have been made to work hard. They have had little glimpses, mainly from Johnny Bairstow, but even that now seems a while ago, when he looked probably even more scratchy than he does now. He's certainly not in full flow, and he's certainly not getting too many in the middle of the bat, but his experience is showing here as well, and he's got 53. Won't be one of his better half centuries, that's for sure, but in the context of this game, it's been very, very important indeed, because when those 2 early wickets went down, Yorkshire are in a really bad place.
Absolutely. I think this is a really good move from Ben Brown. I think Sonny Baker, he created those chances, didn't he, with Johnny Bairstow? And I think that's what he's after from him this time round.
Bit of extra pace.
And you know, Johnny's in that zone. He won't back down. So you might try take him on here. Might get a couple of opportunities here to get a wicket.
Well, he's only bowled 4 overs so far, Sonny Baker, so I don't think he'll be too tired. Hopefully 4 overs and just give it some. Then we'll see what happens. Comes in now, runs away from us, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow just flicks it away down to fine leg. 2 fielders down there, slight misfield, but a recovery. I think that's Brad Wheel down there in the shadows. You'd have him out of there now, wouldn't you?
He'd be you'd be a gully, wouldn't he? Leg gully.
All facing the sun, moving over the other side of the pitch, and you field looking at the sun.
There were some horrible grounds when you used to, like, as the sun dropped, you were right in the sun. Yeah. Adelaide comes to mind.
Was it really? Is that bad?
Yeah, it was terrible. Terrible, yeah. Even down here, a couple of the later one-day games.
Yeah.
When you're fielding down this side of the hotel.
On the nursery side. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, you're looking straight into the sun.
Straight into it.
You can forgive. You can also give 1 or 2 drop catches, can't you, when you're fielding down at that sort of deep position, looking straight back towards the Shane Warne. You can understand, because there's nothing worse than a ball going up through the sun and coming down through the sun. It's horrible.
It is horrible. At the same time, you're not sure. Do you wear your sunglasses or not? Because it creates sometimes more glare.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough.
And even then, you can't really look at the sun through sunglasses.
No, you can't.
Really? Not really. Yes, it's a special type of catch when the ball goes up in the air. You just pray that you're not fielding with the ball with the sun behind you, in front of you. Right, he's going to be bowling to the left-hander, Sonny Baker. He's got a short leg and a leg slip in here to Lythe. He's over the wicket. Comes in now past the umpire and bowls short. Lythe ducks underneath. 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. I think that's hit him somewhere on the arm or body.
I like this move though. This is a great move. You know, you're trying to create a wicket, yeah. Trying to break this partnership. So, yeah, excellent move here by Ben Brown.
Yes. So as well as the leg slip and the short leg, we've got Liam Dawson, who's fairly square at mid-wicket, but we've also got a square leg. And also Kyle Abbott, who's fairly close in at mid-on. Here's Sonny Baker again. Bowls. Short, and Lythe again. Just lets that go over the top. There doesn't seem to be a lot of pace and bounce in that wicket at the moment. Judging by those first 2 deliveries, he's having to work quite hard to generate a bit of pace. Thank you, Sean Irvine. He's taking a little bit of a break. I've just got to do an update in a minute, Doidge. I'll have to leave you for a couple of minutes.
No problem.
Jonathan Doidge is back with us.
I think I might be able to handle it just for a couple of minutes.
I'm sure you can. More than capable. Sonny Baker. In again. Bowls short and Lythe this time pulls it away on the leg side. Hasn't quite reached Dawson on the fall, but he picks it up. Just puff of dust of dust on the pitch.
Dust, yeah. Or what was it? Splash of dust.
Splash of dust?
Yeah.
Where's that come from? Splash of dust.
Sure, the dictionary of Irvine.
It's a bit of a contradiction in terms, isn't it?
A sprinkling of dust, usually that comes with stardust, doesn't it?
Yes. Of which Sean had much.
Great link.
Pulled that away, and he's going to get 4 for that one as well. Well, I say as well, he's actually got 4. It's quite a sizable leg side field.
Yeah,
He's found the gap.
you don't want to bowl it there to Adam Lyth, I've got to say, Sonny, because that is one of his 2 signature shots. The one that he strokes effortlessly through extra cover, and that where he tucks up the front knee and bang. Often it'll soar away for 6. So he might have got away with a couple of runs there. But he kept it down, and 150 up for Yorkshire, lead of 24 now, Lyth on to 43.
Close to a 100-run partnership as well. It's just 1 run away. Just what Yorkshire wanted, this partnership. But they'll still want some more, as Baker bowls on the line of leg stump, tucked away by Lyth. Down towards backward of square. In fact, down to fine leg, actually. So there's the 100 partnership, and that's come off 196 balls with just over 2 hours. These two have been at the crease, Adam Lyth and Johnny Bairstow, and just when Yorkshire wanted their experienced, mature pros to perform, that's what they're doing. Putting Hampshire under a bit of pressure now. They've got 7 second innings wickets remaining, and that lead might not sound too much at 25, but with 16 overs left, that will be pushed up, especially with these two at the crease. And yeah, we've been saying it for a while, but a lead of around 70 tonight, give or take a few. And if there's still 7 wickets remaining, Jonathan Deutsch, I think that they'll be pretty happy, Yorkshire.
They will. I think they're both still playing within themselves. At no point have either of them cut loose, and they're not really been looking to do that. They've just been doing that time-honoured thing of playing each ball on its merit, and the ones that they don't need to play at, particularly Adam Lyth, hasn't bothered with. He's just turned the first ball of Liam Dawson's over out to mid-wicket for a single. 26 in front. Into the 50th over now, so the ball is getting older. Liam Dawson has got through a fair bit of work in this second inning, in this Yorkshire second innings. Into his 17th over now. And bowling to the right-handed Johnny Bairstow, who drops one into the pitch in front of him. And there is no run. Does his little walk away to the side, Johnny. Players have these little patterns that they repeat. Just gets them set for the next ball. And he waits again. That wide gate. Attacking stance. Flexes at the knee. Dawson bowls it just wide of off stump, and he's cut that one, but unfortunately for Johnny, straight to the man. Backward of point. A couple of yards either side, and it would have been 4. 54 now to the new Yorkshire red ball captain. Just dropping this latest delivery and into the offside once again. Now there is no run. He can get in touch at JD's events at Solent Sport, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I'm saying that, but I have got the dark glasses on here and the sun is full on his face. I've got the hand up shielding the face. It's not that easy to read the screen, but I'll try. It'll take me a moment or two to decipher some of the stuff through the mists as Dawson bowls again, and Bairstow plays it out into the offside, no run. Nick Moxon says he's delighted to see Yorkshire showing some Yorkshire grit, particularly Adam Lyth, he says. As Bairstow on strike flicks one nicely off his legs, he's going to get at least a couple for this. I think they're going to settle on that because fielder out in the deep sweeping has got round Hampton to do that job. Gary Sheridan Up visiting my in-laws yesterday to listen to the match, hoping to visit my good friends Turry and Maureen tomorrow for hopefully a day three with the bat. Tez hasn't been too well lately. A shout out would be appreciated. There you go then, Tez. Shout out for you from Gary. Hope things improve on that front. Tony Sweeney says, you guys have my undivided attention now. Sadly, the RL quarter-finals becoming a rout. Haven't seen the result, actually, Tony. He was hoping that YJB can make most of his good fortune, and so far, so good. We're going to see some more of Sonny Baker bowling here to Adam Lyth. He's set 2 men backward of square on the leg side, so he's still back in his pace to try and get Lyth to make a mistake. As I say, he will very often take on the shot because he plays it well, and he often soars over the boundary, but gets his timing wrong. Maybe not. Maybe it will be a win for the bowler. The first ball of the over was short, and Adam wasn't for taking it on. Simple duck underneath it. It's through to Brown. No slips in place now. So the field setup is working from third man, point, mid-off. They're the only 3 on the offside. Mid-on. There's a short leg. Another catcher at mid-wicket. Man in front of square leg, if you like, and then a deep backward, about 5 yards in from the boundary, plus a fine leg. And that latest delivery. Baker bowls it, puts his hand to his head. I think he thinks that Adam Lyth diverted it somewhere not too far from the grasp of short leg. Budge, as the lads call him, doesn't seem too perturbed. He's just leans on his bat, maybe has a chat with short leg. I'm not sure who is under the lid there because he's side on to us. J-Mo might know, but without seeing his number, I don't.
Who's that? Oh, it's the
short leg.
Might be Tom Prest, actually, looking at his stance.
Baker with a bit of a diddle, comes in again and tries to tickle Lyth's ribs.
Apologies, Fletcher Middleton, he's usually under there, I should have known. Sorry.
It was him who just fielded it, so he's trying that, trying to bring short leg into play. Played it quite well, that one, Adam Lyth. They're just changing the field again, so the man from square leg has now gone round to a leg gully position, and he's been replaced by Liam Dawson. So there are 3 men in line, really, square, almost in line, square on the leg side, short leg. Dawson looks to have taken up a position just to the left shoulder of Fletcher Middleton. He'd still be in a catching position, about 15 to 20 metres from the bat. And then a deeper square leg, who's squarer than Liam Dawson. He'd probably be a good 10 yards in from the boundary now. Baker in again. This one a little fuller, and Lyth is able to turn it into the follow through of the bowler. No run, but ball getting older and relying a bit more now, Hampshire, on the zip that they can get from Sonny Baker, who's conceded 21 so far from 5 overs and 4 balls. Still got 14 overs to go after these next 2 deliveries. A lot can happen, as we know. Game of cricket, but at the moment, Yorkshire softly, 28 runs in front. 3 down, second time around. And Baker in, and Lyth right in behind it.
There's something Sean Irvine pointed out to me. Some runs around the country, most notably for Tom Banton. 315 not out for Somerset against Worcestershire, who are 574 for 6, lead Worcestershire on the first innings by 420. That's down at Taunton.
That's a good morning job, isn't it? Good morning, folks. First up of the season. Superb. Here's Sonny Baker, final ball of the over to Lyth. Bangs it in short. Lyth ducks it. End of the over. It's not a bad short ball, but he was able to get out of the way, so it was a maiden. Bit of energy expended within. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21.
Yeah, it's been a good day for Tom Banton. He started the day 84 not out. He'd be sleeping overnight thinking, well, I hope I get my 100. Absolutely smashed that one. Essex 582 for 6 declared against the champion Surrey. Essex started the day 356 for 4, and Surrey in reply 79 for 1. Dominic Sibley, the man, out for 3. And Rob Yates has got 86 for Warwickshire against Sussex. Warwickshire replying to the Sussex total of 528, where Tom Clark made 140. John Simpson in the end made 181, having started the day 112. Warwickshire in reply 177 for 2 to that 528. Some big runs around. Big runs around the country. Good day for it as Bairstow works Dawson out on the leg side. Just to complete the Division 1 scores, Durham were bowled out for 378, so they added 8 to their overnight total. Nottinghamshire in reply are 226 for 3. Ben Slater made 92 in that innings. And there's another one there somewhere, isn't there, in Division 1? There's Bairstow just nudges that away on the offside. No, that's the lot of Division 1 scores. So yeah, we shouldn't be surprised to see 2 batters getting in here, because it's been a good day for batting generally. Dawson again, Bairstow forward. Lots of puffs of dust coming up at the moment. I mean, the ball's landing, but it's not really doing much.
Yeah, I thought a couple
splash of dust
there, yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm on a different wavelength to you guys. 13 overs to do after this one in the day. Dawson's just taking his time with the next delivery. Still got the short leg and the slip in. Bairstow's just trying to ease that away on the leg side. Good take by Ben Brown, who whisks the bails off, but no worries for Bairstow.
I tell you what, conditions, you'd take this on any day of the season, wouldn't you? July, August, whatever. Brilliant.
Yeah, I'd be burnt to a cinder by the end of July if it was
you will
like
be
this
up
every
here,
day. Remember we had a day at York, didn't we, a couple of years ago? That's half bat and pad as it's pushed out on the offside, where 50 over game, wasn't it, a couple of seasons ago? Beautiful ground, isn't it, York Cricket Club, just on the outskirts of York there. And
yep.
You were there the day before, weren't you, on the balcony, and you said we didn't have any shade. And I arrived and I thought, no shade all day, you are joking. Managed to scrounge a couple of parasols.
Yeah.
That's driven hard out to extra cover. Good stop from Gubbins to end that over from Dawson. 18 overs, none for 34. And it was glorious. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful day.
Yeah. Cracking place to go watch some cricket. We're back there this year. 4-day game against Essex there this year. There's only been one previous championship game, which was in 2019 when Warwickshire beat Yorkshire. Tight match. So yeah, the first time back for a 4-day game. There's been 2 one-dayers there for the last few seasons. There's also a T20, a Sunday afternoon T20 there against Durham this year.
Is it really?
So plenty of cricket at York this year.
What is it? Just because? I mean, it's a lovely place. Is it because they're good hosts? And because I mean, what is that? Who's missed out then? Scarborough missed a game because of that, or
Scarborough still get their 2 4-day matches plus 2 one-day matches, and that's the same again this year. 10 days of cricket a year. As Sonny Baker's coming in here to bowl to Adam Lyth. It's defended out into the offside. There's no run. You'd have to talk, I guess, to those who make those decisions for the reasons why, but I do know that we're very well looked after at York, as we are at Scarborough, and I would say from our point of view, food on the circuit, that would be very, very good at York.
Yes, it's good. Yeah, I enjoyed it up there. Really enjoyed the day up there. But usually at one ground's gain there's another ground's loss, isn't it? Because there's no more cricket.
No, basically there's one fewer first-class match at Headingley this year, with York picking up that one. As far as I understand it, yeah, it must be. As Baker bangs another one in, and Lyth is well underneath that one. There are those challenges of outgrounds, so we'd sit on that balcony, as you know, on the first floor level, so not that high, but it is an elevated view at least. And they've done a great job in trying to get us under cover when it's either sunny or wet. I mean, there's been a couple of days where it's rained. There was one game that got abandoned against Notts, I was there with Bracegirdle. We had to sit inside that day because it was pretty grim outside. But we've been on the balcony, I think, for the rest of it. Parasols or gazebos up there to try and give us a bit of protection, which is a great effort from them, as Lyth turns up square on the leg side and he's able to get off strike against Sonny Baker and leave it with Johnny B. So yeah, and they do talk to you about what can we do, how can we improve things for you, which is great, isn't it?
It is, yeah. There's not many grounds that do that, but the ones that do, and I can think of one or two over the years that do come up to you and say this, and that, and you think, wow, that's all you want, isn't it? It doesn't mean you're going to get what you want, but we all know what's ideal and what works, whether you're from a playing point of view or from a media point of view. And I mean, there is a couple of grounds. I can think of one off the top of my head right now that I spoke to a couple of seasons ago. The very next season, sorted the stuff out.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I think Yorkshire supporters or Hampshire supporters, if you ever get a chance and you're heading up that way to step in and go to a day's play at Scarborough, obviously, like lots of people's favourite ground in the world.
It's just too
great
cold.
Atmosphere, fantastic, and go and watch a day at York as well, because the crowd right up to the pitch side, deck chairs and all of that. And, oh, he's bowled him. Johnny Bairstow has lost his middle stump to Sonny Baker, who celebrated in style, and Bairstow gone for 56, and the game changes again because Yorkshire have lost their fourth now with 158 on the board. And while that might sound not too bad, don't forget they were behind going into this second innings by 128 runs, so the lead just 30 for 4 effectively, and the captain has gone. Stuck at it. Certainly wasn't at his fluent best during that knock, but he's put 50 on the board and he's been got out this time. 108 deliveries, and unfortunately for Yorkshire, he's not been able to see it through until the end of the day. Still 12.5 overs to go.
My word, what relief for Hampshire. And yeah, the joy on Sonny Baker's face there. Got him out for the second time in the game. It's a good delivery, but I'm not sure there was too much foot movement there from Johnny Bairstow. There was a big gap between the bat and pad as he brought the bat down towards the ball, almost inviting the ball to go in the gap. The ball just angling in a fraction, and that is a very, very good wicket from a Hampshire point of view. Much needed, really. They've worked hard in the last well, almost 3 hours actually since the last wicket was taken. 2 hours 45, but you've got to take the tea break off. But even so, that will just lift them in this final 50 minutes or so of cricket, and that is a very, very big wicket indeed. The lead, as JD has just said, is 30, but that's a blow, and Sonny Baker has done exactly what he was brought on to do. Just mix it up a bit, just give the batters a little bit of something else to think about. He's been peppering Adam Lyth a bit, although there's not a lot of pace in the pitch for him. Adam Lyth's generally been ducking the bouncers with ease, but that's not to say that the plan was just to bowl a little quicker, which Sonny Baker gives you, and it's brought the breakthrough.
Yes, so Bairstow 54 from 108, 5 fours and 1 6. And that brings George Hill to the crease. So, short leg in place, a slip. They've gone third man point. Sweeper square on the offside, mid on, mid off. And a deep backward square. First ball from Baker is wide of George's off stump, and he chooses to leave.
It's funny, isn't it, when you've got Lyth and Bairstow at the crease, 7 wickets left and there's a lead of 30, you think, just a wicket like that, how it changes the feel all of a sudden of the innings, of the game. And all of a sudden now it's Yorkshire that would be desperate not to lose another wicket tonight. So they've opened an end up here with George Hill, made 20 in the first innings before he was caught behind off Abbott.
Here comes Sonny, with his little knees up before he Sets off in. Ooh, dear me, that's quick. And George has got an inside edge on it, I think. Ben Brown couldn't reel it in. Let's see. Yep,
Yes,
it is signalled as a 4 off the bat. That was sharp, and too sharp for both George Hill, really, and Ben Brown. And has raced away to rattle the boards for 4 down through fine leg.
And it was just enough of an inside edge for the deflection to always be going just out of the reach of Brown, who did particularly well diving to his left, but had it been a thinner inside edge, might just have got there, but it was just thick enough that was always taking the ball trajectory just a little too far away from the keeper.
Things happening. The heart rate will be up just that little bit for George Hill, but he's got 4 against his name. And Yorkshire 162 for 4, a lead of 34 as Baker's in again. Straight. Bowled him. He's got it through, and George Hill has gone. 3rd ball for just the 4. Has he played that one into the ground and onto his stumps? Is it just the pace that's beaten him? Yeah, he's not gone through the gate, has it?
No. It's off the top inside half of the bat. Just rolled back.
So,
wow.
Yeah, pace, isn't it, really? Because you play that so late that it runs down in that area. Quick delivery, the ball before, and another quick one. And the game has changed dramatically in the space of a few deliveries. 2 quick wickets, 162 for 5, effectively 34 for 5 Yorkshire now.
Wow. Oh, that is a big difference now. Massive difference. Jonathan Deutsch is going to stay on, and I'm going to make way for the Zimbabwe and Hampshire all-rounder Sean Irvine.
Thanks, J-Mo. So George gone for 4 off 3 deliveries, and Sonny Baker, well, he's looked quick enough anyway at times before that, but those 2 deliveries somehow felt rapid.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that ball before, wasn't it? The inside edge just took off. So bowling with good heat, which is good to see. He's only bowled the 7 overs, but he's given, he's created opportunities and he created chances, which is brilliant for Hampshire.
That was the final ball of the 53rd. A lot now resting on the shoulders of Adam Lyth. Will Luxton can play, and he's going to need to do. Coming in at 7. Right hand, left hand combi.
Liam Dawson bowls into Adam Lyth and he just knocks it to square leg for no run. Yeah, but Will Luxton is, what, 21 years old?
Yep.
He's already played 22 first-class games. Is that right? No, List A games, sorry.
Yep.
22 List A games. So Liam Dawson bowls to Adam Lyth and that's just defended. No run.
He's been in and around the ones for the last 3 seasons or so. 3 or 4. He got 68 number on his back on his debut at Scarborough, actually, in a 1-day game against, I think it was Northants.
Brilliant. That's Liam Dawson bowls and that's just padded by Adam Lyth.
And kind of like a lot of young players are, a bit in and out since then in terms of selection, but he got his first senior 100 at rugby school in the 50 over comp against Warwickshire last summer.
Very good. And again, Adam Lyth just defends it. Tom Press cleans up.
He'd naturally bat higher than 7, but I guess it's at that stage where you just take any opportunity you can.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Dawson bowls, and that's looked like an inside edge, but umpire's got his hand out, ready for a leg bye. So that's 1 leg bye. Score moves on to 63 for 5. Lead of 35. Luxton about to face his first ball. Leon Dawson. Just gone back to that defended Ben Brown with hands on his head.
Yeah.
So that's a maiden over from Leon Dawson.
I think Ben thought that might sneak through. So, huge weight of responsibility on the shoulders of Yorkshire's most senior batter. He's been there throughout. He's seen 5 of his teammates have to make the long walk back, but he's still going. And I don't think at this stage there'll be anything else in his mind other than still being there at the end of another 66 deliveries that remain today. He's on strike here. And Sonny Baker, tail up, 2 for 27 off 7. The wickets of Johnny Bairstow and George Hill in the space of 4 deliveries. In the most recent over from this hotel end. Shadows beginning to lengthen.
If I'm not mistaken, are you only allowed 2 behind the leg? Or was
Behind
it 3?
square on the leg side.
Behind square.
Yeah. And then he's gone back foot and worked that out back at a point. To me, it looks like he's got 3 behind square on the leg side. And that's not been called.
That's what I thought. Oh,
Yeah, Matt, there's
umpire, yeah.
There's a leg slip, there's a fine leg, and the bloke just backward of square leg was backward of square leg. If you look at the way the strips are cut, he was definitely well over there, wasn't he? Nick Gubbins.
That's right.
So, not sure why that wasn't called.
Yeah, it was called in the end.
Oh, did he call it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
sorry,
called
right,
it. They
missed that.
called it, yeah.
Well, I'm looking around the field, you see, so I didn't see the
Yeah, that's
players.
right.
So that's a bit of a strange slip up from professional outfit as well, that.
Yeah, I'd like to see another slip in, yeah, for Sonny Baker. He's got his tail up.
Well, Luxton then waits. In comes Baker, full, flicked off his legs by Luxton. He's a free scoring sort of player, and that was a fairly effortless little flick down to fine leg for 1. Yeah, had it been a tight game with a few runs or wickets in it, you'd have been a bit miffed about the no ball there, wouldn't you? But doesn't feel like it matters too much at 39 for 5.
Yeah, it's just it's coming towards the end of the day. Poor experience, really.
Baker running on the spot again, and then starts to charge in. Bowling to Lythe, who did think about playing at that and then pulled the bat out of the way. Ben Brown has to go a fair way across to his left to take it. 1 or 2 people are deciding that 6 o'clock-ish on a Saturday evening it's time to go off and do something else. Maybe getting in at the local pub before Sean and Kev get there. Get the best steaks on the menu while these 2 animals get involved.
Nah, not for me tonight. We've got 3 kids at home. I have to tame them somehow.
Good luck with that.
Still like to see a slip in here for Adam Lythe.
Yeah, sort of leg gully in place, that's about it. As Baker comes in to the lefty, bangs it in short, but too short. Lythe well under that one.
It will just allow Sonny Baker to pitch the ball up, and then he can use his shorter ball, which he's been trying to do for the last sort of few overs, just sort of just create something better, bit better. You know what I mean? So I think you've got to try to keep the batter in 2 minds. If he knows that he's got a slip in it, the potential is that he might go a little bit fuller, and he's wary of the short ball.
Here he comes again then, pounding in, this time over the right shoulder of Adam Lythe, bit leg stumpish, and again, he's able to just sway out of the way. Still playing in the, whatever you call it, into Hampshire women trial match, or possibly probable, something like that. Away to our left. Well, the scoreboard is in view, but my eyesight's not good enough. It's so far away, the digital scoreboard on the front of their little pavilion. Meanwhile, Baker to live, just dropping this one out into the yawning gap in the offside. Kyle Abbott's round to field, but they get a single. So no ball, 1-1 dot wide dot 1. It's been an eventful over in different ways. So far, not as eventful as his previous one, which took a couple of wickets. We're getting the stocks replenished over at the tea and coffee table.
Alright, what field have we got here? Leg side dominant, short leg. Is a slip in place now? I'll have to see another one.
Baker does his little dance, and he comes in to bowl to Luxton, wide of his off stump and through to Brown. And there is no run. So, as Sean says, slip, third man, fine leg, square leg, short leg, catching position at short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, big gap through the covers, and a sweeper out square on the offside.
He's got a touch of Nathan Ellis, hasn't he? The little hop skip.
Yeah.
Which, you know, Nathan played for Hampshire a couple of seasons ago.
Here he goes again with a triple jump, wide of off stump, and again Luxton not interested. 10 overs remain in the day. Yorkshire 169 for 5 with Lyth on 48, Luxton on 1. And well, just a 41 run lead, and staring down the barrel, you'd have to say, at this moment in time. It's not the end of the batting, this pair, because Don Bess can wield the willow as well, but they're running out of wickets.
Yeah, it is interesting. Hampshire just taking a bit of time to debate what to do next. Bit of conversation between Mark Stoneman and Liam Dawson, the experienced Stoneman. Liam Dawson's going to continue to Adam Lyth. They brought mid-on up, which is good. Still got deep square leg, deep mid wicket, sorry, and deep fire leg and a deep cover. As Dawson bowls to Lyth, and that's just defended back to him. 3 points apiece at the moment. But yeah, there's a number of teams around the country that have got maximum batting points, which is rare. Dawson comes in, and that's floated up. Appealed. No movement from the umpire. Looks like he yorked himself there. Just tossed up a little bit, and that was excellent bowling from Dawson as he comes in again, and that's fired back for length and worked to point. No run.
Got through a lot of work, hasn't he, Liam Dawson? Not cost many.
No, he's definitely held that one side up, hasn't he? As he comes in again, and that's turned a little bit, and that's going to go for 4 byes down the leg side.
Yeah,
so there is a bit of turn. Liam Dawson's sitting on his haunches. I tell you what, that wasn't close. That wasn't too far away. Sorry, from the leg stump.
Yeah, Adam Lyth just gave a minor waft of the bat, as if he was a bit disappointed in himself in not getting a little tickle on it.
So Adam Lyth on 48. Let's see if Liam Dawson can entice him to knock one into the covers as he comes in again. And he does that. He rocks back and hits it out to deep cover. Moves on to 49. There's the right hander. Luxton comes on strike. Dawson bowls, and that's tossed up and defended to cover. No run. End of the over. Yorkshire 174 for 5 with a lead of 46.
A lot of work to do. Adam Lyth, well, he's approaching 15,000 first class runs, 14,737 before this match began. Averaging just shy of 40.
74 50s?
Yeah, 3,700s to his name.
That was a great guess.
Yeah, well done. $174 for 5 then. Sonny Baker, full of enthusiasm. He's going to continue at this hotel end of the ground. Luxton and Lyth have a few extra words. Field is changing slightly to the lefty, and they've not got the 3 men lined up as they had for a little while. Fine leg, deep backward square, slip in place, 3rd man, backward point, cover sweeper, mid off, mid on, and a straightish mid wicket. Here comes Baker again. With a hop and a skip, and comes round the wicket to Lyth. Goes punching square on the offside for a single that will take him to his 75th first class half century. This has taken him 176 balls, much slower than many of those that have posted previously. 235 minutes. And a striker at just 28.4, 5 boundaries within, but the pace of the innings makes, well, not a jot of difference, does it, at this moment in time? It's all about just staying in there as long as you can, and he's doing a good job so far. That single brought Luxton onto strike, and now he's playing through the covers. I think he might get 4 for this. It is beginning to slow up, but no, not slowing up enough to be reeled in. Nice punch through the covers. Takes him on to 5, his first boundary. And the lead now 51. Just feels a little bit better, but nothing frightening.
Yeah, it's a lovely innings from Adam Lyth. Yeah, very patient, and just the rock of the Yorkshire batsman, hasn't he? And, played within himself and rewarded with a nice 50 there. Just needs someone to hang around with him.
Baker to Luxton. This one around about hip height, but down the leg side, and Will decides to leave it alone. Plenty of hilarity down below in the seats away to our right. Somebody's in good spirits, presumably the home support, but you never know, it could be the visiting side laughing away their sorrows. In comes Baker again over the wicket to the right-handed Luxton, who's having a pull at this one, which sort of fades away down the leg side. Really never quite got to the height that I think he was thinking he was playing it at. There is a man down at fine leg, but otherwise backward of square. If you can get it a bit squarer, and it's a fairly short boundary, you might find some joy, especially given the pace of Baker on the ball.
He was trying to hit that for 6, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sort of corner of the stand somewhere over that area, felt like it. Here's Baker again. Bangs one in short, and Luxton ducks. 8.2 overs remaining in the day. It's sort of threatened for a little while, like it might break out into a really interesting contest. May still do. Cricket being cricket, you can't write that off, but it's looking less likely now with every passing wicket. Baker knees up Mother Brown, and in he comes again. Ooh, it's not so far off the top of off stump. It's I think what you'd call a good leave by Will Luxton. End of the over. 179 for 5. And that's the end of me for the moment.
Thank you, JD. Sean Irvine staying on. Me, Kevin James is back. We have 8 overs left. The Yorkshire lead is 51. And Sonny Baker has just changed the complexion of this innings, which not so long ago with Johnny Bairstow and Adam Lyth looked like Yorkshire getting a reasonable lead with wickets in hand. Now all of a sudden, with no Bairstow and no George Hill within the space of 5 minutes, I just feel like Yorkshire are having to work extra hard here just to get a bit more breathing space. But they'll be looking for at least 150, won't they? Lead at this stage, I guess, if I was looking at the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And they don't want to lose any more wickets.
That's all right. Is Dawson then over the wicket to Lyth? He's played Dawson pretty well, actually. Just plays that into the ground. In fact, it's a chanceless knock so far from Lyth. Can't think of anything that any chance that he's offered. 177 balls for that 50. It's playing the game at his own pace. Dawson again over the wicket. Lyth just eases that into the ground, fielded at short leg.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what Ben Brown does with Sonny Baker, because he's bowled 5 overs now. He's obviously got the 2 wickets, but you know, does he bring on his strike bowler Carl Abbott for last blast towards the end of the day?
Would you do that if you were captain? It's just worked up to mid-on, just waiting. Well fielded actually, so there's no single.
Yeah, I think I would. I think the way Carl Abbott got the ball to sort of tail in towards the end of the Yorkshire first innings, I think I would.
Yeah.
I think I would get him to come in.
Yeah, he's bowled 5, hasn't he, in this spell, Sonny? Oh, it's just ballooned up. Fletcher Middleton doesn't take it. A bit awkward for him. Not sure that's come off anything other than the pad. No, pad it was. So no alarms there from a Yorkshire point of view. 179 for 5. Yeah, I would save him. You're right. I'd save Sonny now. I mean, he's such a little gem, really, isn't he?
Yeah.
From what we've seen. Bairstow in both innings. That won't happen very often this season. Same bowler getting him out twice. Here's Dawson again, and forward is Luxton. Ralph Brooker, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, very good evening. Well played, Sonny, who I'd been whinging about, says Ralph. Had to nip off, and he takes 2 quick wickets, sending a fine comeback for Yorkshire. That's right. I'm saying he's changed things around. There's Dawson again. Luxton just plays it into the ground. It's just gone through the fingertips of Fletcher Middleton. Couldn't quite get his fingers down in time. And they'll pick up a single. Luxton will keep the strike. 181 for 5 with 7 overs remaining. Darren Mayles also emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He was emailing again about, he loved your stories about player fines. And he wants to know if there's any others. Any other player fines that you can think that were around when you were playing that are amusing?
Oh, player fines. I mean, we used to have our own sort of fines between ourselves. That was more of a club fine, but our player fines were just for silly things really that happen on the field, and so many silly comments like a splash of dust, and just things like that. You know what I mean?
So if you said things that weren't in context,
yeah. Then
God, you must have been fined heavily.
Yeah, I was. I donated a lot. And then we would have a sort of dedicated person who would obviously make sure that was all noted, and then would maybe once a month we would try sort of get together and have a fine session, hopefully after a win, as there's a change of bowler as Brad Wheel comes in from the hotel end. We thought maybe Kyle Abbott should come in, but Brad Wheel, he's bowled 8 overs, has the potential to tail the ball in to the batter, target those stumps maybe.
Well, he was on a hat-trick right at the start of the innings.
That's it.
So not a bad man to be calling upon at this stage. I'll give you Sonny Baker's second spell figures in a minute.
As Wheel runs in to Luxton, and that's defended solidly to cover, no run.
Well, Sean thinks of some more fines, stories.
There's plenty. I mean,
5 overs, 2 for 23, Sonny Baker. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. If you were late on the bus, that was always a heavy one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, wearing the wrong clothes, you know, forgetting your kit. That's happened to a few people sometimes, never me, but
Forgetting your kit?
Yeah, sometimes someone had forgotten their kit or not packed their whites. As Brad Wheel comes in down the leg side. Great take there by Ben Brown.
So what, on a match day or practice day?
On a match day. On a match day. Yeah, someone would not pack their trousers or something like that. Which, I mean, to everyone listening in who plays club cricket, I mean, how many times does that happen in club cricket?
Does it?
So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, or not pack socks, or, do you know what I mean? Like, there's always something.
Okay.
So, yeah, silly things like that would sort of get marked down in the black book, so to speak, as Brad Wheel bowls that nice and full when it's played back to him. Yeah.
Okay. Simon Jones from the Hampshire Cricket Board has emailed. He also emailed yesterday about the ECB Get Set weekend. He was visiting various clubs, and he's given us a bit of a synopsis of what happened today for him. soncricket@gmail.com. Still plenty of time with just over 6 overs left in the day's play.
As Brad Wheel bowls that one really sort of Yorker length wide, left alone.
So Simon says, I'm back from today's club visit, slightly waylaid by the M3 closure, but managed to get to Fareham, Broad, Halfpenny, Briggans, Ropley, Fleet, Yateley, Hook and Newnham and Hursley Park. Great to talk cricket with cricket people. Lots of growth in the women's and girls game. We'll try and fit in as many as possible tomorrow, finishing up at your old stomping ground on the seafront at Portsmouth, says Simon. Some of those clubs may not be that familiar for our listeners and watchers up north.
As Wheel bowls, that's a really good ball. Play the miss.
Terrific.
Just leaving the batter. Loxton. Yeah, just angling in, just that sort of off stump, sort of full stump line.
Yeah.
End of the over. Maiden over.
So let me try and give you some geography for those of you further north in the Watford Gap. Fareham in between Southampton and Portsmouth. Broad Halfpenny Briggans are at Broad Halfpenny Down, which is that near Portsmouth? I suppose that's fair enough, isn't it?
Don't ask me, Jack.
Do you not know? How long have you lived down here?
20 years.
Oh, okay. Ropley, which is sort of going out towards Alton.
Yeah.
On the A30 something or other. Hursley Park, which is north of Southampton, near Winchester. That's turned away on the leg side by Lythe, and you over from Liam Dawson, who's bowled 21 wicketless overs so far. And the total moves on to 182 for 5. The lead is 54. Yateley is sort of north of the county. Hook and Newnham's somebody Basingstoke, isn't it?
Yeah,
north
close to
of the
Yateley.
county. Yeah. Fleet, well, there's services on the M3.
That's it.
Fleet.
Yeah.
So that's going towards London on the M3. Forward is Luxton, plays that out on the offside, so hopefully that's helped. Ashley Groot has emailed soncricket@gmail.com under the heading of Great Day. Really enjoying the commentary, says Ashley. Matt, Teddy and I have just been walking in the Brecons. I bet they've been lovely today. Luxton gets a fuller delivery, which he works to mid-wicket, no run. And now listening to you on our way home. Sonny seems like a great new addition to the squad. Going to come down to the Utilita Bowl tomorrow. One more wicket would be nice, says Ashley. Yeah, well, think we're all quite excited about what Sonny might do. That's turned as well. It's on it, as you know, it's hitting high up on the bat. Thought that might just have gone through him into the gloves of Ben Brown. Difficult to tell, of course, with Ben Brown sort of on our line. Well, he's not really on our line, but they've got their back to us. Here's Dawson again, round the wicket, flighted, almost a low full toss. You can tell when Dawson's not particularly happy with the ball he's bowled, isn't he?
Yeah.
Stoops low as if he's about 106 years old.
Yeah, I had a long chat with his old man.
Yes, he's here today, isn't he?
Yeah.
Andy.
And, yeah, he was.
Dawson here again. As forward is Luxon, solid enough. End of the over, 182 for 5.
Yeah, he was giving his son some stick as well. So.
Was he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's very hard on himself, which is fair enough. But yeah, he droops. Things that aren't going his way. You know, slouches but what a wonderful character.
What, his dad or Liam?
No, Liam.
Oh yeah.
Oh, both of them.
Well, they are,
They're
yeah.
a lovely family, aren't they? So, but yeah, great character, Dawes, especially with the change room.
Be in my side every time.
Yep, absolutely. And I think he won't mind me saying that. I think it actually is. It all stemmed from, I think, when Dale Benkenstein was coach at Hampshire. He actually went on loan to Essex. As Brad Will runs in to Adam Lyth from around the wicket, and that's driven backward a point. They go look to try and get 2 runs. Oh, missed field, and it's gone for 4. Who's that down there? Hard to see, obviously, with the sun in our eyes. Kevin James got.
I'm trying to work it out. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I don't want to say it because I don't want to get it wrong. It's a long way.
But we'll just see. Brad Will runs in, and that's back of a length, defended. That's him. And he went on loan to Essex for, I believe, maybe 2 or 3 games over that period, and really sort of just brought that sort of hunger back. You know what I mean? And since then he's just taken off, and you know, he knows his game inside out, and he's just improved every year, which is great.
Yeah.
That's left alone from Lyth. Carl Abbott doing a few run-throughs, trying to get the stiffness out of his legs. Hampshire will be desperate to try to take another wicket here. 4.3 overs remaining in the day's play. That large shadow might get to the wicket by the time we finish today, which is always difficult for the batter as he comes around the wicket, and that's played down to third man. Hopefully no misfield. No misfield for a single. Score moves on to 187 for 5. A lead of 59.
I've just been sent a message by the club photographer Dave Vokes, who says that he had 2 images highly commended in the recent ECB Domestic Journalism or Cricket Journalism Awards Photo of the Year. One of those was.
Oh, is they caught down the leg side? Thruxton tries to whip it as the ball angles down the leg side and gets a little tickle on it. Great take there from Ben Brown down the leg side.
That was a good catch. A little bit unlucky, Will Luxton.
Yeah. Faced 24 balls for 6. Yorkshire now 6 down for 187 with a lead of 59.
Oh, fantastic stuff. So Luxton goes for 6. It's been a difficult last hour and a half or so for Yorkshire, this.
Yeah, it has, and you know, Hampshire put a lot of pressure on them, especially over that sort of partnership. Just as Yorkshire were sort of trying to sort of get ahead, you know, the breakthrough from Sonny Baker, those 2 wickets, and then now Brad Wheel has picked them back. So Do they send in? Well,
Yeah, interesting one.
Don Bass.
With what, 6? No, sorry, what am I talking about? Just over 4 overs left. Ooh. But you're 6 down, so you're already down to number 8. Can't be a lot of options, can there? I'm just looking at Brad Wheel's figures here, which are currently 4 for 39. I make this, if I'm right, his best figures for Hampshire since 27. Oh gosh, no, we go back further. 2016.
Oh wow.
Mind you, as we say, he has been injured.
Yep. Well, he's got a really good opportunity here to get 5. Do his confidence a load of good.
Yeah, he's had 4thers in 21-22 and also back in 2017, but he took 6 for 51 back in 2016, so yeah, his best figures since then.
Right. So Benjamin Cliff is facing as Bradwell runs in, and that's straight, and that's worked down to 3rd man. Gets off the mark. That'll be the end of the over. So a wicket in that over. Yorkshire 187 for 6 and a lead of 60. 188 for 6, sorry, and the lead of 60. I was too quick for the scoreboard.
Yeah, just a bit more about the Dave Oakes message I've just got. So one of the photos, he sent me both photos actually. One of them was, I think it was the T20 finals day. Tash Farron to South East Stars ran out Tammy Bowen. One, yeah, that's right. Charlotte Edwards Cup final, and one back at Hartley Wintney last year as well. Batter takes on the short ball as part of the 80s themed softball festival. Well done, Dave Oakes. He took a great photo last year of a rainbow at Taunton. So if you ever saw it?
No, I don't think
it was an amazing. In fact, I think Somerset actually bought it off him. Got a new bowler here. It is Kyle Abbott. And that's left alone outside the off stump. That looked like a good shape away to Cliff.
Yeah, interesting. He's only got a bowl, what, 3 overs? 2 overs, sorry.
2, yeah. That's all right. That's enough. Yorkshire need to survive 23 balls. Here's Abbott. Wicketless in this innings so far. Forward, Cliff. So Dawson and Abbott, who did the damage, especially after lunch yesterday, are both wicketless in this innings thus far. Hence why you need a good battery of bowlers to chip in when your main ones aren't. Well, they're not finding the wickets as easy to come by. So well done, Dave Oakes. Congratulations. I heard his. You always know Dave Oakes at pre-season press call. That's played up to mid-on. As soon as I walked out into the middle, he's shouting at everybody, getting place. No, you go there. No, you're too tall for that place. Get over there. Yeah. Or worse to that effect.
I believe he's on a health kick as well. I think he's lost about 2 stone, which is an amazing effort. So,
good on you.
Yeah, well done as well.
Nick Moxon on the email, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, how quick is Sonny Baker?
To me, I mean, the speed gun will tell you exactly, but I'd say he's in the...
Ooh, was played late. Worked down to 3rd, but they're not taking a single. Lyth decided that he's going to not face as... well, he's going to face as least balls as possible.
Oh. What's that, early 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Early to mid 90s, I reckon.
Certainly the quickest bowler here in this game.
Yes.
Yes, he just adds some pace to the Hampshire attack. As Abbott comes in, he's not particularly slow himself, but that's pushed out towards extra cover. But I think with Abbas and Abbott over the years and Barker, I think now you've got the likes of John Turner, who'll probably play a more significant role this year as well. Sonny Baker already doing so. I think you've just got a slightly different look to the Hampshire attack this year.
Yeah, and it's got to be good. I mean, you know, when wickets get really flat and you're struggling to sort of get a wicket, and like the opposition has a partnership building.
Abbott from the pavilion end bowls right back on his stumps. There is Cliff. Good delivery and a good over from Abbott, which is a maiden. 188 for 6. Yorkshire lead by 8.
It's those sort of guys that can create something out of nothing. Do you know what I mean? With their pace. So yeah, definitely a must in anyone's team.
Sean, that's it for you today.
That is, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thoroughly enjoyed having you around today.
Thanks for having me, and yeah, really enjoyed it, especially with the sun out.
Yeah, right. Makes you feel right at home, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
Sean Irvine, fantastic. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Thank you, mate.
Cheers, Jack.
So, Jonathan Doidge will come in for the last few overs as Brad Wheel comes round the wicket to Lythe, who's driving. Fielder out at deep point fields, and Lythe moves on to 57, 189 for 6. Email here from Andrew Long, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary whilst I'm working hard in the office, catching up on paperwork. Was worried about Hampshire this season without Vince and Abbas, but it all seems very positive so far. I'm looking forward to getting back to the Utilita Bowl tomorrow. Come on the Shire, says Andy Long. Well, yep, so far so good. The game's not won yet, or it's not lost yet by anybody, but I think the showing so far, the bowling attack, as the Yorkshire attack did pretty well, and they've still got their bit to do yet. It's all been pretty solid.
I think it'd be a fairly incredible comeback to win it from here for Yorkshire, so I think...
Yeah, Wheel bowls short, and an easy duck under that delivery for Cliff. Craig Hurl has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, could I please have a shout out for all the volunteers at Michelmersh and Timsbury Cricket Club who had their Get Set weekend day today, getting the ground ready for the new season. Happy to do that, Craig. What a day to get the club ready. That'll get everybody excited about the upcoming club cricket season. I've never been out to Michelmersh and Timsbury Cricket Club. So it's a nice part of the world. They could have taken a single there as it goes out into the covers, but they've declined. So the lead is 61. Did I say 80 earlier? By the way, it's 61. Apologies. I think the sun's getting to me now. Wheels into his 11th over, 4 for 41. Mentioned earlier his best figures for Hampshire since 2016. But he has suffered an awful lot of injuries. Didn't even play a first-class game 2 years ago. Short, he just lets it hit him as he just turns away from that delivery. Hits him probably around the shoulder area, maybe a bit lower actually, more elbow.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, that's fine. Just make sure you drop your hands.
That's right.
A lot of shadow on the pitch now, more than half of it in the shadow of the Shane Warne stand.
Quite dark, isn't it, that far end? Arthur has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary as always. Thank you, that's really nice of you. He's listened on both days so far. Here's Wheel away from us. A little shorter, worked into the ground and played square on the leg side by Cliff. Did you mention that Broad Halfpenny Down, birthplace of cricket near Hambledon? Says it's Roger Arthur, sorry. I didn't, but I suppose it's one of those where we all know down here, but yeah, maybe further afield it's not so obvious. So. And Paul Faithful has also emailed on the same subject. The historic ground is opposite the Bat and Ball pub on the outskirts of the village of Hambledon. This is where the early rules of cricket were drawn up. Gosh, if Dave Allen was here right now, he wouldn't want the day to end. He'd be still here right at about 7:30 talking. Up towards mid-on. That one goes, end of the over. 2 to do today. 189 for 6. Lythe is 57 and Cliff is on 1. Yeah, if you start him on the Bat and Ball and Hambledon, Dave Allen would be quite happily stay on air for another hour. This is where the early rules of cricket were drawn up, says Paul, including the adding of the third stump, hence the area having the nickname the Cradle of Cricket. Cricket has been played here, he says, since about 1750, so obviously Paul's near there. Yes, he's in Clanfield in Hampshire. Thank you very much for that info.
A couple to get up to date with here as well. Bent Nielsen, just realised you haven't batted well if the commentators have yet to mention the second new ball when you're all out. Yeah, and there's a while to go before that one's due in this Yorkshire innings. Meanwhile, here's Kyle Abbott running towards us and bowling to Adam Lyth round the wicket. Turning to the leg side, no run. Lee Palmer says get out of the south as soon as possible. Mick Auckland says watching on and not a cloud in sight in Barnsley. Could be Barbados. Southerners may need a kite though. Mark Peacock, great to have you. Great to have cricket on your comms back, Jonathan. Up to date with that correspondence, probably for the day now. Getting back endish. Oh, good delivery from Abbott. Lyth, not sure he was convincingly playing at that really, but there was a little offering for a split second of the bat.
Where's the club's media man has just sent me that photo of the rainbow over the Taunton ground. I promised Dave Oakes that I will not reproduce that in any shape or form.
Ant will be waxing lyrical. Rainbows over the Quantocks. Especially with Somerset playing well. 189 for 6. Abbott to Lyth, who was thinking about a run as he pushed it square on the offside, but decided not to bother. He's got 57 against his name and is, by virtue of that fact, Yorkshire's top scorer in the contest.
Top scorer in the match, isn't he? Yeah.
In the contest, well, match.
Bairstow got 56.
There's Abbott in, and Lyth walks across and then leaves. If somebody else can get more than him, then there would be a kick on in the tail, but it still might not be enough with just a 61 lead on the board. Still Don Best to come. Not a tail ender, I hasten to add, but he's just been protected here. Ben Cliff has come out to do the night watchman job. And at this moment in time, it's the batter who's on strike in Adam Lyth. Solid defensive push to this latest Abbott delivery. 2 slips, third man, fine leg. Point, who's reasonably tight. Cover sweeper, 10 in from the boundary. Mid on, mid off. And a fielder who is square on the leg side on the boundary edge, in front of square. Abbott turns in the shadow of the Shane Warne stand that running towards us. Lyth goes through the trigger movement and walks into a defensive push to complete a maiden over. 9 of them now from 14 overs bowled by Kyle Abbott. He's conceded just a 12 from his 14, so he's been as miserly, if not more, than anybody else in the match so far in this Yorkshire second innings. Yet to get a wicket against his name, but still doing an admirable job for the hosts, who are in control.
So the last 6 balls of day 2, Yorkshire will be desperate to make sure that they keep their last 4 innings, second innings wickets intact going into tomorrow. The second new ball is due in 16 overs time, and it'll be 15 overs after tonight's last over. And Adam Lyth is now key.
If you thought you'd had a good day as a Hampshire supporter and your relative back in the winner.
My grandson.
Your grandson, was it? Sorry, right.
He's not even 2.
Oh, brilliant effort. A friend of mine, his son has had 25 quid each way at 50 to 1 on the winner.
What? Wow.
So there could be some sort of party up there in the Durham area this evening.
What does that work out at?
A lot.
Thank you, Rachel Riley.
Well over £1,000.
Just waiting for an extra helmet, I think, that will be coming on shortly as we tick up towards 20 to 7 in the evening, about the same time we finished last night. The Hampshire over rate is level, so I don't think they're worried too much.
£1,250 just for the win side of that bet, and then the each way part.
Wow.
I don't know what the odds were, but let's say it was a quarter of the odds. So profit £1,562.50 plus, of course, your £50 stake back as well.
So it won at what, 50 to 1?
Well, he backed it at 50 to 1 this morning because, of course, you can take odds at certain times of the day.
Because I never understand this, but is that a nightmare for the bookies, those odds, generally?
No, generally not.
Oh, right, okay.
It's when the favourites win.
That's not good. Right, okay. Right, Brad Will to start the last over, bowling to Cliff. Bowls. Cliff's on the back foot, just steers that away square on the leg side. Lythe's not even attempting to look for the run because his bat is still tucked firmly under his hand with his feet crossed. I think he's giving the signal that he's not moving. There is a silly mid off, there is a short leg. Dawson's in at square leg, although getting closer. And there are 2 slips. Dawson's keep going actually. He's almost in front of the umpire, just midway between the umpire and the stumps. Maybe just behind the stumps. Actually short down the leg side. Easily dealt with by Ben Cliff, the 22-year-old, who, assuming that he plays out this last over, has a big part to play tomorrow, along with Adam Lythe, in trying to get Yorkshire to some sort of lead, which, well, you never know. A bit like Yorkshire losing those 2 early wickets might just put Hampshire under a bit of pressure, but they need a few more yet. Wheel runs away from us again, just flicked away on the leg side. Oh, where's that gone? He's kicked the ball away in the end, trying to flick that away, and the ball just went nowhere. Just flicked the ball away from the stumps to make sure there was no problems. Paul Griffiths, who's trying to be a bit funny on the emails here, just thinking with the shadows on the pitch. Cliff batting, we have Cliff, the shadows, the old pop group. Yep, there we go. Here comes Wheel again, bowl short, just over the shoulder this time of Cliff.
I think I should say congratulations then for coming up with that one.
There we go, boom. See, Paul, we missed out on that one. Could have just added, could have just rounded off that email nicely.
Power to all our cricketing friends.
You're going to think of a few more, aren't you? Congratulations to Adam Lythe for being not out at the end, assuming that...
Well, I've just done that one. You can't.
Oh, did you do that one? Oh,
yeah,
sorry, I wasn't concentrating on that one. Well done. Oh, of course you did, yeah. It's pushed away on the leg side. They won't be taking a single, though. And there will be 1 ball left in the day's play. Yeah, apologies.
And maybe if one of these gets out here, it'll be a case of we don't talk anymore. After getting through to the final ball of the day.
Oh dear. Right, here we go then. The top of his top of his mark, and he comes in and he bowls slightly short of length, played into the ground by Cliff, and that is the end of the second day. Maiden over to Brad Wheel, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 41. Terrific effort from the Hampshire pace bowler. A very good effort from Adam Lythe to be batting through the Yorkshire innings, which closes tonight on 189 for 6 in their second innings, and that lead over Hampshire is just 61. The Lythe Bairstow partnership was worth 105. Johnny Bairstow made 56, gave 2 or 3 lives before he'd make 20, but he battled away. You'll see Johnny Bairstow play a lot more fluently than that during the season, but it was an important innings nevertheless. But when he went, George Hill went very soon after, and Hampshire were rampant again. Sonny Baker with those 2 quick wickets, but Brad Wheel will lead the team off with his form. And Yorkshire come back tomorrow to try and increase that lead, and Hampshire will come back tomorrow to try and take those last 4 wickets as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Jonathan will be back with us tomorrow. Sean Irvine won't be, but thank you very much. Enjoyed your commentary today. Nikki Chowdhury will be back with us tomorrow, and join us just before 11 o'clock.